Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter followed Sirius through the veil after his death? Part 3. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. James insisted on having the professors flank Harry and Neville on all sides en route to Dumbledore's office, checking around each corner, keeping an eye on their backs just in case. Harry didn't know why they bothered. Peter was long gone, but he kept quiet, lacking the energy to argue. It had been a draining couple of hours, not just physically, but emotionally. He had thought he was about to die multiple times in that short span, and his nerves were fried. And he had lost. The time turner was gone. The Marauder's map gone. The diadem of Ravenclaw. However the hell it was meant to help Voldemort, it too was gone. All in the clutches of Peter Pettigrew, who no doubt was en route to Albania as they spoke, making preparations to bring his master back to life. Not all is lost. Harry forced himself to remember as they arrived at the headmaster's office and took the spiral staircase to the top. My family is still safe. I survived, and Voldemort isn't back yet. If things progressed as they had been thus far, he still had perhaps a year before Voldemort attempted his resurrection. And Harry had no intentions of letting things happen the way they had before. Dumbledore conjured enough chairs for everyone to sit, but not all did. James remained stationed by the door, as though standing guard, while Snape stood stoically beside Dumbledore's desk. Harry and Neville sank into armchairs as Dumbledore took his own seat, and an uneasy silence fell as all eyes landed on the headmaster surveying the four of them. "I suppose we should start from the beginning," said Dumbledore. "As I understand it, this all began when Harry here sent a Patronus to his father warning him of a potential breach in the castle. Can you explain what led you to that conclusion, Harry?" All eyes turned to Harry, who squirmed uncomfortably. The actual truth was that Luna's prophecy had alerted him to the danger, but he didn't want to expose her secret right away. He worried about how Luna might fare under the scrutiny of the headmaster, and how the man might attempt to use her for his own gains. So he decided to stick with his original cover story, which had carried him so far. "I had a vision," Harry fibbed lightly. "I accidentally fell asleep in the library and had a dream about Peter Pettigrew attacking the castle." "What exactly did this vision entail?" Dumbledore pressed. "It was vague," Harry said lamely. "But I woke up and just knew something was wrong. So I sent my father a Patronus and went looking for Damian." "Why him first?" James cut in. "I gave him the Marauder's map," Harry admitted, causing James' eyebrows to raise. "I figured if I could find him, I could make sure he was safe and use the map to locate Pettigrew." "What is a Marauder's map?" Snape demanded from the corner. "A live map of Hogwarts that shows every person's position within the castle and grounds," Harry explained. "Preposterous," Snape scoffed. "No such thing exists." "I assure you that it does," James said, and Harry could sense the note of pride in his voice. "Though I wasn't aware it was still in the castle." "So did you find him?" "Well, first I ran into Neville," said Harry. "He was dueling Peter on the third floor dash." "Pardon my interruption," said Dumbledore, raising a hand to stop Harry. "But it was my understanding that this occurred after the incident in the astronomy tower?" "Let me finish," Harry said glumly. "I saw Peter hex Neville and run away, and I saw he already had the Marauder's map on him. So I figured if I could get a head start on Pettigrew, I could prevent him from ever getting the map in the first place." "Oh, Harry," sighed James, realizing where this story was heading. "You didn't." "I used the time turner to travel back roughly 2.5 hours, Harry explained. "Then I began searching for Damian." "How did you come to possess a time turner?" Snape demanded. "They are highly regulated and not meant for children." Harry was granted permission by the Department of Mysteries to use one to attend his classes this term, Dumbledore said softly. Snape looked horrified by this information, and judging on what had happened, Harry couldn't entirely blame him. "So I found Damian at Hagrid's and got the map from him," Harry went on, "and I checked to make sure everyone else was okay. Then I decided to hide the map, somewhere Pettigrew couldn't find it." "In the astronomy tower?" James surmised. "The room of requirement," Harry nodded. "I confess I have never heard of this room before tonight," Dumbledore admitted. "How did you come to learn of its existence, Harry?" That story would take ages, Harry thought to himself. A house elf told me about it, he said, which was true in a sense. Dobby had directed him to the room in his original timeline. I used it sometimes to get in extra study hours or sleep using the time turner prior to Halloween. You were under strict orders to only use the time turner to attend your lessons. James snapped harshly. Is that why you kept sneaking up there without permission? Yeah, Harry shrugged glumly. He didn't even care that his father was angry with him. It paled in comparison to how angry he was with himself. So, I asked the room to provide a place to hide the map. Pettigrew must have followed me in, or else he was already there when I entered. The latter prospect suddenly seemed obvious in retrospect. Peter hadn't appeared on the map because the room of requirement wasn't on it either. But how would he have known you were in there? James wondered aloud. Or if he was there before you, what was his purpose in using the room? Harry hesitated. This was the moment he'd been dreading, the moment he knew was coming. Dumbledore's face may have been calm, but Harry sensed the intensity in his gaze, the burning desire to understand Pettigrew's intentions. This was Harry's crossroads moment. Should he tell the headmaster about the diadem, or keep that information to himself? Was it dangerous to arm the man with more information he could use to move human chess pieces around the board, placing them in greater danger than they ought to be? He wanted my time turner, Harry eventually muttered. He put me in a body-bind curse and stole the hourglass along with the map, then set the place on fire. It was fortunate that you found me in time. Fortunate that the headmaster saw fit to add extra wards to the castle. James nodded, exhaling in relief at the memory of how close it had been. He was alerted to someone entering the tower via broomstick and summoned me to investigate, and we found the room ablaze and knew someone must be inside. Dumbledore didn't look as convinced by Harry's story as James did. I do wonder how he knew you possessed the time turner in the first place, he mused. You are certain that that is the only thing he has been after all these months? Pretty sure, Harry shrugged. He kept going on about what a great gift it would be for his master. Snape also narrowed his eyes at Harry, clearly not buying his story. The boy is hiding something, Albus, he snapped. This time turner story makes little sense. What would Harry possibly have to hide? James snapped, rounding on Snape. Are you calling my son a liar? He has been concealing crucial information from us for years, and you continue to trust him? Snape scoffed at James. You're a greater fool than I thought, Potter. Listen here, Snivellus Dash, James growled, but Dumbledore cleared his throat loudly to head off the argument. Now is not the time for petty squabbles, said the headmaster calmly. We are all on the same team here. He turned his steely blue gaze onto Harry. You understand this, don't you, Harry? And surely you must understand the importance of sharing vital information with your allies. Harry felt a sudden surge of disdain towards the headmaster. He still had not quite forgiven him for hiding so much from him in his original timeline. How dare he not share the prophecy with him? How dare he keep Harry in the dark for so long, leading him to his own demise? How dare he demand full transparency when he never gave such respect in return? You're one to talk, headmaster, Harry spat, unable to control himself. Sharing goes both ways, you know. Dumbledore's eyebrows shot up, but he otherwise remained quite calm. I fail to understand your point, Harry, he said. I have never lied to you. You've lied to my father, Harry pointed out. You told him you lost our family's invisibility cloak, when in reality, you kept it and gave it to Neville. James had spun around so quickly Harry thought it might snap. You did what? He gasped, staring at Dumbledore, who suddenly looked rather sheepish. It was never my intention to deprive your family of the cloak. Forever, Dumbledore said, holding up his hands in a signal of peace. I only meant for Mr. Longbottom to use it temporarily, until the need for it had passed dash. You had no right, James roared, rising to his full height and towering over the headmaster's desk. The cloak was never yours to give. Control yourself, Potter. Snape spat, taking a step forward towards James. Both men had their wands drawn and looked ready for a fight, though it was Dumbledore that James was glaring daggers at. The headmaster made no attempt to reach for his own, merely gazing up at James with a look of sad apology. James rounded instead on Neville, pointing his free hand accusingly at the boy. That cloak doesn't belong to you, Longbottom, he said. Give it back to my son, immediately. He already tried to, Dad, Harry said, seeing Neville's look of absolute terror. I told him to keep it, just for a little while. But why? James spluttered. You realize that cloak has been passed down over countless generations of Potters. I understand perfectly well, Dad, Harry snapped, suddenly irritated at his own father's emotional outburst. But he's got a bloody dark Lord after him, doesn't he? I figure he needs it more than I do right now. The Dark Lord is dead, foolish boy, Snape scoffed. Voldemort is alive and well, Harry retorted. He is regaining his strength, and with Pettigrew helping him, it's only a matter of time before he returns. Surely you felt your dark mark burn more strongly in recent years. Snape flinched at the mention of his mark, reflexively grabbing at his right forearm, even though it was concealed by his sleeve. James looked astonished by Harry's grim declaration, while Dumbledore studied Harry with an odd expression. He seemed to be looking at Harry with fresh eyes, no longer as a child, but as someone to be taken seriously. About damn time, Harry thought defiantly, meeting Dumbledore's gaze with a look of grim determination. At that moment, an oddly shaped device buzzed on Dumbledore's desk. The headmaster tapped it with his wand to silence it. Ministry officials have just arrived at the front gate, he sighed. I take it you will deal with them, or a Potter? I will, James nodded stiffly. They will insist on conducting a search. Do we have any ideas as to Pettigrew's next destination? Albania, Harry blurted out at once. All eyes turned towards him, astonished. I had a vision about him there in a forest. A few weeks ago. And you chose not to share it with anyone? Asked James. Didn't seem relevant at the time, Harry mumbled. Snape threw up his hands in exasperation, as if this was further proof of Harry's deception. And he's entirely right, Harry thought miserably. Tell the Aurors to clear the forest and surrounding area for now, Dumbledore instructed James. I will reach out to my contacts in the International Confederation of Warlocks and share our suspicions that he is headed for the continent. James nodded, though he still looked rather cross with Dumbledore over the cloak revelation. He gave Harry a questioning look, and at his son's nod of reassurance, he swept from the room, leaving an awkward silence behind him. Dumbledore looked to Neville next. You've been mighty quiet this evening, Neville, he said softly to the boy. I must ask, how did you get involved in this mess? Neville squirmed uncomfortably in his chair. Harry told me to avoid the third floor because of Pettigrew, he said. Only I decided to get my cloak, Harry's cloak, that is, and wait for him. I thought I could stun him before he noticed I was there. Why on earth would you do such a thing? Snape demanded. What foolish notion possessed you to believe you could take on a dark wizard like him? I didn't, Neville stammered, looking increasingly uncomfortable. He gave Harry an apologetic side glance before blurting out, Harry always gets all the credit for fixing stuff. I was jealous, all right? I thought if I was able to capture Pettigrew, I'd be some kind of hero. It was stupid. I'm so sorry. Neville blushed furiously, looking as though he wanted to melt in his seat. So that's what this is about, Harry realized. He never thought Neville would feel upstaged by him, but he hadn't considered what the past 3 years had been like for him. A celebrity from birth, destined for greatness, only to be overshadowed at every turn by Harry. Better in classes, better at fighting, better at Quidditch. It was no wonder Neville felt insecure around him, even if he wouldn't admit it. Well, if it's any consolation, Harry sighed, I didn't do much fixing stuff tonight. If anything, I think I made it all worse. Which you seem to have a penchant for, Snape sneered. Wouldn't be the first time you did everything wrong and made every situation 10 times worse. Harry nodded, unable to dispute that fact. He was well aware now that if he'd simply kept his mouth shut and stayed in the library with Luna all evening, none of this would have happened. I think it's best that you both get to bed before the minister and his delegation arrives, said Dumbledore, standing from behind his desk. What's done is done. The only thing that matters now is how we choose to act moving forward. He gave Harry a deliberate look at this, as though reminding him of their conversation earlier that year. Harry avoided his gaze, his anger at the man dulled by the deep exhaustion slowly creeping into his brain. Harry and Neville went their separate ways in awkward silence, heading to their respective common rooms. Harry was once again bombarded by concerned Ravenclaws when he entered, as they'd been ordered into lockdown with no explanation. He ignored them all, trudging straight up to his dorm and flopping onto his four-poster without even kicking his shoes off. He could not wait another second for the sweet bliss of oblivion to take him, to allow him to escape from the disappointment of reality for a little while. The following few days were shrouded in uncertainty for most of the students, as ministry officials came and went from the castle and professors remained tight-lipped about what had transpired. Many approached Harry, assuming, correctly, that he was involved, somehow, and he reassured them that the danger had passed. Few believed him, of course, and whispers continued to follow him around from class to class. Not that Harry paid them much mind. He was too wrapped up in his own self-doubts and self-hatred over how things transpired. He was particularly unsure if he ought to have said something about the diadem, should he have alerted the Aurors to the fact that Pettigrew had such a valuable, and perhaps dangerous, object. He had sent a coded letter to Saul Croaker updating him on what had happened, hoping he could give him guidance on the matter, but had yet to hear back from the man. Was he angry about the lost time? Turner and giving Harry the cold shoulder? Harry walked into the Great Hall on a mundane Wednesday morning to the sounds of excited chatter and more animated conversation than he was used to hearing in recent weeks. He learned why when his owl bandit arrived to deliver his copy of the Daily Prophet, which bore the headline, Pettigrew evades ISW forces in Albania. The ensuing article described a near capture of the man in a small wizarding village in the Eastern European nation, only for him to disappear through anti-disapparition wards and escape. "At least he's not hanging around here anymore," remarked Terry Boot in good spirits. "Wonder how he managed to crack the wards?" mused Sully. "My aunt is a curse breaker for the ICW, and she swears their warders are better than even the goblins." Harry suspected he knew the answer. Peter might not have been able to escape the wards, but he wouldn't need to if he simply turned himself back multiple hours with the time turner and walked away before they could be erected. Shame and fear crept back into him as he thought about the implications of such a powerful tool in the hands of Voldemort, but there was nothing to be done about it now. He just had to hope the ICW could capture him before he reunited with his master. Still, he was grateful for the more cheerful atmosphere around Hogwarts now that the threat of Pettigrew seemed to be behind them. His final exams proved to be a breeze, with the lone exception of arithmancy, where he felt he might have scraped an acceptable grade at best. But that didn't matter to him. He decided long ago to drop the subject moving forward. It was too much trouble without the time turner and Hermione to help him, and he had more important things to worry about moving forward. Before Harry knew it, the closing feast had arrived, bringing the stressful school year to a close at last. It was an exuberant affair, as students excitedly discussed their holiday plans and relished in the freedom from classwork they'd finally achieved. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Dumbledore stood from his seat and raised his hands from the podium to call for silence. "Another year in the books," he announced mirthfully. "Congratulations to those of you graduating this year, and best of luck in your desired fields in the future." Harry spied a handful of seventh years beaming at this, including Percy Weasley and Oliver Wood, no doubt destined to continue their successes in the ministry and on the Quidditch field, respectively. "I know there has been much speculation and concern surrounding the castle this year," Dumbledore continued on a slightly graver note. "However, I can assure you that the intruder outside our walls has departed Britain completely, and Hogwarts is safe once more. I would like to thank the members of staff who endeavored to keep our students safe this term, particularly Professors Snape and Potter." A smattering of applause broke out for the two men, whom Dumbledore urged to stand together. Neither one looked thrilled. Snape hated being the center of attention, and James still appeared disgruntled with the headmaster after their testy exchange in Dumbledore's office the night of the attacks. "I also wish to bid farewell to Professor Potter after a successful year teaching defense against the dark arts," said Dumbledore with a sad smile. "He has decided to return to his duties as an Auror, but he will be greatly missed for his sharp wit and wealth of knowledge and experience." Another round of applause came as students murmured sadly about the popular teacher's departure. James nodded politely at the student's acknowledgement, but didn't spare another glance at Dumbledore. Harry could tell that there was no love lost between the two men, and wondered if the revelation of the headmaster's deception with the cloak had solidified his father's decision not to return the following term. Enjoy your summer holidays and time with friends and loved ones, Dumbledore addressed the students. I wish I could say the dark days are behind us, but there may yet be challenges ahead for our great school and nation. So relish in these happy days as we rally from our setbacks and prepare to fight on another day. Cheers! The students looked around at one another, confused by this somewhat morbid closing note. What's he on about? Terry Boot wondered aloud as they dug into their final meal. He doesn't think Pettigrew is coming back, does he? Yeah, he talks like there's a second war coming or something, chuckled Anthony Goldstein. Harry said nothing as the surrounding students laughed at this ridiculous notion. He didn't want to be the one to break the news that they might very well be a year away from Voldemort's return. Best let them go on about their happy lives while they still could, before things took a turn for the worse. There was a great clamor and scrape of benches as students stood to return to their dorms for their last night in the castle. Harry stood to leave the hall with them, but spotted Cho Chang and a gaggle of her girlfriends in one corner of the room, chatting animatedly. It's now or never, Harry thought to himself, heart pounding as he approached the group, who turned to view him suspiciously. Tall. Do you have a moment? He said as confidently as he could muster. Need something, Harry? Cho asked nonchalantly. Can we speak privately? He asked, glancing awkwardly at her leering friends. Out with it, Potter, snickered Marietta Edgecombe. Anything you say to her will just get repeated to us later. The other girls giggled at this, confirming her words were true. Nor did Cho correct her, so Harry sighed and pressed forward anyway. Can I write to you this summer? Said Harry. Whatever for? Asked Cho, eyebrows raising. Just to chat. Harry shrugged awkwardly. Maybe get to know each other better. Harry waited for a response, as did all three of Cho's friends, staring at her expectantly. Cho looked from Harry to her friends, perhaps feeling put on the spot. Then, to his dismay, she laughed, high and shrill. Why should I want to get to know you better? She scoffed. What? Just because you saved me from a couple broken bones, you think we're best friends now? I just thought. Harry stammered. I wanted to tell you. What? Cho demanded? Tell me what? Harry was crestfallen. Cho's friends laughed openly at his expense, but he didn't care one bit about them. The smug look on Cho's face was answer enough for him. Forget it, he grumbled, turning to go. The girls were stunned into silence as Harry exited the entrance hall, not sparing them a second glance. He was halfway to the staircase when a voice called after him. Harry, wait. He turned to see Cho hustling after him, alone this time. Where are you going? Common room, Harry shrugged. But it sounded like you were about to say something, said Cho, suddenly looking eager. What did you want to tell me? Harry studied her expression, the way she looked far more interested in him than she'd shown at any other point this year. And he suddenly felt nothing towards her. Perhaps the Pettigrew run-in had reminded him of just how stupid and pointless all of this was. And he was no longer interested in playing such silly games with people who lacked the emotional maturity to be honest with him, or with herself. Nothing, Cho, said Harry. Sorry for bothering you. Have a nice holiday. Harry dash. Cho protested, but Harry turned and left her behind in the entrance hall. Sirius was right after all. If she couldn't treat him with respect, he shouldn't waste his time. Cho was too wrapped up in her own image that she couldn't admit to what she really felt. And Harry wasn't interested in going around in constant circles with someone lacking that much self-awareness. His mind was suddenly crystal clear. He knew exactly what he wanted now, and he wasn't going to get distracted by shiny objects any longer. It was time to be honest with the person he truly cared about, the one he'd taken for granted for so long. And he didn't want to wait any longer. He sat in the common room by himself, watching students file in and bid their friends goodbye before heading up to the dorms. He sat there for nearly an hour, nodding politely as his year mates passed him and wished him a happy holiday, until the person he most wanted to speak to entered. Hermione, wait up, he called after her, intercepting her en route to the stairs. I need to talk to you. I need to finish packing, Hermione mumbled, face flushing red as she'd clearly been trying to avoid him. It can't wait, Harry said firmly. He gently took her wrist and pulled her to a quieter part of the common room to speak privately. I owe you an apology. An apology? Hermione repeated, quirking an eyebrow. I don't remember asking for one. You didn't, but I owe it to you anyway, said Harry quickly. Listen, Hermione, I'm an idiot. I never realized how much you meant to me and how much I've taken you for granted. You've been an immense help all year long, not just with homework, but as someone I could rely on. It's nothing really. That's what friends do. Hermione tried to interrupt. Let me finish, said Harry. I only ever viewed you as a friend for a long time, but I don't want to lose you if that's not what you're after. I really care about you, and if you want to be something more, I'm open to it. So, what do you think? Would you be interested in dating? Harry waited breathlessly for a response. Hermione stared at him, wide-eyed, looking stricken by her words. For a few wonderful seconds, Harry imagined her saying yes and them navigating a bright new future together. But then, to his surprise, Hermione sighed and dropped her head into her hands. Oh, Merlin, Professor Trelawney was right, she groaned. Trelawney? Harry frowned, perplexed. Right about what? You don't remember what she said in our first lesson? Said Hermione, sounding miserable. You will crush on a rival and come to regret it. And oh, was that true? She said that, Harry muttered, thinking back. Perhaps he'd misheard her all those months ago. But then, the weight of Hermione's words hit him, and he brightened again. So you do have a crush on me? Well, that's brilliant, right? Because I'm interested, too. Oh, Harry, Hermione said, looking back up at him sadly. Everyone saw you approach Cho in the Great Hall tonight and ask her out. It's all anyone has been gossiping about ever since. You saw that? Harry grimaced. But she said no, Hermione. So it's okay. I'm done with her completely. But Hermione shook her head. I take it if Cho had said yes, you'd be writing to her this summer? She asked. And pursuing a relationship with her? I guess yeah, Harry said, not seeing her point. So I was just your second choice then, Hermione confirmed. Harry's stomach dropped at this implication. No, I didn't mean, he stammered. I realized that she wasn't worth my time, and that you were the person I should have been with all along. Well, I wish you'd realized that sooner, Hermione sighed. It hurt to see you choose her over me today. If you'd come to me first, I would have said yes. But I don't want to be with somebody who only wants me because all their other options dried up. Harry realized he had made a colossal mistake. Hermione, please, it's not like that, he pleaded, gently taking her hands in his. But she pulled them away, turning towards the stairs up to her dorm, sniffling softly to herself. Harry returned to his own dorm soon after for his final night in the castle. His roommates chatted excitedly about the upcoming summer, bragging about their plans and urging the others to write, but Harry shut himself in his four-poster, reflecting on his latest relationship woes. This must be a new record, Harry thought miserably to himself. 2 girls interested in me, and I managed to lose both of them within an hour. But he learned a valuable lesson in the process. He chose to follow his shallow desires, and they'd led him astray. Amidst all of Cho's mixed signals that year, he never stopped to wonder why he should put up with such shenanigans, when he had a steady, drama-free option right next to him all along. Part of him was proud of Hermione for having the self-respect to realize what he'd failed to learn about himself. She wouldn't have such head games played on her, intentional or otherwise, nor would she settle for second best. Good for her, he thought. She deserves better than me anyway. That bittersweet thought allowed Harry to sleep somewhat peacefully despite the unfortunate events of the evening. The next morning, he dragged his trunk down to the entrance hall, joining the queue of students waiting to board a carriage to the train station. He mostly tuned out the excited chattering of students around him, not that interested in their holiday plans and promises to write to one another. He had his eyes set on his own summer, studies to pursue, plans to set in motion, preparations to make. Potter. The raspy voice shook Harry from his reverie. Argus Filch was beckoning towards him from the other side of the hall. Harry tentatively approached, examining the caretaker. He looked dreadfully tired and sad, as he had been ever since Mrs. Norris' untimely demise. Harry never thought he would say so, but he felt sorry for the man. Mr. Filch, Harry nodded in greeting. Filch looked to be struggling with his next words. Harry wondered if Filch was going to chew him out for the poisoning incident, perhaps blaming him for Pettigrew's actions. But instead the caretaker said, I heard you saved the Kneasel, Calvin. Yes, said Harry. My sister's cat. Technically, Madame Pomfrey nursed him back to health, but I got him the attention he needed. Right, Filch muttered, wringing his hands. Calvin was a good friend to my Mrs. Norris. Harry said nothing. Surely this was where the other shoe would drop? Was Filch bitter that the wealthy Potters got to keep their beloved pet while poor? Forgotten Filch was left to mourn his only friend in life. Instead, Filch awkwardly reached out and gave Harry a gentle pat on the arm. "You're a good boy," he mustered. "I don't believe what the others have said about you." "What have others been saying about me?" Harry thought with alarm, but he wouldn't look a gift hippogriff in the mouth. "Thank you, sir," Harry bowed. "And I'm dreadfully sorry for your loss. If I could have done anything for Mrs. Norris, I would have." Filch nodded rapidly, tears filling his eyes. He turned to shuffle away without further comment, leaving Harry to shake his head in bewilderment. The caretaker had never done anything, but despite Harry in all the years he'd known the man across both timelines. This was an unexpected development. Perhaps Harry was sneaking out of his dorm less often, or else he was just getting better at not getting caught. But he never thought he'd ever find himself in Filch's good graces, and wasn't entirely opposed to it. He heard snickers from behind him as students gossiped about this conversation, and did his best to ignore them as he rejoined the line. He realized that he must have a reputation by now for befriending the Hogwarts caretaker, not the most fashionable company to keep. And considering what happened with the previous caretaker, maybe Harry ought to avoid such a label. Harry shuffled forward out onto the grounds and spotted Luna Lovegood climbing into a carriage. He rushed forward ahead of the line to join her, earning no protests since nobody else wanted to sit with Looney anyway. "Oh, hello, Harry," Luna said brightly as he shut the door and sat across from her. "Excited for your summer holiday?" "Very," Harry nodded. Truthfully, he was eager to have some time to clear his head, even though he knew it wouldn't be a typical summer and he couldn't rest on his laurels for long. "I hope you'll write to me," Luna continued. "Daddy is taking me to Algeria to hunt crumplehorn snorkax next week, but I'll be at home for the rest of the summer." "I will," Harry promised. Then, remembering the prophecy Luna had delivered earlier that month, he said, "Actually, if it's all right with your father, I'd love to visit you." "Ooh, really?" Luna smiled, her eyes lighting up at the prospect. "That would be delightful. I don't get many visitors these days. Usually it's just me and Daddy against the world." "I'm excited to meet him," said Harry. He still felt like he owed Xenophilius Lovegood for publishing his story in the Quibbler in his original 5th year, even if he couldn't admit such. He also hoped to talk to the man about Luna's apparent gift of sight, so that she could get the guidance she needed outside of Dumbledore's influence. He also wanted to learn more about Luna's mother and the circumstances surrounding her death, curious if she too had the sight. It was a mercifully short train ride home to London, which Harry shared with Daphne and her band of Slytherins rather than the trio. He wanted to give Hermione plenty of space, and Neville too had been avoiding him since his awkward admittance in Dumbledore's office. Harry hoped his relationship with the three was not so far gone that he couldn't repair things the following year. It would just take time for the passions of the previous year to settle down a bit. When the train pulled into platform 9¾ Harry lugged his trunk onto the station platform, spotting Damian doing the same from the next carriage over. Feeling suddenly apprehensive, he approached the younger boy. "You'll be all right this summer, will you, Disley?" he called out. Damian looked up at him, his usual look of passive disdain surprisingly melting away at the sight of Harry. "Yeah, of course I will," he scoffed. "Good," Harry nodded. "Just right if you need anything, yeah? We're family after all." "Yeah, sure, maybe," Damian shrugged before taking off across the platform. Harry watched him go, a vague feeling of dread in his chest slowly releasing itself when he saw the boy launch himself into his mother's waiting arms. He still remembered his traumatic summers at Privet Drive and would do anything to avoid the same fate for his cousin. But clearly Petunia cared more for her own kin than that of her orphan nephew in another lifetime. Good for Damian, Harry thought with an odd mixture of relief and jealousy. Harry's own mother was waiting to whisk her 2 children home to Godric's Hollow, where Harry deposited his things in his room and flopped onto his bed. He would relish in the brief respite summer granted him, but he knew he couldn't stay idle for long. He had to start being more proactive to bring the fight to Voldemort, rather than wait for things to happen around him. That would start the following week when he met with Saul Croaker to determine next steps. The past 3 years have been a disastrous string of missteps and misfortunes for Harry. But he still had his family intact, and he still possessed information that could prove Voldemort's downfall. The grace period is over, Harry told himself firmly. No more mistakes from now on. Easier said than done. A/N. Another year in the books. I want to say that I've been reading and considering every review this FIC has received, and the mostly negative reactions to the conclusion of Year 3. It's always disheartening to know that people aren't enjoying the story I set out to write, but I'm determined to see it through to the end no matter what. Sorry if this FIC hasn't been delivering up to expectations, but I stand by my Harry as a flawed individual who has a lot to learn. That said, I am aware of the desire to see him get his act together to keep him worth rooting for. And once again, I must remind everyone that we are less than halfway through the story, and Year 4 will be a significant turning point for the story and for Harry. A common complaint I've seen is that the plot is getting in the way of Harry's decision-making. I acknowledge that has been a challenge to balance properly in Years 1 to 3, and I clearly didn't always get it right. Certain things simply needed to happen to set things in motion for Year 4 and beyond, but I'm doing everything in my power to give Harry more agency while retaining the key elements of the overarching story. That will hopefully get easier as we begin to depart more from canon moving forward. Harry's circle of confidence will also grow soon as the world expands and his peers grow up around him. Despite appearances, this is not a loner Harry story, and the side characters are not only there for show. If you choose to abandon the FIC here, I don't blame you, but if you're sticking around for the ride, keep the constructive criticism coming, and I will take as much of it into consideration as I can. On to a brighter Year 4. Year 4-01. One Man's Treasure. Harry followed the news of the ICW's manhunt of Peter Pettigrew in Albania over the coming days. Or what little news there was, at least, the Daily Prophet was vague at best in providing details about the case. Harry suspected that Ministry was pressuring the paper to cover up their failures to apprehend the dangerous man, and most mentions of Pettigrew nowadays simply celebrated the fact that he had been driven out of Britain by the Aura Force. Judging from James' reactions around the breakfast table each morning, he had noticed the same trend. Rubbish as usual, he spat, tossing his copy of the Prophet aside and picking up the Salem Herald, the American wizarding publication he'd recently taken out a subscription for. At least the international outlets are covering the story properly. Fudge's puppets are too afraid of criticizing him for fear of losing funding. Who cares about Uncle Peter now that he's gone? Dahlia complained for the second time that week. Can't we just forget about him and go on holiday? I want to sunbathe in the Canary Islands again. You can sunbathe at the creek with the local muggles, Lily pointed out. Besides, your brother has an appointment at the Ministry in 2 days. Ugh, you're still seeing that unspeakable weirdo? Dahlia scoffed at Harry. Why? Do they want to dissect your brain to see how demented it is? They're mystified by my massive intellect, Harry quipped back, sticking out his tongue at her. Doubt they'll take much interest in yours, unless they want to know the contents of the last 200 issues of Witch Weekly. Enough, James sighed irritably at his children. Harry has had a challenging year at school. These meetings are essential for him to develop his unique abilities. Besides, our family vacation will be in August, but it's a surprise. James winked at Harry, who grinned at the implication. His father had been dropping subtle hints about the Quidditch World Cup over recent months, updating Harry about Ireland's progress through the tournament. They had advanced to the final just last weekend by defeating Peru, and Bulgaria was poised to flatten Slovakia in the other bracket to set up the same matchup as Harry's previous timeline. Harry had no doubt that James was subtly stoking Harry's excitement in the match in order to surprise him with tickets for his birthday in late July. He had mixed feelings about going to the Cup this time around. He knew it was likely the Death Eaters would strike once more, and Barty Crouch Jr. would mount his escape and seek to rejoin Voldemort. Did Harry want to get caught in the middle of all that again? Should he attempt to stop it from happening? What ripple effects could that have on the timeline? It made his forthcoming meeting with Saul Croaker that much more important. Harry was apprehensive as he headed down to the Department of Mysteries later that week. Much had happened since their last encounter. Or more accurately, much had gone wrong. How much did Saul blame Harry for it all? Was he upset that he'd lost the time Turner he had been entrusted with? The silence was maddening, and Harry feared the worst. He found Saul's office door ajar and slipped in with a knock, closing it behind him. "You're late," said Saul, without looking up from his desk. He was perusing a heavy leather book, deep in concentration. "Sorry," Harry muttered. "My father was preoccupied and couldn't bring me to the ministry until now." That was partially true. James had been held up at home that morning, but Harry didn't exactly hustle to level 9 upon arrival, dreading his meeting with Saul. "No matter," Saul said with a wave of his hand. "Seat." Harry perched upon the chair opposite Saul's desk, as the man shut the thick tome and looked up at Harry. "Before you say anything," Harry said hastily, "I'm sorry for losing the time turner. It was foolish of me to put myself in a position where I could lose it. The blame rests entirely on me, I'm afraid," Saul sighed. "I was barely able to get approval from Fudge to let you use the blasted thing in the first place, as he didn't trust a teenager to handle the responsibility. For once, the fool was right. Though I suppose a broken clock is right twice a day." "What about the diadem?" Harry asked. "I mentioned it in my letter, but you never responded." "Yes, that is what I have been looking into," muttered Saul, indicating the large book he'd been reading. "Not much literature exists on the object, aside from brief mentions of its abilities and the fact that it was lost centuries ago." "What kind of abilities does it possess?" asked Harry. "Allegedly, it bestows wisdom upon the wearer," said Saul. "Not unheard of in modern times. I believe you Hogwarts students are well-versed in smuggling concentration potions to cheat on your exams. Similar magic was likely applied to the object itself. So, what would Voldemort want with it?" Harry pressed. "That is the curious thing," Saul mused. "I very much doubt the Dark Lord cares much for its base properties, nor does he strike me as a mere treasure hunter. From what you described, it sounded like something he requires to regain his strength. How would that work?" Harry frowned. "I have a theory, but I hope very much that I am wrong," Saul said darkly. "And how do we determine that?" "Hopefully, our field trip will enlighten us further," said Saul, glancing at the clock on the wall and rising from his seat. "Come. A field trip?" Harry repeated, surprised, as Saul led the way through the secret doorway into the inner sanctum of Saul's office. "To where?" "Not far," said Saul. "Just across London." "Take my arm, Harry." Harry tentatively did so, unsure of what to expect next. Saul twisted on the spot, and the next thing Harry knew, he was being pulled into a horrible feeling of compression, as though he was being squeezed through an impossibly tight tube. After a few seconds of discomfort, he fell to his knees on solid concrete, dry heaving from the experience. "First time, side-along, operating?" Saul chuckled. "It's never fun, that's for certain." "Not at all," Harry agreed weakly, slowly getting to his feet while fighting the urge to empty his breakfast onto the street. "Where are we?" "Wool's orphanage," said Saul, indicating the building before them. "Or what's left of it, anyway." Harry frowned. They appeared to be standing in front of an office building with multiple stories of workers toiling away at their desks in the windows. "This doesn't look like an orphanage," he muttered. "The orphanage was actually an old church, which was torn down in the 70s, Saul explained. "Only the cemetery remains." And he indicated the fenced-off plot of land beside the office space with small tombstones weathered by the elements still visible through the wrought iron bars. "So why are we here?" asked Harry. "The old matron is still alive, and she lives just down the street," said Saul. "I've arranged a meeting with her, so that we may gather some information." Harry processed this as Saul led the way down a narrow side street. "Wait, this was Tom Riddle's orphanage, wasn't it?" he asked excitedly. "How did you find it?" "By sheer trial and error," Saul muttered bitterly. "Got a list of every Muggle orphanage in the city over the past half-century and started making phone calls. By a stroke of luck, Mrs. Cole recognized the name Riddle, and she agreed to meet." Something in Saul's tone made Harry think he was only telling a partial truth. "I can't imagine she was too pleased to be discussing him," he surmised. "Yes, well, she may have hung up on me and refused to speak," Saul chuckled. "But I got her address from the Yellow Pages, and hopefully she'll be more amenable in person." "What if she isn't?" Harry asked. "That's where you come in," Saul grinned. "My poor, orphan nephew, just trying to learn more about his long-lost grandfather Tom." "You bastard," Harry groaned. He should have known Saul wasn't inviting him out of the goodness of his heart. He needed Harry to further his own gains. That's no way to talk to your favorite uncle, Saul scoffed. Ah, and here we are. They paused in front of a shabby apartment building as Saul checked the door numbers. He located number 3 and knocked. When no response came, he knocked again more firmly until an elderly woman tottered across the room and opened the door for them. I'm not accepting solicitors, she croaked irritably at Saul. Pardon me, Mrs. Cole, but we spoke over the phone last week, Saul said politely. It's about Tom Riddle. What little color remained in Mrs. Cole's face drained at the sound of that name. I told you I don't wish to speak about that horrible boy, she said, making to shut the door in their face, but Saul prevented her. Please hear me out, said Saul. My nephew here, Harry Riddle, has been trying to learn more about his family. He's an orphan, like Tom was, and his grandfather Tom is his only link to his past. Can you tell us anything about him? Mrs. Cole surveyed Harry, who put on his best poor, lonely orphan face. Eventually she sighed. Very well. Come in then, she said. I'll put the kettle on. Thank you, ma'am, said Harry, as he and Saul crossed the threshold into Mrs. Cole's living room. It smelled musty and stale, and the decorations looked to have not been updated in decades. They sat on the sofa as Mrs. Cole prepared tea in the kitchen, bringing it out on a tray and setting it on the coffee table before settling into an armchair. I'll tell you what, boy, said Mrs. Cole, looking at Harry. This is a tree you'd best not bark up. I don't know what became of your grandfather, but he was a wicked, wicked boy in his youth. So I've heard, Harry muttered. But perhaps if I learn more about what he was like, I can ensure I don't make the same mistakes he did. Oomph, said Mrs. Cole thoughtfully. That appeared to have been the right thing to say. Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you much about where Tom came from. He was born just down the street at the old orphanage on New Year's Eve many decades ago. Were you there? Asked Saul. I had just started working there as a teenager, Mrs. Cole nodded. And a girl about my age comes stumbling in from the snow, ready to burst. I suppose that would have been your great-grandmother. What was her name? Harry asked eagerly. Poor thing never told me, Mrs. Cole lamented. She died just after giving birth, unfortunately. Only thing she said was to name the boy Tom Riddle, after his father, with the middle name Marvolo, after her father. That's something to go on, Harry thought to himself. Voldemort's mother had been a pure-blood witch, and Harry knew that tracking down her family would be essential. A first name was a good start to finding the answers he sought. You have a remarkably strong memory for your age, Saul commented, considering this was nearly 70 years ago now. Yes, well, you never forget a boy like Tom, Mrs. Cole said darkly, drinking deeply from her teacup. Nor are you the first people I've told this story to. There was that strange man who appeared when Tom was 10 or so, the boarding school teacher, with the odd purple robes. Dumbledore, Harry realized. Was it the last time you saw Tom then? He asked. Oh no. He came back during the summer months, said Mrs. Cole. I dreaded the day he returned every year, you know. It sounds terrible to say, but I began to fantasize that he might die while away at boarding school so that he could not return to torment the other children. Torment them how? Saul inquired. He was a nasty bully, said Mrs. Cole bitterly. The others were terrified of him. They swore up and down that he could make bad things happen to them, things they couldn't explain, freak accidents and the like. 2 poor kids were never quite the same after our day trip to the coast of Eastbourne. We could never pin it on him, but we knew somehow he was responsible for it all. Harry could only imagine what a young wizard discovering his powers might be capable of as a bully. What if it had been Dudley who turned out magical instead of him? In his previous timeline, how would he have wielded such terrible power to torment others? What else can you tell us about him? Saul pressed. He stole things all the time too, I know it, Mrs. Cole continued, refilling her teacup with more amber liquid, which Harry realized was not heated and reeked of alcohol. Again, we could never catch him with the things he took, but he had a knack for taking away the things the other children prized the most. It can't have been an accident. What of his later years? Asked Harry. When he would come back for summers. What was he like then? Wasn't around too much towards the end, Mrs. Cole shrugged. He spent the nights here, but often left in the morning and would be gone all day. Strictly speaking, we weren't supposed to let him wander, but none of us were about to say no to him, and the children were happy to see him gone. Harry wondered what the teenage Tom Riddle might have been up to while away on summer holiday from Hogwarts. He had the trace on him, so he couldn't have gone far, perhaps spending time in Diagon Alley downtown, or its darker counterpart, Nocturne Alley? Or had he, like Harry, found a way to subvert the trace and travel more freely? Do you know if any of his fellow orphans are still alive? Asked Saul. If we wanted to ask one of them more questions? Can't help you there, Mrs. Cole muttered, taking another deep drink of her tea. Couldn't tell you where any of the kids ended up today. And all the records are sealed today by the state, so you would need a judge's approval to view them. Harry looked to Saul at this information. He wondered if the man might insist on delving deeper into Tom's history, perhaps confronting a judge to unseal the records for them. But to his surprise, Saul looked satisfied by Mrs. Cole's answers. We appreciate your time, ma'am, Saul said with a small bow. I know this must have been challenging to speak about. Hope it was worth it, Mrs. Cole muttered darkly, looking again at Harry. I admire you for wanting to explore your family tree, but trust me, you should leave this trail cold. Only darkness awaits you along your paternal bloodline. Harry felt an icy chill at these words and did not doubt Mrs. Cole's words. He was fortunate that he was not, in fact, related to Tom Riddle, and privately agreed that the more he uncovered, the more sinister secrets would be unearthed. We'll see ourselves out, said Saul, rising and indicating Harry to do the same. Then, to Harry's surprise, Saul drew his wand and aimed it between Mrs. Cole's eyes. Obliviate. Mrs. Cole's eyes went out of focus, and she dropped her teacup, which spilled across the carpeted floor. After a moment, her head slumped forward and she gave a low snore, as though sleeping. Was that really necessary? Harry asked as Saul cleaned the mess and levitated the cup back onto its tray. She's a muggle. It's not like she'll tell anyone we were here. And what if the Dark Lord decides to come back and close off all ties to his childhood? Saul said pointedly, if he invades her mind and sees we visited her, our cover will be blown. Besides, she's had plenty to drink. She'll just assume she got a bit tipsy if she notices the gap in her memory. Harry couldn't argue with that. It seemed overly cautious to him, but he supposed there were risks involved in leaving her memory intact. He followed Saul out of the door and back out onto the street, walking back in the direction of the old orphanage. Well, that was highly disturbing, Saul muttered. Young Tom Riddle sure sounded like a menace, Harry agreed. That's the least of our concerns right now, said Saul. Something else Mrs. Cole said could prove quite problematic for us. Let's discuss it back at the ministry. Saul extended his arm, and Harry took it, feeling himself spinning back into the terrible feeling of compression. They reappeared in Saul's office a moment later, with Harry once again slumping to his knees from discomfort. This time he was unsuccessful in holding down his breakfast, emptying his stomach onto the cold floor. I promise it gets easier over time, Saul chuckled as he waved his wand to clear up the mess. It had better, Harry muttered to himself as he stumbled to his feet. He followed Saul back into the main office, sinking gently into his armchair. So, what did you learn from Mrs. Cole? Something I'd hoped not to be the case, Saul muttered, dropping into his own seat. But I fear that diadem Pettigrew found may be something far more sinister than we imagined. The diadem? Harry frowned. She didn't mention anything about a diadem. Remember what she said about his thievery? Saul pointed out. He had a knack for taking away the things the other children prized the most. What does that tell us? You think he's a treasure hunter? Harry asked, confused. Yes, but not for the reasons you'd suspect, said Saul. He coveted items that others considered sacred or important. And what could be more sacred than an object handcrafted by a founder of Hogwarts? But why would he send Pettigrew to collect it? Harry asked. What makes it so important? I've been working on a theory since you brought up the diary last year, said Saul. And I'd hoped I was wrong, but now I fear that I am not. What does the diary have to do with this? Asked Harry. Everything, Saul snapped. For one thing, how many boys do you know who keep diaries? Much more of a female-coded activity. And there's no way Tom Riddle would write down his thoughts for others to discover, Harry deduced. So you think he stole that too? Probably from Myrtle Warren, the girl he killed in his 6th year, Saul nodded. And how coincidental that the version of Tom that resided in the diary was eternally 16 years old. You think he created the diary around the same time as killing Myrtle? Harry asked. At precisely the same moment, I fear, said Saul. I believe he turned it into a horcrux. A what? A vessel in which one conceals part of their soul, said Saul, standing to pace about the room. It requires a terrible act, namely murder, to tear the soul in two and leave part of it inside another object. So long as the vessel remains intact, a person can survive even if their corporeal form is destroyed. The vessel could be anything, really a trinket, an old shoe dash, a diadem? Harry realized with dread. Indeed, Saul said grimly. Mrs. Cole confirmed to me that Tom had an obsession with collecting objects of sentimental value. If he turned Myrtle Warren's diary into a horcrux, it's plausible he did the same with Ravenclaw's diadem. Realization was dawning on Harry fast at Saul's words. That's what Death was talking about, he breathed. Death? Asked Saul. When I went through the veil, Harry explained. Death said that Voldemort had split his soul to become immortal, and he did it multiple times. Just twice, we can hope, Saul muttered. 3 times at least, Harry corrected. There's one inside Neville Longbottom's head. Saul nearly collapsed back into his seat at this revelation. How can you be sure? He demanded. Death said that I had one in my scar, said Harry. It's the reason I was able to come back, because that soul fragment went on to the afterlife apart from mine. Saul mulled this over in silence for a few moments. That explains quite a few things, he muttered. Your descriptions of your scar in the last timeline made little sense to me before. Hurting when you were around him, seeing visions through his mind, speaking. Parseltongue. Neville's is the exact same, Harry confirmed. Does that mean he's a horcrux too? It would seem so, Saul exhaled sharply. So long as the Longbottom boy lives on, so too does the Dark Lord. You can't mean that he must be killed, Harry protested. Surely there's another way? None that I know of, said Saul. But I can consult with my colleagues abroad, discreetly of course. If word ever got out about this, Longbottom would be hunted by every governing body in the wizarding world. So you think it was wise to hide the diadem from Dumbledore then? Harry asked hopefully. I worried that he might make the connection to Neville's scar. It's possible that he arrives at the same conclusion, considering he knew about the diary, said Saul thoughtfully. But a year has passed, and he has not yet moved to eliminate the Longbottom boy, so it may be that he doesn't realize it. Albus is a smart man, too smart perhaps, too willing to sacrifice anyone and anything for a greater cause. Harry nodded forlornly. He'd privately harbored the same fear, and still suspected the headmaster had given him such a long leash in the last timeline in the hopes he might get himself killed to solve that problem. Would Dumbledore have resorted to killing Harry himself if that hadn't come to pass? He wouldn't risk the same happening to Neville. So we don't tell him. Harry nodded, silently grateful. For now, Saul corrected. We have to figure out how many horcruxes may be out there and destroy them, and fast. If we are unable to, we may need all the help we can get. And we have to find a way to save Neville's life, Harry pointed out. If possible, Saul nodded. I'm no child killer, but if there is no other option, the boy must die to see the Dark Lord finished. Then let's find an alternate solution before it comes to that, Harry said grimly. I will work on it, Saul nodded. In the meantime, you need to keep looking into Riddle's past. Why? Asked Harry. It's the only hope we have of locating his other horcruxes, if there are indeed more, said Saul. Look into his childhood, his friends at Hogwarts, his family tree, his postgraduate employment. I learned a little last summer from the Muggle library, said Harry. His Muggle father and his family lived in a village called Little Hangleton. No mention of his mother, however. That's a start, Saul shrugged, though I suspect his maternal lineage will be much more relevant to our interests. We also need to know who he was close to at Hogwarts. If he made a horcrux as young as 16, he likely learned about them from someone there. We'll need as many clues as we can get to find more of these objects, which in theory could be hidden anywhere in the world. But wouldn't Voldemort need to have them on hand in order to resurrect himself into a body? Harry asked. Yes and no, said Saul. It is possible to return without one, so long as any portion of the original soul is present. But the ritual does become more powerful if multiple pieces of the same soul are present. That's probably why he had Pettigrew retrieve the diadem, Harry realized. That is my suspicion as well, Saul nodded. You told me he returned in your last timeline without a horcrux, but his body would have been much weaker than if he had a more intact soul fragment to work with. The diadem would allow him to return to a similar physical state as existed at the time of its creation. Harry felt a shudder of foreboding at this. In theory, he'd faced the least intact version of Voldemort's soul the last time, the one that had been reduced the most. Imagining a Voldemort with more of his soul intact, at the height of his powers, was a chilling possibility. "There's one other factor in our favor," said Saul. "He chose to hide a horcrux right under Dumbledore's nose at Hogwarts. That means he likely chose to keep the others in symbolically significant places as well. That, combined with his penchant for notable artifacts, may give us a chance of locating and destroying them." "I'll learn as much as I can then," Harry nodded. "Do what you can for Neville." "I will," Saul nodded. "I'd also encourage Longbottom to use extreme caution next school year. As should you, as we cannot be sure if the Dark Lord's plans involve you somehow." "What could he want with me?" Harry frowned. Saul said nothing at this, merely giving him a reproachful look. Harry deduced he was bound by his unspeakable oaths not to reveal more. Is it something to do with the prophecy? He wondered. He was reminded of what Firenze said in the forest 2 years prior, that his and Neville's fates were linked somehow. If only he could hear what the damn prophecy said in the first place. "Well, it might be difficult for Neville to lay low next year," said Harry. "If the Triwizard Tournament is still happening, he'll likely be entered as part of Voldemort's ploy." Saul grinned at this. He began to say something several times before stopping short, clearly figuring out a workaround of his unspeakable oaths preventing him from speaking plainly. "There may or may not be an ancient object stored in the Department of Mysteries that matches the description of something you described from your previous 4th year," Saul said slowly. "The Goblet of Fire," Harry nodded. "Has the Ministry asked for it to be prepared yet?" "If they have," Saul said with a smirk, "and if Longbottom's name comes out of it this fall, he will be compelled to compete. We should endeavor to prevent that from happening at all costs." "I will capture Barty Crouch Jr. at the Quidditch World Cup," said Harry resolutely. "Good," Saul nodded. "And you should have backup in case things go south." "You think I should tell somebody else what I'm doing?" asked Harry, surprised. "Won't they wonder how I knew about his existence? Are you pretending to be a seer or not, boy?" Saul scoffed. "Make up a story about a dream or something. Your father's a damn Auror. Take advantage of that." Harry nodded slowly at this. He had definitely messed up enough things by attempting to solve problems by himself. He hated to worry his parents with such important matters, but the time for caution was past. The fate of Wizarding Britain hung in the balance. "I think my friend Luna Lovegood is a seer," Harry said, remembering her prophecy a month prior. "A real one, I mean. Should I tell somebody? "D'you think? Somebody like Dumbledore, you mean?" Saul surmised. "No. I reckon the old fool doesn't need to know. I've never heard of a seer in the Lovegood family, however." "It's through her mother, Pandora," said Harry. "I don't know what her surname was." "Find out," said Saul. "And keep her close if possible. Most people don't believe in prophecy when they hear it, but if you can interpret her visions correctly, they can give you forewarning of impending danger." Harry nodded. Of course, he would keep Luna close. He felt very protective of her already, and wanted to help her in any way he could. He resolved to owl her as soon as he returned home to solidify plans to meet up later that summer. "Well, I'd best get back to work," said Saul, glancing once more at the clock on the wall. "Unless there's anything else you can think of?" "Just one thing," said Harry. "I tried to cast a body mirroring charm a few months ago, but I blacked out. Is it possible for me to strengthen my magical core so I can perform more powerful spells like that?" "Normally, I would discourage it," Saul sighed. "Witches' and wizards' cores grow at different rates, much like our bodies. For instance, we don't allow children to practice apparition until they come of age, though for some, it may be possible as young as 16 or 15. "Or 14, Harry asked hopefully. "With all the time traveling I did last term, I'm practically that age already." Indeed, his wristwatch currently read the 3rd of September, a full 62 days of extra time added to his body thanks to the time turner. "There is a ritual that can strengthen your magical core, though it is illegal," Saul sighed. "It's perfectly safe, of course, simply a byproduct of the Ministry's outdated views on blood magic." "Do you think you could help me perform it?" Harry asked excitedly. Saul surveyed him through narrow eyes. I really oughtn't let a teenager convince me to let them perform dark rituals, he muttered. Though with a Dark Lord on the rise, perhaps conventional logic has to be set aside. I shall consider it. In the meantime, catch your target at the World Cup and learn what more you can about Riddle. I will, Harry nodded, standing to go. Thanks, Mr. Croaker. Oh, enough of the pretense, Saul said dismissively. The name's Saul. We're partners in this mess, whether I like it or not, and I'm not your professor or babysitter. Now get. All right then, Saul, Harry chuckled, exiting the office. Saul remained as prickly a personality as ever, but he could tell the man was warming up to him. Harry had trusted the man with his deepest secrets, and so far Saul had proven reliable. Hopefully their partnership could continue for the foreseeable future. Harry found himself unable to relax like he'd hoped as he returned home to play out the remainder of his summer. He visited the creek with Dahlia and went flying in the evenings with James, but his mind was often elsewhere, preventing him from enjoying his free time like he ought to be. He was itching to learn more about Tom Riddle and begin hunting for these horcruxes, whatever and wherever they were. He was especially intrigued by Little Hangleton, wishing to visit the village, but unable to think of an excuse to convince an adult to take him. He had realized it was the very same village that contained the graveyard where Voldemort resurrected himself, which meant that could be his next destination once Peter found him in Albania, if they weren't there already. He considered writing to Saul requesting another field trip, but the man had insinuated that he was bogged down with work and unable to devote much time to helping him. Why couldn't he just apparate there himself? Harry lamented that it was illegal before the age of 17, and that his core might not be developed enough yet. But then, Saul had said it was theoretically possible. What if he could do it after all? Harry had found a book in James' personal library in the basement about the process, which sounded rather simple to him. Destination, determination, deliberation. Surely he could figure it out on his own. He decided to throw caution to the wind one muggy afternoon, as he dozed off while sunbathing at the creek and awoke to find that Dahlia had returned home without him. He yawned and stretched, already dreading the long walk home in the dreadful sun. But what if I don't have to walk? He thought to himself. He had spent the past couple of weeks reading about Apparition studiously and decided now was as good a time as ever to give it a shot. Harry bade farewell to the other teens and made to walk up the path to town, but slipped behind a large tree to make his escape. Destination, determination, deliberation. Harry pictured the back garden of his home and visualized himself spinning on the spot and reappearing there. He certainly felt determined enough to learn this new skill and had spent hours imagining the process so that he could be deliberate in his movement and thoughts. Here goes nothing, Harry thought. Keeping the image of the garden firmly in his mind, he closed his eyes and twisted on the spot. He briefly felt himself being squeezed into a very tight space, then heard a deafening crack and felt a jolt of horrific pain before losing consciousness. He awoke an unknown amount of time later, blinking back into reality as the sterile white lights of St. Mungo's shone judgmentally upon him. He groaned and rubbed his eyes, trying to get his bearings, feeling a flush of embarrassment when he saw his father sitting beside his bed, looking rather cross with him. Mind explaining what the bloody hell you were thinking, Harry? James asked tiredly. Just thought I'd try some new magic I read about, Harry said vaguely. James obviously didn't buy it. What possessed you to believe you could apparate at your age? James demanded. Not only is it highly illegal, it's extremely dangerous. If we'd found you a minute or two later, you could have died. What happened exactly? Harry asked. Well, your mother heard a loud crack in the garden, James explained. Imagine her shock when she discovered the upper half of her son's torso bleeding out over her azaleas. Oh, Harry muttered, wincing at the mental image. He'd read about the possibility of splinching in the book, but had assumed it to be an unlikely side effect for those less skilled. He looked down to see that his body was thankfully back in one piece, though his legs were tingling painfully, as though they'd spent considerable time separated from the rest of him. I'm sure it was nothing compared to the dozen or so muggle kids who found your lower half by the creek, James muttered. Took an entire team of obliviators all afternoon to clean up that mess. I'm sorry, Harimambed. I really thought I could do it. Look, Harry, James sighed. I can tell that you're eager to grow up and do things normal adults can, but you simply aren't ready yet. You're still young and have a lot of learning to do. So please, for the love of Merlin, slow down and stop overexerting yourself. You're only going to keep hurting yourself. You're right, Harry nodded. I'll be more patient. Though what he didn't say was his patience would last for the rest of the summer at most. He had every intention of performing the blood ritual Saul had mentioned to strengthen his magical core further. Mentally speaking, he ought to be 19 by now, and he was growing tired of being trapped in a younger boy's pubescent body. I don't know what your rush is anyway, James chuckled. Look, I was your age once, and I get it being a teenager sucks. But I promise that you will look back on these years as the best of your life one day. Why squander them? Enjoy your freedom and lack of responsibility while you still can. What's the big hurry? A dark lord on the rise, for one thing, Harry thought. But he couldn't exactly tell James all that he knew. And his father had a point. Harry did want to salvage some semblance of a childhood in this timeline. And although defeating Voldemort was his foremost priority, he had every intention of living a long and happy life afterward. He didn't want to look back on his Hogwarts years regretting all the things he failed to do that the other kids his age would one day relish. I'll slow down, Dad, I promise, said Harry. This won't happen again. Good, James nodded, leaning down to kiss Harry on the forehead. Then he whispered in Harry's ear, now get some rest so you're back to full strength for the big game. James dangled a handful of golden tickets in front of Harry's face. Harry feigned surprise and excitement as he took the tickets and examined them. We're going, he asked as he took in the printed lettering. 422nd Quidditch World Cup Final. Ireland v. Bulgaria. August 18th, 1994. Sure are, James grinned. Had to call in a few favors at work, but all four of us will be there together. An early birthday present. Thanks, Dad, said Harry, stretching to give his father a hug. Privately, he continued to harbor mixed emotions about the event, knowing the task he had ahead of him. Part of him wished he could just take on the Hungarian Horntail again, rather than track and capture a wizard as dangerous as Barty Crouch Jr. It would be a risky maneuver, but if he pulled it off, he could deliver a serious blow to Voldemort's plans of resurrection. And he would have his father there to help him. Saul was right. Harry could not keep charging into these situations alone and hope to save the day. There was too much at stake, too many people depending on him to succeed. He had a strong support system around him and had to learn how to use them when he needed help. His self-reliance had served him well when he was a poor orphan marked for death, but now it would only harm him and those he loved. Time to put Gryffindor Harry to rest once and for all, Harry thought determinedly. The hat put me in Ravenclaw for a reason, and it's about time I proved it right. /N. In addition to this chapter marking the start of a new year for Harry, it also marks a shift in the FIC as a whole. Consider this the start of Act 2, the part where Harry does an $$ and everything up all the time. But Voldemort has some added tricks up his sleeve as well. If anyone manages to suss out this year's big twist ahead of time, I'll give you a gold star. Some of the seeds have already been planted a while back in the FIC, so let the speculating begin. Year 4-02, Pandora's Box, /N, a bit of a plot-like, character-centered chapter this week. I originally intended both halves to be added onto the previous and subsequent chapters, but ended up enjoying it so much that I left everything in as a standalone unit. Enjoy! It took a few weeks for Luna to respond to Harry's letter, and when she finally did, it came with excited ramblings about her visit to Algeria, along with an enclosed feather that she swore came off the back of a blibbering humdinger. Though Lily was fairly certain it was a common Flipper feather. Luna invited Harry to come stay at his earliest convenience, as she would be home for the remainder of the summer. She lives in Ottery St. Catchpole, said Dahlia excitedly when Harry brought up the topic over dinner one evening. Oh, Daddy, Ginny lives not far from there. Can I go visit her too? That's a thought, James mused. I believe the Weasleys and Diggories are attending the World Cup next month as well. Maybe we can sync up our schedules and join them for the Portkey journey. So owls were sent and arrangements were made. Harry and Ginny would depart for the Lovegood and Weasley homes, respectively, 3 days prior to the match. They would then meet at the Burrow on the final evening and take the Portkey to the event all together. Harry was eager to visit Luna, Despite Dahlia's constant teasing about his third girlfriend in as many months and James and Lily's not-so-subtle questions about his relationship with the girl. If they met her, they'd know our relationship was nothing like that, Harry thought irritably. Though after the mishap with Hermione the previous year, perhaps he ought to tread lightly with his female friendships, lest anyone get the wrong idea. On the day of the trip, Harry packed a bag with all the essentials he would need for the next week and stepped through the fireplace into an unfamiliar living room. He was just getting his bearings when he saw a blur of platinum blonde hair and was nearly bowled over by a running hug from Luna. "You made it," she said excitedly. "Daddy is so excited to meet you. Come along, Harry." Luna took Harry's hand and guided him into the kitchen, where a tall, eccentric man with frizzy shoulder-length hair was chopping vegetables. He beamed at the sight of Harry walking through the door. "You must be Harry Potter," said the man, extending an orange, stained hand to shake. "Xenophilius Lovegood. I've heard so much about you from my Luna." "Likewise," said Harry, shaking the hand. "Thank you for inviting me into your home." "Oh, it's our pleasure." Xenophilius smiled. "Luna has never brought a friend home before. I always worried that she wasn't getting along with the other children at Hogwarts." "I'm honored," Harry chuckled awkwardly. Luna didn't appear bothered by her father's blunt remark. If anything, she was more excited than Harry had ever seen her. "I have so much to show you," she said, guiding him back into the living room. "Look at what we caught in Algeria. Daddy just mounted it last night. A crumple-horn snorkack horn." She pointed at the wall, where a large, gray spiral horn had been prominently affixed for all to see. Harry got a foreboding feeling from the horn, though he could not say why. He politely listened as Luna pointed out other odd objects of interest decorating the room, describing the various far-flung trips she and her father had taken to retrieve them. Harry couldn't be certain, but over half of the creatures she claimed to have hunted sounded made up. Luna led him upstairs next, and Harry took in the framed pictures on the wall as she chattered away. Childhood photos of Luna, and a few family shots of her with her mother and father. Luna's mother was quite pretty but seemed rather reserved in the photographs, often shrinking beside her husband and smiling sadly at the camera, if she smiled at all. "Daddy's room is upstairs in the loft," Luna explained. "My room is in here. I just finished cleaning it for your visit." Luna's room looked like a tornado had recently passed through, with clothes and papers strewn all over the space. She kicked a large pile of books aside to clear a path to her desk, where she showed Harry a drawing she completed during her trip. "You see? This is a crumplehorn snorkack," she said. "I sketched it just before Daddy harvested its horn." "How neat," said Harry, though to him the picture looked nothing like the horn he'd seen downstairs. The one in the drawing was bright red and had little spikes protruding from its base. "I'll show you to your room," said Luna, guiding him back into the hallway to another room on the same level. "This is where Mother used to do her. Well, anyway, this room doesn't get used much anymore." Harry noted the awkward pause in Luna's excited speech at the mention of her mother. "This is lovely," he said to break the tension, dropping his bag onto the spare bed and peering out the window. "Is that a garden I see in the backyard?" "Oh, yes." Luna beamed. Harry's distraction had proven successful. "Come, let us pick some fresh flowers for your room. It's good luck for visitors, you know." Harry spent the remainder of the day struggling to keep up with Luna as she excitedly dragged him from place to place, explaining the significance of each and every decoration of the Lovegood home and surrounding area. It was clear that Xenophilius had raised Luna with a strong sense of family history, as she knew what every single item in her house meant and where it came from, or at least where she believed it to be from. By the end of the day, he was thoroughly worn out and was grateful when Luna announced that she was retiring to her room. Harry returned to his own guest room, which he gathered was once a workshop where Pandora Lovegood had conducted her own experiments. He knew she died during a freak spellcrafting incident, and was curious to see if the room contained anything that would tell him more about who she was as a person. After ensuring his door was closed, Harry moved to the small desk in the corner and began rifling through it, careful not to move anything out of place. Many of the drawers were filled with scribbles in foreign languages Harry didn't recognize, and some sketches of various magical animals, many of them birds. She obviously shared her husband's love of creatures, though the ones he saw in her notes appeared to actually exist at least. Harry also located a small wooden box at the bottom of a cabinet, decorated with flower pins and bird stickers. An engraving at the base of the wood read, "Property of Pandora ad the Ms. Lovegood." Harry could hear small items rattling about inside the box, though he could discern no way to open it. It appeared completely sealed from the inside, with no seams or latches indicating a lid or opening. "Allo o Mora," Harry whispered, tapping the tip of his wand to the box, but nothing happened. He tried a variety of different charms, including a Revelio, to search for hidden enchantments, but nothing happened. He was burning with curiosity about what might be inside, and almost considered breaking it open by force, but didn't want to intrude that heavily into an unknown woman's belongings. He returned the box to its rightful place and went to bed imagining what secrets might lay within. Harry awoke early the next morning to the sound of heavy clacking and whirring machinery from elsewhere in the house. He got dressed and wandered downstairs, where he found Xenophilius toiling away over what looked like a large printing press. "Hope I didn't wake you," said Xenophilius apologetically. "Just finishing up some last-minute copies of the Quibbler. We're running a special double edition for Raxpert mating season." "No problem," Harry said, stifling a yawn. "I was getting up anyway." "I'll fix you some coffee," said Xenophilius, leading the way into the kitchen. "I imagine Luna will be sleeping in. I haven't seen her with that much energy in ages." "Yes, she was quite eager to show me around," Harry chuckled. His feet were still sore from trying to keep up with the bubbly girl from place to place the previous day. Minutes later, Harry and Xenophilius sat around the kitchen table sipping from their mugs. Harry realized this might be a good time to broach a topic he'd wanted to spare Luna from. "Sir, if you don't mind me asking," said Harry cautiously, "I wanted to ask you about Luna's mother." A brief look of sadness overcame Xenophilius at this mention, but he smiled sadly at him. "Ah, yes," he said wistfully. "Pandora was a wonderful woman. I am certain she would have loved to meet you." "And I her," Harry nodded. "What was she like?" "She was a kind-hearted soul," Xenophilius smiled. "I met her many years ago, at a meeting for the PMCC. "The what?" "The Preservation and Appreciation of Magical Creatures Conference," Xenophilius explained. "Pandora was there advocating against the forced capture and defeathering of jobberknolls. I was looking for partners in my ongoing research project on the relationship between diricals and gulping plimpies. It was love at first sight. Did she ever make, predictions?" Harry asked awkwardly. "About the future, I mean?" Xenophilius frowned slightly at this question. "She was full of all kinds of odd sayings and bits of wisdom," he said. "Mostly they were harmless, though they got rather morbid towards the end." "In what way?" "Just gloom and doom about a lot of things," Xenophilius shrugged. "Pessimism can be healthy in small doses, but it overwhelmed her in her later years. I also noticed her avoiding young Luna in the last few weeks of her life. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, and I hope Luna didn't internalize it. Maybe she foresaw her own death and wanted to spare Luna from witnessing it," Harry realized. "Do you believe it's possible she was a seer?" he asked. Xenophilius actually laughed at this. "You are not the first to suggest such a thing about my Pandora," he said. "But no, I think not. I've long considered divination to be a fool's errand. I could never get those blasted tea leaves to reveal any deeper truths to me. I did my best to discourage such ways of thinking, and will do the same for my Luna." Harry remembered the framed photos on the wall upstairs, the sad look on Pandora's face standing beside her family. Had she felt smothered by her husband's stubborn refusal to accept divination as a legitimate branch of magic? Why would a man with such eccentric views be so quick to dismiss such a phenomenon so quickly? "Sir, if I may," said Harry carefully, "I believe Luna may have seer qualities herself. If that is the case, perhaps we ought to encourage her to study the subject." "What? Let her enroll in classes with the fool Trelawney woman?" Xenophilius scoffed. "She and Pandora were friends at Hogwarts, believe it or not. Why Dumbledore allowed that fraud to teach his students is beyond me." "She's a legitimate seer as well," said Harry. "I know you may not believe in that stuff, Mr. Lovegood, but Dumbledore wouldn't allow it to be taught if it wasn't real magic." Xenophilius considered this dubiously. "Dumbledore is correct more often than not," he acknowledged. though I still believe he was misguided in supporting the Goblin Rights Act of '74. Gringotts is operating an underground basilisk breeding program. I'm certain of it. Just let her decide for herself. That's all I'm asking, Harry said diplomatically. Luna's very passionate about so many things, and I'd hate to see that passion stifled. Xenophilius smiled softly at this. Before he could respond, Luna skipped into the kitchen, her hair a wild mess, but looking chipper and ready for the day. Finish your coffee quickly, Harry, she instructed. Mornings are the best time to catch nargles at the creek. Will do, Harry laughed. He and Luna spent the subsequent hours splashing about in the creek, diving after gnomes that were always just out of reach. Harry had fond memories of hunting gnomes at the burrow, though these were much more elusive, perhaps because they were in their native environment rather than intruding upon the Weasley's garden. Luna got close enough to one to earn herself a nasty bite on the finger, though she was delighted by this outcome. Gnome saliva brings good luck, you know, she said excitedly as she wrapped up the wound with conjured gauze. Was that something your mother used to say? Harry asked. Mother used to take me down here all the time, said Luna cheerily. She loved chasing nargles, even though we never managed to catch any. I learned about your nargles and divination last year, said Harry. Will you be taking the subject yourself next year? Oh, certainly not, Luna said, shaking her head. Daddy says it's a rubbish subject for frauds and liars. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss it, Harry offered gently. It has a lot of useful techniques to hone your mental abilities. It isn't all rubbish. Yeah, maybe, Luna shrugged. Harry decided to drop the topic, sensing her clear disinterest but hoping to convince her another time. He would hate to see her neglect an entire branch of magic that could help her get more in tune with her abilities and with her own mother. Another tiring day followed as Luna showed Harry all around the surrounding village at the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole. Many of the local muggles seemed to recognize Luna, waving and smiling at her as she skipped past. They returned home for dinner with Xenophilius, then retired upstairs to bed early, with Harry marveling that Luna had not collapsed from sheer exhaustion yet. While waiting for his turn to shower, Harry wandered back over to the desk in Pandora's workshop. He pulled the locked box towards him, having noticed a scribbled note on a scrap of parchment crammed in one of the desk drawers. It read, Hint, save the J's. Remembering his conversation with Xenophilius earlier that day, Harry pulled out his wand and tapped it to the locked box, whispering, Jobberknoll. That seemed to be the missing password, as the box swung open with a gentle click. Curious, Harry lifted its lid, pulling out the contents from within. He found what looked like an ornate wedding ring, inset with a gaudy orange gem he did not recognize. It rested atop a small leather diary, which he opted to leave closed, not wishing to pry into another woman's personal writings. There was also a small stack of photographs in the box, featuring more candid shots of Xenophilius and Pandora together in their youth. Harry noticed how much happier she looked in these photos, laughing riotously and looking adoringly up at her husband. Harry also found a few photos that appeared to depict Luna's birth. It was an intimate home affair, with a young Medi-witch assisting Pandora in a bathtub with her labor. Harry set aside some of the more graphic photos and located one where Pandora clutched a newborn Luna to her chest, silent tears of joy streaming down her face and a broad smile on her face. You opened it. Harry wheeled around to see Luna standing in the doorway dressed in a nightgown, hair dripping wet. I'm sorry, he said quickly. I was just curious, Father and I have been trying to open it for years, said Luna, entering the room to examine the box with wide eyes. Glad someone's finally managed it. Luna froze at the sight of the photos in Harry's hand. She took them from him and rifled through them one by one, saying nothing, rooted to the spot. She paused at the one of her mother holding her close to her chest, staring blankly at it for some time as Harry awkwardly stared at his shoes. I've never seen her look so happy, Luna breathed quietly. Harry looked up at Luna to see her blue eyes watering and her face twitching softly in the attempt not to cry. Harry stood and wrapped Luna in a hug, which she eagerly accepted. She buried her face in his chest and sniffled softly as he patted her back. She really must have loved you, to treasure these photos so much, he said. Luna held him tight for a few moments before pulling away and wiping her eyes hastily. Thank you, she said softly, collecting the box and the remainder of the photos before retreating to her own bedroom and shutting the door. Harry hoped that he had not imposed by going through Pandora's things without permission. But Luna had seemed grateful and apparently had never had success with opening the treasure box herself. He went to bed soon after, hoping he'd succeeded in setting both Luna and her father on a more productive path forward. The following day was Harry's last at Luna's home, and to his relief, Luna was content to spend it indoors, perhaps finally feeling the toll of her exerted energy. They did not discuss the box or its contents, but Harry did sense Luna to be in a good mood, which he hoped meant she wasn't cross with him for snooping. They played gobstones and exploding snap in the living room, with Harry ensuring that they did the latter far away from the mounted horn on the wall, until Lily arrived to collect Harry in the early afternoon. "You must be Luna," she smiled at the girl when she walked into the house. "Harry speaks very highly of you." "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Potter," said Luna, shaking the woman's hand eagerly. "Does Harry get his green eyes from you? It is a sign that your ancestors were blessed by the Rackspurt demigods." Lily chuckled awkwardly at this, looking quizzically at Harry, who could only shrug in response. They bade farewell to the Lovegood soon after, taking the Fleur directly to the burrow. At once it was far more chaotic and noisy than the previous few days. The house was packed with both Weasleys and visitors. "Hiya, Harry." Ron greeted him from the sofa. He was seated across from Neville and Hermione, a chessboard set up between them. "Fancy a game or two? These lot don't want to play with me anymore." "Sure," Harry grinned, taking Neville's seat. Hermione said a polite hello before excusing herself upstairs. Harry hated that things were still awkward between them and hoped that they could go back to being friends soon. After being thrashed soundly by Ron a few times, Harry excused himself to say hello to the other Weasleys. It occurred to him that this was his first time meeting Molly in this timeline, as she merely shook his hand warmly rather than stifle him with a hug like she would normally do. It turned out that the entire Weasley clan was in town for the Quidditch World Cup, contributing to the hectic environment. Harry eagerly shook hands with both Bill and Charlie, remembering both to be good men in his last lifetime. Ron invited Harry out to fly in the back pasture later that afternoon, and they were joined by Ginny, Fred, George, and surprisingly Charlie, who was eager to get back on a broom after years of inactivity. Harry had a blast chasing snitches with the elder Weasley, knowing that he had been Gryffindor's seeker for many years before Harry attended Hogwarts. He managed to beat Charlie to 4 out of 5 snitches before they called it a day. "Damn, Potter, you're a hell of a flyer," Charlie admitted when they landed. "I'm a bit out of practice, but I would have loved to face you in my prime." "Oh, save your excuses, old-timer," Fred ribbed his older brother. "Harry beat you fair and square." "Yeah, old man Charlie, too feeble to avoid a bludger at half speed," George chimed in, hearkening back to Charlie nearly falling off his broom from a well-placed bludger hit. Charlie rolled his eyes at the twins, giving Harry an appreciative pat on the back as they stored their brooms back in the storage closet. After a hearty meal, with a dozen-plus attendees crammed into the kitchen, the group retired to the living room, sharing stories and catching up. Harry sensed that this was the first time in a while that all the Weasleys were all in one place at the same time, as Molly and Arthur were especially keen to hear how their eldest children were doing, and the siblings swapped childhood memories and laughed raucously. "Well, we'd best all get off to bed," Arthur eventually sighed, glancing up at the clock. "We have to be out the door by 4:30 to make it to our portkey in time." "Come on, Potters," announced James, standing from his seat. "We're camping out in the backyard." "Absolutely not," retorted Molly. "We won't have our guests sleeping outdoors when we have beds available. Mum, the house is crowded enough as it is," Ron protested. "Nonsense, we'll manage," said Molly, glancing around the packed living room. "Let's see, myself and Arthur will take the master bedroom. James and Lily can stay in Charlie's old room. Charlie, you'll stay with Percy Dash, just like old times at Perce," grinned Charlie, jokingly grabbing Percy around the neck, which the younger Weasley flinched away from. "The twins have their own room. Ron and Neville are together," Molly continued. "We can squeeze in Dahlia with Ginny and Hermione Dash. Ginny and I can share a bed," Dahlia agreed readily, draping her leg jokingly across Ginny's lap. "And that leaves Harry with Bill," said Molly. "That all right with you, dear?" "Sure," Harry shrugged, receiving a polite nod from the eldest Weasley sibling. He had never gotten to know Bill that well in his last timeline, but he was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and Ron always spoke highly of him. Bill showed Harry up to his old bedroom and helped him set up his cot for the night. "I've heard a bit about you before, Harry," Bill remarked. "Ronald tells me you're one of the top students in his class." "I've heard about you too," Harry admitted. "Ron told me you're a curse breaker in Egypt. Do you enjoy it?" "Oh, very much," said Bill with a grin. "Challenging, but highly rewarding work. The goblins aren't the friendliest of co-workers, but they aren't so bad once you get to know and understand them." "What is it exactly that you do as a curse breaker?" Harry asked. "A number of different things," said Bill. "Egypt, for example, is littered with old crypts and grave sites of wealthy men and women who chose to have their riches buried with them. When Gringotts purchases one of these sites to plunder said riches, they send in us first to make sure there are no magical traps set to protect them." "Fascinating," Harry said, and he meant it. "How often are these places warded?" "Depends on the level of wealth we're talking about," Bill grinned. "Last winter we discovered the tomb of an ancient pharaoh who happened to be a wizard. Took us the better part of 2 months to deactivate all the nasty traps left behind to maim or kill anyone who stuck their noses in. Got a nice bonus from that haul." "And do you ever have to remove curses from the treasure itself?" Harry pressed. "Were any individual items protected that way?" "Oh, all the time," Bill nodded. "Bloke I used to work with lost a hand to a nasty withering curse that had been placed on a silver chalice. Trust me, I've seen some things that would knock your socks off." "Did you ever encounter a horcrux?" Harry asked innocently. Bill's expression shifted instantly to one of shock and horror. "How on earth do you know of the existence of horcruxes?" he asked in a low voice. I overheard my dad talking about them at work once." Harry lied, but he didn't say what they did. "Nor should you worry yourself with the particulars," said Bill sternly. "As a matter of fact, I did encounter one once in an old sarcophagus inside of a pyramid. I was not permitted to handle it. We had to call in a supervisor to transport it back to Gringotts to be disposed of discreetly." "But you know how to identify them?" asked Harry. "There are ways," Bill confirmed grimly. "Magic that dark always leaves traces. But enough about such things. It's best we get some sleep. We have an early morning." "Right," Harry agreed. And minutes later he was tucked into bed, listening to Bill's light snores. He wondered if Saul would know how to destroy one of Voldemort's horcruxes if they managed to find one. He'd never thought to ask, though he figured the most important part was locating them in the first place, not to mention determining how many there were. He could worry about destroying them when they got to that point. Harry didn't get much sleep that night, mind still preoccupied by horcruxes. By the looks of things the next morning, he was not alone. Aside from Arthur and James, everyone else was bleary-eyed and surly as they departed the burrow at pre-dawn and headed down the road. He heard a hushed, urgent-sounding conversation ahead of him and quickened his pace to catch up with Ron and Neville. "I'm telling you, mate, these things might mean something," Ron was saying to Neville. "Leave it, Ron," Neville muttered, rubbing his forehead. "I'm serious," Ron insisted. "You should write to Dumbledore, or at least tell Dash." "What's going on?" Harry asked. Both boys turned to look at him. "Oh, it's nothing, Harry, I'm fine," Neville said quickly. "Neville's been having strange dreams lately," blurted out Ron, drawing a reproachful glare from Neville. "I think you should talk about them with somebody, because they're way too specific to not mean anything, Dash. They're just dreams, Ron." Neville huffed. "Everyone has them." "Take it from me, Neville," said Harry helpfully. "Dreams are more important than people realize. Even if you don't think they mean anything, they could contain crucial information." Neville surveyed Harry for a moment, as though remembering that the boy was supposedly a seer. "Swear you won't tell anyone?" he asked. "Not even Dumbledore?" "On my life," Harry agreed. Neville glanced around once more to ensure no one else could overhear. Then he leaned in closer and said, "I had a dream about you-know-who last night." "Voldemort," said Harry, drawing a wince of discomfort from Ron. "What about him?" "He was with Wormtail," said Neville. "They were plotting something about me. I don't know what, but they definitely mentioned my name." "Did they say when?" Harry asked. "Pettigrew wanted to do it soon. But you know who wants to wait a few months," he said, and he mentioned torturing someone named Bertha Jorkins for information. "That confirms the Triwizard Tournament plot is happening again." Harry thought to himself. "What else did he say?" he asked. You know who said something about a devoted follower at Hogwarts? Neville continued. Who'd you reckon that could mean? Snape, maybe? I always thought he was secretly a Death Eater, Ron said darkly. He sure seems to love the dark arts, doesn't he? He was a Death Eater before, Harry confirmed, to Ron and Neville's astonishment. But I don't think that's who Voldemort was talking about. I have an idea, though, and might know a way to stop him. How? Asked Neville, bewildered. We'll see in just a couple days, said Harry cryptically. I'd best talk to my dad about this. But you promised you wouldn't tell. Neville protested. I won't say a word about your dream, Harry promised. Just my own suspicions. And believe me, my dad is no fan of Dumbledore's, so he wouldn't say a word anyway. Neville looked marginally more relaxed now. Thanks, Harry, he breathed. You seem to understand this stuff a lot better than I do. If you only knew how true that was, Harry thought sadly. He was perhaps the only person, besides Saul, who knew the true nature of Neville's scar and its implications for Voldemort's immortality. He silently prayed that Saul would be able to find a solution that could save Neville's life. The sun was just beginning to peek over the hills as the group reached the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole. Arthur located their portkey soon after. An old car tire leaned up against a fence on the side of the road. Gather round, everyone, he announced, beckoning the group to form a circle around the tire. And leave some room on that side. For the Diggories, they should be here shortly. Sure enough, Cedric and his father soon arrived, waltzing down the street towards the group. And to Harry's shock, they were not alone. A third person walked excitedly at Cedric's side. Damian? Harry gasped. Hey, cousin, Damian Dursley said with a sneer. Surprised to see me? I heard Damian would be home all summer, so I asked my father, and he was able to get an extra ticket for him, Cedric explained with a grin. Hope that was all right. That's so kind of you, Amos, said Lily, hugging Mr. Diggory before doing the same for her nephew. So good to see you, Damian dear. You too, Annie Lily, said Damian, returning the hug. Hello, Professor. He nodded curtly to James, who did the same in return. It was clear to Harry that Damian held Lily in much higher regard than the other Potters. Perhaps that had to do with Lily being the only family member who bothered to keep in touch with the Dursleys. Less than a minute now, Arthur warned, checking his pocket watch. Everyone get a hand on the tire. The group crowded around the portkey, straining to get a hand, or at least a finger on it. Harry was squeezed very tightly between his father and Mr. Diggory, as Damian and Dahlia had to resort to climbing onto others' backs to reach it with their shorter arms. Here we go, said Arthur. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 dash. The portkey activated, and Harry felt himself pulled from behind the navel and yanked towards some faraway destination. At least it's not Apparition, Harry thought as he awkwardly jostled between bodies with only 2 fingers glued to the tire. Finally, they were deposited on a grassy hill, with many in the group toppling over from the rough landing and close quarters. Good, we all made it, announced Arthur cheerfully after doing a quick head count. Let's make our way to the campsite. The group wove their way through the throng of gathered witches and wizards, visiting from all around the world. Many sported the green and gold of the Irish squad, with Harry spotting a few Adrian Lynch jerseys in the crowd. But the vast majority seemed to be rooting for Bulgaria, with Victor Crumb's name appearing more than any other on posters and various team paraphernalia. Can't wait to see Crumb play in person, Ron said excitedly to anyone who would listen. Seems like a scary bloke, but I hear he's a real demon on a broom. I'm sure he's terrifying, Harry chuckled, remembering Crumb as a rather mild-mannered and surly individual in his last timeline. He wondered if the young man would once again be selected to represent Durmstrang in the Triwizard Tournament. But that thought reminded him of Voldemort's plot and the true reason he was here at the World Cup, and he snapped back into focus. The Potters, Weasleys, and Diggories all pitched their tents next to one another, and after much cajoling from the younger members, revised sleeping arrangements were made. One tent would comprise the younger boys, Harry, Ron, Neville, Damian, the twins, and Cedric. Another would house the girls, Dahlia, Ginny, Hermione, and Lily, while the older men took the last, Arthur, James, Amos, and the 3 eldest Weasley boys. That certainly contributed to a festive evening as Harry's tent stayed up late into the evening, excitedly discussing the upcoming match. Harry listened in on the fun and laughed along with the others, though his mind remained elsewhere. He waited until Damian nodded off in his cot, prompting Cedric to urge the others to sleep as well, then excused himself and headed out to the common area between the tents. Harry found his father seated beside the campfire with Arthur Weasley and Amos Diggory, discussing their jobs and goings-on at the ministry. Harry sat beside his father and waited until the latter two men excused themselves to bed before broaching the topic that had been on his mind all day long. "Dad, can I talk to you about something?" said Harry. "Sure, Harry, what's up?" said James with a big yawn and stretch. "It's kind of important," Harry said. "I had another vision last night." James' demeanor shifted at once to a serious one, and he shifted to sit closer to his son. "What kind of vision?" he asked. "Something bad is going to happen tomorrow night, after the cup," said Harry. "Death Eaters are going to attack the campsite." "Death Eaters?" James scoffed. "They haven't been active since the last war." "They're rebuilding," said Harry sternly. "Please believe me." "I didn't say I don't believe you," said James softly. "Tell me more." "They're going to humiliate the local muggles and terrorize the magical community in a march," Harry went on, "and one of them will set off the Dark Mark." James nodded slowly at this information. "I will pass along your concerns to the Aurors on duty," he promised. "But don't you worry about a thing. I'm certain that security is strong, and we'll all be safe." Harry grabbed his father's arm and looked him firmly in the eyes. "I'm going to catch the man responsible for the Dark Mark," he said determinedly. "I know who he is and where he's going to be." "Harry, you cannot keep running off into danger like this," James said warningly. "Your visions are not always reliable, and you can cause more harm than good." "Then come with me," Harry insisted. "I'll prove it. The perpetrator is Barty Crouch's son." James looked utterly shocked at this statement. "Mr. Crouch sentenced his son to Azkaban over a decade ago," he said. "He died soon afterwards. You shouldn't spread such dangerous rumors." "He faked his death, Dad," Harry pleaded. "He's alive, and he's working for Voldemort." "Okay, Harry," James sighed heavily, standing to leave. "If you say so. I'm going tomorrow, whether or not you believe me," said Harry stubbornly. "And if he gets away, then it's your fault." James snapped his gaze back over to his son with an expression of mingled frustration and anger. "Do not speak to your father that way," he said in a harsh undertone. "Do you realize how difficult you've made my job recently? People talk about you at the ministry, Harry, the boy who can't stay out of trouble, and I'm seen as some sort of failure for being unable to keep you out of it." "I'm just trying to do the right thing," Harry retorted, "like you always taught me to do." "Are you seriously blaming me for Fudge's incompetence and corruption?" James' chest heaved with emotion as he considered Harry's words. Then finally he deflated. "Of course I'm not," he sighed. "And I'm sorry, I didn't mean all of that. I don't blame you for any of it. I just wish you could have a normal childhood." "We're well past that point," Harry said grimly. "The least you can do is trust me and help me stay ahead of the trouble I can see coming." "Of course I trust you, Harry," said James, giving his son a hug. Harry returned it gratefully, glad that his father was not upset with him. "Just promise you'll be careful, all right? I'll help you tomorrow if I can, but if you find yourself in danger, you back off and let me handle it, okay?" "I will, Dad," Harry nodded, though in reality, he had no intentions of backing off if he got Barty Crouch Jr. in his crosshairs. He held on to that determination as he drifted off to sleep that night, sick of making mistakes and failing to capitalize on his foreknowledge of events. Small doubts did continue to nag at his brain, as he wondered what the repercussions of his actions tomorrow might be. Would he cause unintended ripple effects by stopping the man in his tracks? How might Voldemort respond to one of his valued followers being caught in the act? What kind of Pandora's box might he be opening by deviating from the well-worn path they were walking now? But Harry decided it didn't matter. He would not let another dangerous weapon fall into Voldemort's hands if he could help it. /N. I want to briefly address a common concern I've seen in the comments recently. People are asking why Voldemort doesn't just use the Time Turner to go back weeks, months, or years to change everything that has happened thus far, including the attack on Neville. That isn't how Time Turners work in my story. It can be used to travel back a maximum of 3 to 4 hours, and then the sand must replenish itself. So you can't go back farther than that or repeatedly abuse it. Go back and reread the second half of CH21 for a more detailed example of how that can still be used to powerful effect. Year 4-03. thunder and lightning. "Why the long face, Harry?" asked Cedric. "Not excited for the match?" "Hmm? No, of course I am," Harry said quickly. He'd been lost in thought, plotting out his actions over the coming hours, meticulously crafting a game plan to foil the Death Eater's plans for the evening. Cedric examined Harry curiously for a moment before shrugging and continuing on ahead with his father. Everyone else in the large group was excited beyond belief as they made their way through the grounds up to the stadium, decked out in either green and gold for the Irish or red and black for the Bulgarians. Harry had opted for an Aiden Lynch jersey, supporting his fellow Ravenclaw, even though he suspected he would have a rough game tonight. Only Cedric had joined him in green, and Damian, naturally, who mirrored everything Cedric did, while most of the Weasley clan were supporting Crumb. "Weasley's with me," Arthur announced as they reached the stadium. "We're in the top box, with the minister." "See you round, Harry," said Neville as he and Hermione made to follow the redheads up to their special seating. "Yes, see you," Harry nodded. "Take care not to lose any valuables while you're up there." "Yeah, will do," Neville said with a tinge of confusion, before parting ways with the Potters. Harry remembered all too well how Barty Crouch Jr. had stolen his wand in the top box and used it to conjure the Dark Mark. With any luck, Neville would avoid a similar fate. The Potters and Diggories made their way through the packed main concourse to their own seats near the center of the arena. And, unbeknownst to Harry, they would have familiar neighbors. "Ah, there's Dale now," said James, greeting Dale Greengrass when they arrived at their section. "You remember my children, Harry and Dahlia?" "But of course," Dale beamed, shaking Harry's hand enthusiastically. "Daphne has nothing but wonderful things to say about you, Harry." "Glad to hear it," Harry said honestly, peering around for the familiar blonde. "Where is she?" "She and Mother think Quidditch is unladylike." Astoria rolled her eyes from beside her father. "It's just me." "Don't listen to that stick in the mud," Dahlia giggled, giving her friend a hug. "We ladies can scream and holler with the best of them, right? And who better to appreciate the physique of the athletes?" Astoria said with a cheeky grin. "I can't wait to feast my eyes on that dreamboat, Crumb." "All right, enough of that," Dale groaned good-naturedly. But he then leaned in close to Harry and muttered, "But I'm eager to get a look at Crumb myself. I hear he's quite the flyer." "Same," Harry agreed. He had, of course, witnessed Crumb's brilliance in the air in his last timeline, and expected no different tonight. Perhaps the new Quidditch rules would alter the night's outcome slightly, but if anything, it just gave Crumb more opportunities to show off his skill on a broom. Once the stadium had filled around them, Minister Fudge took to the microphone from his box to welcome the crowd. Harry watched his speech through the omnioculars his father provided, keeping tabs on the rest of the group behind the minister. Barty Crouch Sr. had yet to arrive with his house elf and concealed son, but Harry had to assume they would be in attendance. He had no reason to suspect Crouch Jr. would attempt to harm Neville or anyone else in this timeline as in the last, but he did feel a bit uneasy about allowing such a dangerous man to sit unchecked so near the boy who lived. "And here come the Bulgarians," Fudge boomed. The crowd roared in appreciation as Crumb led the team out of the tunnel, soaring high over the stands in tight formation. Harry's lingering memories of Crumb had been of the gangling, awkward young man he'd known at Hogwarts. He'd forgotten how much of a natural he was on a broomstick, in his element, at the height of his powers. Crumb pumped a triumphant fist in the air, looking every bit the global superstar he was. There were suddenly whoops of delight as the Bulgarian cheerleaders flooded out onto the pitch. Vila, strutting proudly before the crowd and blowing kisses to the men in the stands. Harry felt the shift all around him. Men were shouting, vying for their attention, some physically trying to climb down the supports to join them on the field as their wives and sisters struggled to hold them back. Harry felt a powerful wave of magic assaulting his senses as the allure of the Vila nearly overwhelmed him. He slammed his acclimacy barriers into place, aided by years of nightly practice before bed. He looked around. Cedric and Damian were practically drooling from the mouth, staring slack-jawed at the gorgeous women, as too were Dale Greengrass and Amos Diggory. Only James stood unaffected among the men. He and Harry met eyes and shared a silent laugh of pity for their fellows, while Dahlia and Astoria made loud, gagging noises to Harry's right. The Irish took the field soon after, and Harry cheered appreciatively for Aiden Lynch as he led his team through their warm-ups. Despite their home field advantage, the cheers were less than for the Bulgarians, who had the star power and international fan base to compensate. Though if this timeline was anything like the last, the Irish would likely do just fine this evening, Lynch notwithstanding. Ludo Bagman stood to take over for Fudge in the top box as the two teams faced off at midfield. "Good luck to both teams," he boomed jovially. "Play hard and play fair, you lot. And the quaffle is away. The finals have begun." It was clear to Harry in the first frantic 3 minutes of the match that Ireland was vastly superior to Bulgaria, as in the last timeline. Their chasers were faster, their beaters stronger and more accurate. The green and gold were on the offensive from the first second, mounting a formidable offense against the unprepared red and black, taking a 30-0 lead in the blink of an eye as the crowd roared appreciatively. But high above the action, the matchup between Victor Crumb and Aiden Lynch was another story entirely. Lynch looked tentative and unsure, following Crumb closely, afraid to let him stray too far. He didn't even appear to be looking for the snitch. His eyes were firmly on Crumb, afraid of the younger man wresting away control of the match unopposed. "Lynch is playing too passively," Cedric muttered. "What is he doing?" "He's setting himself up to get baited by Crumb," James agreed. Harry watched on, already sensing what was to come, as it had come to pass in his prior timeline. And Crumb spotted something, Bagman shouted into the microphone, as the Bulgarian flattened himself to his broom and rocketed towards the ground. "Lynch is going after him. He's gaining ground fast." That should have been his first clue something was wrong, Harry thought. Gaining ground on the best seeker on the world's fastest broom? In hindsight, it was blindingly obvious what Crumb was about to do. Crumb reached out his arm, as though to catch the snitch, as he rapidly approached the grass below. Lynch did the same, oblivious to the ploy. Crumb pulled up hard at the last second, toes skimming the grass as he canceled his dive at the last possible millisecond. Lynch was not so lucky. He tried to pull up but had gained too much speed, nosediving into the pitch with a dull thud. "Ooh, rough luck there, Lynch," shouted Ludo Bagman with glee as the Irish seeker gingerly picked himself up from the grass. "Gotta be careful chasing the likes of Crumb. Ride like lightning, and you'll crash like thunder. Brilliant Ronsky feint." James laughed uproariously. "Never seen one in person before. This is incredible flying," Cedric said, in awe at the display Crumb was putting on. "Yeah," Harry agreed absent-mindedly. But he couldn't bear to focus on the action happening down below. His omnioculars continued to stray upwards, towards the top box, where the Weasley group was sitting. Neville, Ron, and Hermione were excitedly watching the action. But directly behind them, Harry could now see Winky the house elf guarding an empty seat, which he continuously glanced sideways at in concern. He must be there, Harry thought gravely. Why should he wait until nightfall to make his move? There was ample security around the top box, and the Aurors could take him into custody before he could hurt anybody. Now was as good a time as any. "Dad!" "Hey, Dad," said Harry, elbowing his father in the side hard. "Knock Crumb off his broom, Lynch," James shouted, hoarsely. What is it, Harry?" "Dad, look," Harry insisted, handing over his omnioculars. "Up in the top box." "What are you doing, people watching during a game like this?" said James. "Bulgaria's getting flattened. It's an emergency," Harry shouted. James finally relented and took the device from Harry, looking as directed up into the minister's seating area. "What am I looking for here?" he huffed. "The empty seat behind Neville Longbottom," said Harry. "I think there's someone hiding under an invisibility cloak up there." James squinted through the omnioculars for quite some time. "Could be, I guess," he shrugged. "There are plenty of empty seats around Dash. Please, Dad, believe me," Harry pleaded with him. "Crouch Jr. is extremely dangerous, and he needs to be stopped." James looked torn between watching the match below and listening to his son, but he finally sighed and stood from his seat. "I'll pass along the message to my colleagues," he said. "Be back shortly." And he made his way down the row and back into the stadium concourse below. He was gone for several long minutes as the game degenerated heavily down on the pitch. Bulgaria had resorted to nasty fouls in a futile attempt to slow down Ireland's offensive onslaught, and the Leprechauns were fighting the Vila on the grass far below. Two of the three snitches had been caught already by Crumb as Lynch flew around the pitch in a daze, but the score remained 150 to 110 in favor of the green and gold. Movement caught Harry's eye from above, and he directed his omnioculars back up to the top box. A team of 6 Aurors had swept into the box, wands drawn, causing considerable alarm. Minister Fudge had sprung to his feet, despite the Aurors clearly instructing everyone to stay seated. Harry could see a few familiar faces among the guards, including Kingsley and Tonks, so he had faith that they would do their job despite Fudge's blustering. Winky looked extremely distressed as Kingsley jabbed his wand at the empty seat beside her. Harry watched as the man groped about the empty space, seemingly finding nothing. He also sent out a flare of light blue light from his wand, which apparently did not turn up anything suspicious. He turned to his fellow Aurors and shrugged. "He's not there," Harry thought with dismay, as Fudge began dressing down the abashed Aurors for interrupting the match. But Harry kept his eyes on Crouch Sr. and Winky, who each looked incredibly nervous at the turn of events. The Aurors eventually departed the top box, and James returned to his seat soon after. Kingsley sent along a Patronus, saying it was all clear. James muttered as he took his seat beside Harry. He said nothing more, but Harry could feel his father's silent frustration with his son. "Sorry, Dad. I really thought he was their dash," Harry began. "It's all right, son," James sighed. "Protecting the minister is my job. I would never be angry with you if your vision suggested he might be in danger. Fudge isn't the one that needs protecting," Harry thought bitterly. He wondered if perhaps Crouch Jr. had never entered the top box at all, or if he'd managed to slip out before the Aurors could conduct their search. Or was the timeline radically different once again, and Crouch Jr. was nowhere near the World Cup to begin with? Was he just misinterpreting Winky's body language as something less serious? Raucous cheering broke Harry from his stupor, and he returned his attention to the action on the pitch as Crumb entered a steep dive. Lynch followed tentatively, wary of another deadly feint, but Harry could see that Crumb's aim was true. The Bulgarian snatched the final snitch out of the air, and after a moment's confusion, the stadium erupted in thunderous applause. An incredible hat trick by Victor Crumb. Ludo Bagman screamed hoarsely over the cheering crowd. The first in World Cup Finals history. But it's not enough to take down the Irish, who win the match 170 to 160 and claim the cup. Some things never change, Harry thought as he watched Team Ireland land on the pitch and celebrate wildly at their victory. The Bulgarians looked utterly dejected, aside from Crumb, who looked irate with his teammates for failing to give him any support whatsoever. Hard to blame him after the spectacular heroics he'd just put on display. After a muted trophy ceremony, in which Fudge descended down to the pitch to bestow Team Ireland with the cup, the crowd began to filter out towards the exit. "Sure to be a rowdy evening," remarked Dale Greengrass as their little group made their way through the throngs of people. "Nobody knows how to celebrate quite like the Irish, or the Death Eaters," Harry thought bitterly to himself. His mind was already hours ahead, plotting out the course his evening would take. His plan was risky, but if successful, it would make a bold statement. Draw a line in the sand. Perhaps this would be the wake-up call the ministry needed to get their act together. He doubted it, but optimism was all he had to cling to these days. Britain will not fall to these cowards hiding behind their masks, he thought resolutely. Not again. The group reunited with the Weasley clan outside the grounds, most of whom were exhilarated from the match. What a show! Charlie Weasley was raving to anyone who'd listen, settling on Harry and Cedric as his latest audience. Take notes, boys. That is how a seeker ought to play this game, bold and fearless. You'd better not try any of that against me next season, Potter, Cedric ribbed the younger boy lightly. I'd like for both of us to make it to graduation with our necks unsnapped. No promises, Harry Wing. I have a knack for risking my own life unnecessarily as of late. His attention was diverted by the sight of Neville, Ron and Hermione near the back of the pack, having a hurried, hushed conversation. He made his way over to them. "Something the matter?" he asked. Neville's misplaced his wand, Hermione sighed. "You should find a staff member and ask them to search the top box for it." "I already told you, Hermione. I looked all over the box for it before we left." Neville groaned. "It's not up there. Maybe I left it in the tent." "I wouldn't worry about it," Harry shrugged. "Wands always tend to find their way back, to their true masters in time. He neglected to mention that he knew exactly where the wand was. In the hands of Barty Crouch Jr., biding his time, waiting for his moment to strike. He must have slipped out of the box before the Aurors could search his seat, perhaps aided by Neville's wand to cloak his escape. With any luck, Harry would be returning that wand to Neville by night's end. Harry hung back with the younger members of the group on the way back to the campsite, keeping one hand on his wand in his robes at all times. For all he knew, the Death Eaters could choose to mount their attack early, and the underage students would need protecting above all else. Neville in particular, who was both currently wandless and also the #1 enemy of any Death Eater who crossed their path. By the time they reached their circle of tents, the party was already underway. Charlie was dancing around the roaring fire in the twilight, shirtless, one hand beating his green-painted chest and the other clutching an open bottle of fire whiskey. Bill and the other adults joined him soon after in the celebrations, as did the twins, who were swiftly turned away for being underage. "Bed, all of you," Arthur said sternly, looking to the twins. "You two are responsible for the others tonight." "You too," James said to Harry, taking his own sip of fire whiskey. "You're in charge of your sister and cousin." "All right," Harry nodded solemnly. "But remember what I said last night." Harry retreated to the tent, hoping that his father would not drink to excess that evening. He might need his help after all. Despite the lack of alcohol, the twins managed to concoct a decent party in their own tent, which the girls joined them for. Harry had no clue how they'd managed to procure ice-cold butterbeer, but had long ago stopped questioning how the twins managed anything when it came to mischievous revelry. He sat with the rest of the group in a circle, laughing and enjoying the festive atmosphere. But he kept one ear open to the outside world all the while, waiting for the other shoe to drop. He could not remember when the Death Eater attack had begun last time and didn't want to let it degenerate to the same level it had the last time before taking action. "You look distracted, Harry," Neville remarked during a lull in the conversation. "What's the matter?" "I think something bad is going to happen tonight," Harry muttered. "An attack on the campgrounds." "Who would do something like that?" Ron frowned. "Death Eaters," Harry frowned, causing the two boys to look concerned. "Blimey, did you have like a vision about it?" asked Neville quietly, as he was one of the few who knew Harry's seer cover story. "Something like that," Harry nodded. "But I could be wrong. Just being cautious is all." Had he done enough in this timeline already to change the Death Eater's plans? Would his foresight once again fail to materialize into reality? He'd been wrong before, and he feared all his preparation would be for naught. He forced himself to not fret about it and enjoy the company of his friends and family. Fred and George were telling embarrassing stories about their brothers, including one another, drawing raucous laughter from the crowd. They even convinced an abashed Cedric to share the story of their successful prank during first-year flying lessons, in which the twins had rubbed doxy powder on Cedric's broom, forcing him to spend hours in the locker room showers after scrubbing desperately at his sensitive regions. "Scoot over, will you, Harry?" asked Ginny innocently, indicating the fold-out chair he was sitting in. Harry instead stood up and offered her the chair, which she reluctantly took. He'd spent the last 15 minutes watching her unsuccessfully try to goad an oblivious Neville into inviting her to sit in his lap. Dahlia was having similar bad luck flirting with a distracted Cedric, while Damian was bragging to a mortified Hermione about how much weight he could lift. "Ah, young love," Harry thought bemusedly to himself, shaking his head at the obvious and ham-fisted attempts to woo the opposite. Then, just as the festivities were winding down, there came quite suddenly a sound of screaming from far off in the distance. Everyone in the tent jumped to their feet, straining to listen. "What's that?" asked Damian. "Death Eaters," Harry said grimly, drawing his wand. "It's starting. What do we do?" asked Hermione fearfully. "Get far away," said Harry. "Find the adults and run." "What about you?" Damian demanded. "I'm fighting," Harry said resolutely. "If no one else is willing to stop them, I'll do it myself." "Harry, that's not a good idea," Cedric said warningly. "We should go to the adults and see what they think. Yeah, these are dark wizards we're talking about," Neville said fearfully. "Then go," said Harry pointedly. "I won't ask anyone to follow me. But I'm not taking this lying down." Before any of the others could protest, Harry left the tent, emerging into the already smoke-filled air. The adult's tent was dark, as his father and the others had clearly retired for the night after copious drinking. Harry could hear screams of terror and see far-off bursts of flame as the Death Eaters began their march through the campsite. Harry located the source of the commotion and set off, prepared to fight. "Hold up, Potter!" came a voice from behind him. Harry turned. Fred, George, and Cedric exited the tent behind him. "We've got your back." "Me too," piped in Neville, emerging from the tent behind them. "You haven't got a wand, Neville," said Harry. "And they'll want you dead more than anyone else. Grab the others and run now." Neville froze under Harry's commanding tone, then nodded, and he and the 5 other youngest students scurried off into the darkness in the opposite direction. Harry turned to the older boys, who stood ready behind him, awaiting his lead. Harry was unaccustomed to being the leader, but apparently his DA skills from the previous timeline had carried over, and they looked to him for further instruction. "Follow me," he said, and he set off at a light jog, the others close behind. The sounds of conflict intensified as they drew closer. People ran past in a blur, scrambling for safety, shouting in many languages. They passed by a couple tents that had caught flame. Harry doused them with water and sensed the other 3 doing the same behind him. Their silent presence emboldened him, reminded him that he was not alone, a feeling he'd craved subconsciously for the past 3 years. Harry rounded a corner, and there they were, Death Eaters, some 3 dozen in total, packed tightly together, marching down the center row of tents. They were laughing openly from behind their masks, lighting tents ablaze and levitating muggles over their heads, cackling at their cries of terror. Harry, we should leave Dash," stammered Fred at the imposing sight. But Harry didn't hesitate. He walked out into the center of the Death Eater's path, wand drawn, staring the group down. "Stand aside, child," one of the masked Death Eaters at the front jeered. "Run off to your mummy before you get her. Ayahawk." The man was cut off by Harry's wordless bonebreaker curse, shattering the man's leg and sending him sprawling to the ground in agony. The procession froze momentarily in shock, looking from the fallen figure to the 14-year-old boy in their path. "What on earth are you doing, Harry?" hissed Cedric. "Sending a message," Harry growled, and he began firing curses into the crowd. Bonebreakers, cutting curses, bludgeoning hexes, and every other dangerous spell that sprang to his mind. Several connected, causing more shouts of pain and surprise as 4 more Death Eaters fell to his wand. The tightly packed group scattered, a few operated away out of fear, not expecting resistance, while most dove for cover amongst the surrounding tents. "Harry, look out!" shouted George. His shield charm barely deflected a curse aimed at Harry's head. The Death Eaters were beginning to fight back. Harry shifted to defensive mode, blocking incoming curses and sending the occasional counter-curse back. He was forced to back away slowly towards cover as the Death Eaters began to regroup, their initial shock fading as they realized they still had the numbers advantage and were up against a group of teenagers. "Lay your wand down, foolish boy," a voice hissed from behind a mask. Harry immediately recognized it as Lucius Malfoy's. "No need for anyone else to get hurt, Dash. Tempesta Electra," Harry shouted. A dark storm cloud formed over the huddled Death Eaters, booming ominously with thunder and crackling with lightning. The Death Eaters were once again mystified, temporarily pausing to look up at the frightening cloud hovering over their heads. But this was no benign illusion like in Harry's second year. He'd been tweaking and updating the spell for this moment. "No Dark Lord to protect you tonight," Harry said ominously, his sonorous, fueled voice echoing through the clouds. "Flee now, or feel the wrath of thunder upon you." And Harry swiped down with his wand. Thick bolts of electricity began to rain down upon the Death Eaters, eliciting more shouts of pain and fear. Loud pops rang out through the night as more disapparated away into the night, their night of unopposed revelry come to an abrupt end. Others scrambled away, no longer interested in fighting, just trying to escape the torrent from Harry's storm. But one of them would not be getting away. Harry stalked after his target, batting aside the man's feeble attempts to curse him as he stumbled backwards in the grass. Harry stunned the man and bound him in thick ropes, kneeling before his enemy. He yanked off the mask to reveal the unconscious but fear-stricken face of Lucius Malfoy. Harry resisted the temptation to kick the man's teeth in. Instead, he took Malfoy's wand in both hands and broke it in two with a satisfying snap. "Bloody hell, Harry!" came an awed voice from behind him. He turned. Fred, George, and Cedric were still crouched behind a nearby tent, wands drawn, shaking furiously. The latter was slowly approaching, looking down at the man Harry had just overpowered. "You just took on a whole army of Death Eaters by yourself. They're cowards," Harry spat, looking down at Malfoy with contempt. "The whole lot of them? One shred of resistance, and they run for safety like cockroaches." It had been a gamble on his part, but it played out exactly as he suspected. The Death Eaters lacked strong leadership and wouldn't expect anyone to put up a fight, and they had crumbled at the first sign of trouble. "Boys!" A booming voice yelled from the darkness. James, Arthur, and Amos were sprinting up to the scene, eyes wide. James surveyed the landscape, checking first to ensure the boys were not hurt, then seeing the wreckage left behind by Harry's storm, then spying Lucius Malfoy stunned and bound at his son's feet. "What in Merlin's name?" "Potter," Amos suddenly gasped, pointing off into the distance. Everyone turned. The dark market appeared in the sky over a thicket of trees, roughly a quarter-mile away. "Dad, what is that?" Cedric asked fearfully. The twins too looked to their own father for answers. But not Harry. He gave James a different look, one of pure resolve. James recognized it at once, his eyes alighting in fear. "Don't do it, Harry," he warned. But Harry ignored him. His main target would not get away on his watch. Destination, deliberation, determination. Harry spun on the spot, his father's shouts of protest being drowned out as he was pulled into the terrible feeling of compression and disapparated away. Harry emerged out the other end, gulping in a large breath as his feet touched down in a forest clearing. It was much darker here. The only light was the dark mark glittering in green over his head. Harry blinked a few times in rapid succession, eyes adjusting to the low light. Then he saw him. Barty Crouch Jr., wand pointed upwards, admiring his handiwork painted across the skyline. Harry could not afford to waste a moment. "Stupefy," he shouted. His bolt of red light shot out across the clearing after the man. Crouch saw it coming just in time, flicking his wand to block the spell and turning towards his newest opponent. The man's face was screwed up in an expression of pure rage, and Harry felt the danger radiating off of the man. It gave him pause for the briefest of moments, long enough for Crouch to raise Neville's wand and say the dreaded words, "Avada Kedavra." A bolt of green light erupted from the wand and shot straight towards Harry. He dove out of the way, but he needn't have, as the spell was intercepted by a large boulder tossed into its path, pinging harmlessly up into the sky. Crouch spun around wildly looking for the new arrival and snarled as James Potter strode into the clearing, wand brandished, cool rage in his eyes. "You will not harm my son," James spat, and Harry felt a chill down his spine at the fearsome sight of him. He'd faced his father in practice duels, but had never seen him in a real battle before, and James struck an intimidating figure. Even Crouch seemed momentarily cowed, but he quickly sprang into action, launching a flurry of curses at the aura. James moved with lightning speed, faster than Harry could have imagined. His wand was a blur, deflecting spells and sending counterattacks back at Crouch. Harry watched the two enemies duel with amazement, spellbound by the fearsome display of magic. He shook out of his stupor and stepped forward beside his father. "Harry, get out of here," James demanded. "Not a chance," Harry snarled. He began firing spells of his own at Crouch, doubling the amount of offensive pressure on the man. Crouch erected a powerful shield charm and spun to his left. But James flicked his wand to animate the earth behind him, with miniature dogs forming from the dirt and nipping at Crouch's heels. Crouch grunted in frustration and twirled Neville's wand around his head like a whip, sending a powerful blast of wind outwards to expel the animated creatures. He turned his wand back towards James, murderous intent in his eyes. "Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted, and Neville's wand was wrenched from Crouch's hand, soaring up into the air for Harry to catch. James' follow-up jinx bound the man in thick ropes as he toppled over to the ground, screaming with rage. "You should have killed me, boy." Crouch Jr. snarled at Harry as he and James closed in. "I'll remember your face. I'll make you suffer in ways you could never imagine." "You'll do no such thing," James said coldly, silencing the man with a harsh flick of his wand. "The Dementors will no doubt be glad to see you again, Barty." Small pops of apparition appeared all around them as Aurors and Ministry officials arrived at the clearing to investigate. There were gasps of surprise all around when they saw who was bound at James' feet. "What is the meaning of this?" Fudge said irritably as he walked to the front of the pack, freezing at the sight before him. "Merlin's beard? Is that Barty Jr.? I thought he was in Azkaban." "His father certainly has a lot to answer for," James said bitterly. "We need to find him and question him, along with that house elf of his. If his house elf is on the Ministry registry, it will be compelled to appear at my command," said Fudge. "We only need to learn its name." "It's Winky," Harry piped up, and many heads turned towards him. Fudge looked astonished at the sight of the boy. "How do you know this, young man?" Fudge demanded. "And what are you doing out here? Caught up in all this?" "It's my fault, Minister," James cut in, stepping in front of his son. "I took my son and ran, and we happened to cross paths with Crouch. He was only defending himself." But this, oh, very well," Fudge huffed. "Winky." There was a small pop, and Winky the house elf blinked into existence in the clearing. She immediately burst into frantic tears at the sight of her master's son, bound and helpless on the ground. "Oh, Mr. Barty, no? You was not supposed to leave the tent," Winky wailed. "Why is you doing this?" "Listen to me, house elf," Fudge commanded. "I order you to locate your master, Crouch Sr., and bring him to me at once." Winky shivered with fright at these words. "Winky is not to do it," she wailed. "Winky cannot disobey her master, who bade her be silent. As Minister of Magic, I order you to do as I say," Fudge blustered. But Winky only continued to stare fearfully up at the man, trembling but saying nothing. "With respect, Minister," said a deep, booming voice, as Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward. "House elves do not recognize any authority above their own master. The current laws do not compel them to betray their master's orders. Perhaps new legislation is in order?" Harry piped in, thinking suddenly of Dobby and Creature, still serving their own twisted masters. To allow house elves to act against their masters if they are given conflicting orders? Preposterous, Fudge sputtered. "The pureblood houses would have my head." "Then I'm afraid there is nothing we can do with Winky here," James frowned. "Unless you wish to bring charges against her?" "She has been harboring a fugitive," Kingsley pointed out. "We can detain her and prevent her from serving her master further. But that is the extent of it. Fine fugispat. Take the elf away, and the runaway as well." The Aurors moved forward to put Winky and Crouch Jr. in magical handcuffs, preventing them from disapparating. Winky continued to sob openly, looking absolutely miserable as Kingsley gently led her away from the clearing. "I'm putting you in charge of cleaning up this mess at the campsite, Potter," said Fudge harshly to James. "Round up whoever we captured and process them with the DMLE. What a bloody mess this night has become." Then the minister turned to leave, following Kingsley and the other ministry officials out of the clearing. Alone at last, James turned to Harry, examining his son head to toe. For a moment, Harry was certain his father was about to lay into him, to admonish him for his actions. Instead, he wrapped Harry in a tight hug, which Harry gratefully returned. He'd never known the protective embrace of his father before, but it was warm and comforting, and he relished in the moment for as long as possible. "Let's get you back to your mother and sister," said James, turning to guide Harry out of the clearing. Harry made to follow, but took one step and stumbled, feeling a sharp pain shoot up his leg. "Ouch!" he winced, looking down at his foot. It felt oddly numb, and his shoe felt as though it was filled with mush. James helped Harry to the ground and removed his shoe and sock, immediately recoiling from the sight. "You've splinched yourself again," he muttered, waving his wand over the affected area. Harry felt a hot warmth as James staunched the bleeding. "Lost 2 toes this time. Let's get you to a healer." Harry nodded, feeling suddenly lightheaded. He must not have noticed the splinching thanks to all the adrenaline coursing through his system. He took his father's hand, grateful for the support, and felt himself whisked away back into that horrible feeling of compression as they disapparated from the clearing. /N. You wanted more wins for Harry to balance out the losses? Well, here's a big one. Also, shout out to one of my favorite movies, The Place Beyond the Pines, for providing the badass line of dialogue that inspired this chapter's title. Year 4-04? Onogenesis. Harry blinked awake an unknown amount of time later, expecting to see the sterile lights of St. Mungo's hanging overhead. It had become something of a common occurrence for him as of late, after all. Instead, he was staring up at white canvas, sunlight soaking through the tent onto his cot. He looked around, grasping for his glasses and locating them on a bedside table. There was a startled noise from his left. Lily was seated at his bedside, and judging by the bags under her eyes, she had been there for some hours. "James, he's awake," she gasped, clasping her son's hand and burying her head in his chest, sighing with relief. "Merlin, Harry, what's gotten into you?" "I'm all right, Mum," Harry muttered, gently patting her head with his free hand. "It was only 2 toes. Not like it was my whole lower half this time, right? I prefer to see my son all in one piece." "Thank you very much," Lily huffed. "You lost quite a bit of blood as well," remarked James, who had rushed into the tent and knelt by Harry's other side. "Why do you insist on trying to apparate so young?" "I told you. I wasn't letting Crouch Jr. escape," Harry said resolutely. "He's too dangerous." "So dangerous that you thought you could take him alone?" asked James, eyebrows raised. "You should have at least let me side along with you. You can't keep taking on dangerous dark wizards all by yourself. And what on earth were you thinking, attacking those Death Eaters?" Lily demanded. "Cedric told us what happened. Do you even realize how reckless that was?" "I stopped them, didn't I?" Harry said defiantly. Then, remembering the full events of the encounter, he asked, "Were any of them captured?" "4 of them," James nodded, "including Lucius Malfoy, which is causing quite a commotion at the Ministry. Lucky for you, because they'll be more focused on him than on who actually caught him." "Good," thought Harry bitterly. It hadn't been his primary aim, but if last night's events resulted in Lucius Malfoy going to Azkaban, it would be an even more successful evening than he dreamed possible. 2 of Voldemort's most dangerous followers taken out in one fell swoop. "Can we go home now?" "Our portkey leaves this evening," said Lily. "You should be healed up by then." "Everyone else has left already, then?" Harry surmised. "They were supposed to this morning," James grimaced. "But once they heard what happened to you, they insisted on staying to make sure you were all right." "Can I go see them?" asked Harry, making a sit-up, but Lily stopped him. "You had to regrow 2 toes overnight," she admonished him. "You will stay in this bed until the healers say you can leave." "But listen to your mother, Harry," James said sternly. Harry felt the heat of his father's gaze and held his tongue. He'd done plenty of disobeying his parents over the past 24 hours. It was best for him to keep his head down and follow orders for a while. He remained in the tent for much of the day, which he learned was part of a makeshift field hospital erected on the campgrounds to assist anyone who was injured in last night's riot. "Honestly, Death Eaters, back in Britain," muttered a young healer as she attended to Harry's foot. "We expected much worse when we were called in to help. Only a dozen or so injured." "Thank the mystery man who held them off," said another healer, attending to a heavily bandaged man in the same tent as Harry. "Witnesses say one bloke held his ground and drove the Death Eaters away by himself." "Can you believe it?" "I bet it was James Potter," said the younger healer admiringly. "That man never backs down from a fight. At least I know where I get it from," thought Harry, electing not to draw attention to himself as the mystery man they were speculating about. Best not to put an even bigger target on his back from either the Death Eaters or the Ministry. Harry was finally cleared in the late afternoon. After dutifully swallowing potion after potion and watching healers wave their wands over his foot dozens of times, he slipped on his shoes and exited the tent, finding himself in a nearly empty field. Most of the visiting witches and wizards must have left the grounds early after last night's chaos. It made it easier for Harry to navigate his way back to his own tent site, where the Potters, Weasleys, and Diggory sat in conjured chairs talking to one another. They all fell silent at the sight of Harry, who immediately felt uncomfortable with the looks of awe and amazement in their faces. Back in one piece, he quipped with an awkward grin, waving his newly healed foot around as proof. There was a blur of brown in his peripherals, and Hermione launched herself at Harry with a hug. "Thank God you're all right," she muttered. "We were so worried." "Thanks, Hermione," said Harry, gingerly patting her on the back, glad at least that things were no longer awkward between them. "Good on you, mate," said Ron, shaking Harry's hand fervently. "Fred and George told us what you did to Malfoy, and those Death Eaters serves them right." "Are you crazy or something, cousin?" demanded Damian. "I thought you was just unlucky last year. But you really can't stop picking fights with blokes 3 times your age. You get used to it after a while," sighed Dahlia. "He's an idiot, but he's our idiot." And she too gave Harry a hug, a rare display of sibling affection in front of others. He gratefully returned it, glad she was safe. Harry received polite nods of encouragement from the older contingent, who had no doubt heard from James about his accomplishments the night before. Harry didn't like the way Cedric and the twins were looking at him, with a kind of reverence and respect they'd never given him before. To them, it must have appeared that he grew powerful overnight, when in reality, it was the sum of the last 3 years of training, of devouring every book on combat magic in the Hogwarts library, of dueling with James and with Remus. Harry felt no different than he had the day before, and lamented that he may never be treated the same by his peers again. It was a tricky tightrope he was walking. He wanted a normal childhood, the one he'd been deprived before, but he also wanted to prevent a catastrophic war. That inevitably meant drawing attention to himself at times, of showcasing strengths that no normal 14-year-old boy ought to have. Hopefully he could settle back into the background at Hogwarts, enjoying the Triwizard Tournament as a spectator, or helping Neville through if it came to that. He was sick of the spotlight and hoped to avoid it whenever possible. Harry joined the group for a bit, listening to the scattered conversations about the match and last night's events. The adults looked stressed, no doubt anticipating a hectic few days at the ministry to come. Eventually, it came time to leave. The group packed up their tents and belongings and hiked up the hill to head home. The Potters would be taking a different portkey to Godric's Hollow this time, which was situated farther up the ridge from the rest. Harry bade goodbye to the Weasleys and Diggories, following his family up the trail, eager to get home for some proper rest. "Harry," a voice called after him. "A quick word." Harry turned to see Bill Weasley hustling after him. Sure," he said, wondering what the eldest Weasley sibling wanted to speak about. He followed the man to a secluded spot, where Bill turned and folded his arms, regarding Harry with an odd expression. "Who are you?" Bill eventually asked. "Sorry," asked Harry. "I'm Harry." "Yes, I know that," said Bill. "But who are you really?" "I don't follow," said Harry. "Something about you isn't right," said Bill shrewdly. "You're hiding something. Don't deny it. I work with goblins, and they've trained me to be more perceptive than most of deceptive human behavior." "I'm a seer," said Harry cautiously. "But I don't want everyone to know that." "So said your father when I asked him last night." Bill nodded. "But that doesn't explain everything. You fight like a grown adult. You know about things someone your age shouldn't, like horcruxes, and you always wind up in the middle of trouble. Pettigrew, Quirrell, the Chamber of Secrets, not to mention whatever happened last night." "I have visions of bad things that are going to happen," said Harry defensively. "And I try to stop them. Yesterday, I succeeded." Bill shook his head adamantly. "There's more to your story," he insisted. "I've met seers before, and even they tend not to understand their own visions." "What does it matter to you, anyway?" Harry demanded, feeling on the back foot. "It has nothing to do with you." "Doesn't it?" said Bill. "Ronald was petrified by a basilisk last spring. And yesterday, you led Fred and George in a battle against 40 armed Death Eaters. And I know my brothers. They don't take orders from just anybody. They followed you like a leader. So I ask again, who are you, and what do you want with my family?" Bill glared at Harry with an intensity he hadn't expected. Clearly, he wasn't buying Harry's story in the slightest. So he decided to throw caution to the wind once more. "You're right. I am hiding things," Harry admitted, meeting Bill's challenging gaze with one of his own. "I've been fighting the Dark Lord for 3 years, and I will continue to oppose his return for as long as it takes. I have no quarrel with your family, Bill, but they will be drawn into this conflict one way or another. Would you rather they charge blindly into the fray, or follow somebody who knows Voldemort's next moves? Bill looked surprised by Harry's words. You believe you know who will return? He asked. I know he will. Harry nodded. He's biding his time right now, trying to rebuild his body. But he's close now, Bill, and if he does come back, it will take all we've got to stop him from rising to power once more. How do you know all of this? Bill demanded. I can't tell you that, said Harry. Not yet, anyway. Just know that I value your siblings' lives higher than my own, and I would never intentionally do them harm. Bill scrutinized Harry for a few long moments. Eventually, he nodded. My brothers trust you, even if I'm not fully convinced yet, Bill muttered. Whoever or whatever you are, Harry Potter, just be careful, will you? Foresight is no excuse for recklessness. I've learned that lesson the hard way these past few years, Harry chuckled humorlessly. I'll keep it in mind, thanks. Good, Bill nodded, turning to go. After a moment, he turned and looked back at Harry. Stay in touch, will you, Potter? News travels slowly out of Britain, but it seems like things are happening quickly on the Isles nowadays. They are, Harry agreed. Pay close attention to the news around Halloween. The prophet isn't always reliable, but I'll write if I get the chance. All right then, said Bill, extending a handshake to Harry. Stay safe. And he made to rejoin his family, as Harry did the same. What did William want? Asked James curiously. Wanted to stay in touch, Harry shrugged. He's interested in my visions and wants to keep tabs on what's happening in Britain. You really oughtn't tell everyone your secret, said Lily worriedly. I fear what could happen if the wrong person learned the truth. I trust Bill, said Harry. And he meant it. Despite the man's suspicion, Harry knew he was only looking out for his family. He'd always struck Harry as the silent, observant type, and that was confirmed by Bill's private confrontation. He didn't want to expose Harry's secrets. He merely wanted to understand them, to plan around them. That could be a useful ally to have down the road, if the necessity arose. The Portkey deposited the Potters straight back in their home back at Godric's Hollow, where Harry and Dahlia would spend the final 3 weeks of summer before school term resumed. Harry obsessively followed the Daily Prophet in the coming days, which was full of coverage on the incident at the Quidditch World Cup. To Harry's relief, no witnesses had been able to identify the mysterious man who stepped forward and stopped the attack, though the papers praised the Aura Department, led by Rufus Scrimgeour, for their quick action in saving lives. The revelation that Barty Crouch Jr. was alive and well was also a big talking point. Although he and Winky remained in custody, Crouch Sr. had gone into hiding and could not be located. The editorial section was full of writers into the paper suggesting that Crouch Jr. be given the Dementor's kiss, as he was clearly too dangerous to be left alive. Harry secretly agreed, though he wondered if Fudge would be pressured into letting him live and simply return to Azkaban. There was passing mention of a few other arrests made at the Cup. Harry recognized a couple of the names mentioned, including Yaxley and Avery, who were being charged with misdemeanor mischief and disturbing the peace. Is that really how they choose to describe a terrorist attack? Harry thought frustratedly. Though there was one downside of his timely action at the Cup, the Death Eaters hadn't had enough time to cause any lasting damage before being stopped in their tracks. What was even more frustrating was the lack of coverage on Lucius Malfoy. The Prophet mentioned his arrest for fringe involvement in the night's events, though they remained vague on his true role in the riots. He was the damn ringleader. Harry wanted to scream in their faces. He had a sneaking suspicion that the man would wriggle his way out of trouble once again, paying off the right officials to ensure his freedom. Harry's faith in the justice system at the Ministry was virtually non-existent at that point. A much-needed distraction arrived via Owl one morning in the form of Harry and Dahlia's school letters, instructing them on the books and supplies they would need to purchase for the upcoming year. Harry attempted to open his discreetly, but his mother snatched it out of his hands and read it for herself. You've dropped arithmancy, she said irritably, putting her hands on her hips. Harry, that is an important subject for many career paths. I'm rubbish at it, Harry protested. And I can't afford to take it without a time turner anyway. You can't just quit something the minute you start to struggle with it, said Lily. Why not drop care of magical creatures instead? It's an important subject too, Harry argued. Dad didn't take arithmancy either, and he turned out okay. He's got you there, Lil, said James cheekily. So, what if he doesn't want to take the subject? Just because you got an outstanding on your arithmancy, W.L. dash. It's not about me. It's about his future, Lily grumbled. But she eventually relented and moved on to her daughter's letter. Dahlia would be entering her 3rd year, which meant selecting her first electives. What are you planning to take, dear? Arithmancy and ancient runes, Dahlia shrugged. That's it, Lily demanded. Surely you can fit in another subject or two on top of that? But I'll be taking an apprenticeship with Madame Pomfrey this year, Dahlia protested. And what now? Asked James, suddenly intrigued. She thought I might make a good healer someday, Dahlia shrugged. What with all the time I spent in the hospital wing with Calvin last term? Asking her questions. Will it count for a grade? Asked Lily skeptically. There's no OWL for healing. But there is a NEWT for magical medicine, said Dahlia. It's only taught at Beau's Batons, but I can sit the exam if I want in my 7th year. Madame Pomfrey said she will help me learn and study for it, so I can go on to a healer institute after graduation. Both James and Lily looked stunned by this revelation. How long have you been considering this, dear? Asked James softly. Since I wound up in St. Mungo's my 1st year, Dahlia shrugged. I'm good with potions and charms, and Pomfrey reckons I'll be good with runes, which are what you need for healing. That's brilliant, Dahlia, said Harry honestly. I had no idea you were interested in that. It is a respectable profession, Lily acknowledged. But I expect regular reports from Madame Pomfrey on your progress. This is not an excuse to skip out on classes. I won't, Dahlia grinned. Besides, I can keep an eye on Harry this way, considering he winds up in the hospital wing at least 3 times a year. I'll have to make an effort to avoid it this year then, Harry said, sticking out his tongue at her. Fine. I'll just ask Luna Lovegood what you're up to then, Dahlia said with a devious smirk. She can't tell a lie, so I can get all the dirty details of what you two were really up to at her house this summer. Harry aimed a kick at his cackling sister under the table, but only succeeded in stubbing his newly regrown toes on the table leg, earning him an afternoon of numbness for his efforts. With a week to go before term resumed, Harry accompanied James to the ministry for a final meeting with Saul Croaker. He'd sent the unspeakable a coded letter the week before, once again requesting access to the blood ritual the man had mentioned, but got nothing in return. Was Saul too busy, or simply ignoring the request? He wasn't sure which was worse. Close the door, Saul said as Harry entered his office on level 9. Harry complied. As soon as he did so, Saul stood and opened the way to his hidden sub-office, leading the way inside. Harry was excited to see a pentagonal star drawn on the floor, with different magical ingredients scattered at each of its tips and a smattering of runes drawn around it. You're letting me do the ritual? He asked eagerly. I said no such thing, Saul snapped. Your father barged into my office last week, you know. Demanded to know if I've been counseling you to act recklessly upon your visions. 2 splinches in a single summer, Potter? Quite impressive. He was angry. Harry deflated. At first, Saul shrugged. Calm down the more he shouted, though. I reckon he's mighty proud of you. Just concerned about your well-being, is all. Harry's heart leapt at this. James was proud of him. It was all he'd ever wanted in his previous lifetime, and now he had concrete proof of it. What else did he say? He asked, trying not to sound too needy. He made me promise not to encourage you to take any more stupid risks, said Saul. And I gave him my word. So what's all this then? Harry asked, indicating the diagrams on the floor. Oh, this? It's for conducting the ritual of ontogenesis, said Saul dismissively. It's meant for augmenting magical power in young witches and wizards to accelerate core development. And why is it here? Harry asked suspiciously. If you promised not to let me do it, thought you might find it academically interesting, Saul shrugged. Like the fact that the first step is to remove one's outer layers and sit in the center of the star. Not that I can encourage you to do so, of course. Saul looked expectantly at Harry, who slowly got the hint, a grin spreading across his face. Harry quickly pulled off his shirt, shoes, and trousers, sitting cross-legged within the star. The next step would be for the theoretical participant to produce a blood sample, said Saul indifferently. A small cut to the palm would suffice. Saul tilted his head to the side, and Harry saw a small silver knife sitting innocuously outside the star. He reached for it and made a small incision across his palm, a trickle of blood rising to the surface of the wound. The blood would then be applied to each of the 5 intersection points, said Saul. Harry dutifully did so, smearing his palm in the required areas and watching as the outline of the star and the runes around it began to glow white, activated by his offering. A second party would then be required to perform the rites, said Saul, drawing his wand. The incantation, for educational purposes of course, is Ablatio Sanguinis, Corpus Crescera, Pure Homo Factus. The glow from the outline of the star intensified at Saul's words, burning Harry's eyes with brilliant white light. He shut his eyes, resisting the urge to get out of the diagram, sitting quite still in his cross-legged pose. The ritual theoretically takes about 15 minutes, he heard Saul say. Then about 5 minutes is suggested for cool down after it's done. Or so I'm told. Harry heard Saul's footsteps retreat towards the main office, clicking shut behind him. Harry kept his eyes closed, trying to work through his occlumency exercises to stay calm. His body felt like it was vibrating as the white light flared all around him. Saul wouldn't let me do this if it was dangerous, Harry told himself. He said it was only illegal because of the blood offering. But what if Saul had ulterior motives? What if he believed Harry to be too dangerous to be kept alive, with everything he knew? What if he was a Death Eater in disguise? Stop that, Harry chastised himself. If Saul was a Death Eater, he would have had plenty of opportunity to kill Harry, plenty of chances to run off to serve his master once more. Harry trusted the man with his life, and it was time to put his galleons where his mouth was. The vibrating of his body intensified, and now Harry felt like tiny needles were pricking at his skin from every direction. He fought to keep perfectly still, ignoring the dull pain as best he could. This will make me stronger, he reminded himself. This will bring my body up to speed with my mind. He was acutely aware of his heartbeat now, racing ahead as though to make up for lost time. He fought the urge to panic, controlling his breathing, keeping his limbs steady, and then it was over. The brilliant white lights of the star began to fade, and Harry felt himself coming down from the intense experience of the ritual. He cracked an eye open. The star and runes had extinguished themselves, and the ingredients at the tips were nowhere to be seen, having been expended in the process. That wasn't so bad, Harry thought. A mild amount of discomfort was acceptable for the supposed gains he would soon see. Harry glanced at a clock on the wall, remaining still for 5 minutes as Saul had suggested. When the time had passed, he gingerly stood, feeling a bit sore, but no worse for wear. He got dressed and returned to the main office, where Saul was writing quietly at his desk, and sat opposite him. "Thanks for the help," he said. "Why did you decide to let me do it?" "Don't know what you're talking about," said Saul, a small grin playing at the corners of his mouth. "But if I did such a thing, it would be because I'm tired of fighting a shadow war with only a child as my ally." "Does this make me a man then?" asked Harry, raising his eyebrows. "Not exactly," said Saul. "Magically speaking, you will reach maturity much quicker now. Most wizards don't fully develop their core until age 16 or 17, but yours should reach that point within the next few months. Physically, you may progress more quickly as well, though that is only a side effect of the acceleratory magic at play." "I see," Harry nodded. He flexed his fingers and stretched his limbs. He still felt a bit tingly, but not too bad otherwise. "Hopefully, this will let me apparate without losing any more digits." "Not that I would encourage such activity either," said Saul. "Though in theory, yes, that would be a benefit. Are there any downsides?" Harry asked, realizing he probably should have asked this sooner. "You may find yourself more aware of your magical surroundings than before," said Saul. "Though as a seeker, I imagine you will see this as a positive." "This won't give me an unfair Quidditch advantage, will it?" asked Harry, suddenly alarmed. Could he have accidentally closed the door on a professional sports career due to the illegal ritual? "Perhaps against other underage students," said Saul. "Though that advantage will dry up as you reach age 17. It does not grow your core artificially. It merely accelerates the time it takes to reach its full potential." "Now let's talk about the World Cup. Do you think I did the right thing?" Harry asked at once, still feeling unsure about it himself. "Changing the timeline so radically? It definitely introduces new elements of uncertainty to our plans," Saul acknowledged. "Though I think it is for the best, given how dangerous we know Crouch Jr. to be." "Agreed," Harry nodded gratefully. As long as he remains in custody through August, he won't be able to get to Moody, which makes it less likely that he is impersonated at Hogwarts. Very true, Saul nodded. Though I would still keep my eyes open for abnormalities if I were you. We no longer know what the Dark Lord is planning, and his backup plan could be twice as dangerous. I will, said Harry. What about the horcruxes? Have you come up with any plans to find them? I am still researching the four founders' objects to determine if any are viable candidates, said Saul. We know at least one still exists in the Sword of Gryffindor, though its current whereabouts are unknown. The other two will be trickier to find, but I will do some digging to see if they've surfaced at any point in recent history. What should I do in the meantime? Asked Harry. Keep digging into Riddle's past, said Saul. Figure out who he was close to at Hogwarts, professors, classmates, anyone else who may have information about what he was like as a child. As Mrs. Cole demonstrated earlier this summer, any tidbit of information could be vital to our success. I'll see what I can find, Harry nodded. He knew the school library had a compendium of student rosters dating back centuries, listing every witch and wizard who had attended Hogwarts. It could give him more insight into who Riddle may have surrounded himself with in Slytherin House, if anybody. He also wanted to see if he could learn anything about Riddle's mother's family. All he had was a first name, Marvolo, but it was a start at least. Keep me updated in the lead-up to Halloween as well, said Saul. The theoretical object that the Ministry may have asked me to prepare is under strict supervision, so we can be sure it will not be tampered with until it leaves for Hogwarts. Will do, said Harry. His first step would be ensuring that Moody was not an imposter, and if he wasn't, enlisting the man to help him find anyone else who didn't belong in the castle. Paranoid and skittish as the man may be, Harry could use someone overly cautious and trigger-happy to help him accomplish this task. Saul dismissed Harry soon after, with strict instructions not to perform any magic for the next 5 days to let his core settle. That was no problem, as Lily confiscated his wand the second he returned from the Ministry anyway. Harry spent the last few days at home relaxing and skimming through his new textbooks, particularly ancient runes, now the only subject he hadn't taken before. He was grateful it was not an exam year, and the material didn't look too challenging, so he hoped the year would be far less stressful than the last. Harry awoke on the morning of September the 1st to loud shouts echoing through the house from downstairs. He rushed from his room to find his father pacing about the kitchen, shouting and ranting to nobody in particular as Lily attempted to calm him down. What's happened? Harry demanded. That slippery Sinuva bitch got away with it. James fumed, kicking over a chair in frustration. Not Crouch Jr.? Harry asked in alarm. No, Malfoy. James seethed. Got off with a slap on the wrist, and nothing more. The slimy git. Harry spied an open copy of the Daily Prophet on the table and picked it up, scanning for the relevant article. He found it buried at the bottom of page 6. Lucius Malfoy cleared, exonerated of World Cup charges. How did he get out of it? Harry demanded. He was caught red-handed. He must have paid off the right people to look the other way, James grumbled. And because his wand was broken, they couldn't perform priori incantatem to prove he'd actually done anything illegal. Harry's stomach dropped at this. He knew it had been rash to snap the man's wand as he did, a decision made in the heat of the moment. In many ways, Malfoy walking free was even more dangerous than Crouch, because he wielded considerable political power to make the Potters' lives difficult. And he was one of the few people who actually knew Harry was the one who had fought back. I'd better go into work, James sighed, grabbing his cloak and heading for the door. This is going to be a nightmare to deal with. Be careful, dear, Lily urged her husband, grabbing his arm and pulling him in for a kiss. Don't do anything rash. I won't, James grumbled. Have a good term, Harry. Stay safe and look out for your sister. And he ruffled his son's hair before rushing to the fireplace and disappearing to the Ministry in a plume of green smoke. Lily accompanied Harry and Dahlia to platform 9 3/4 alone, seeing them off and wishing them well. Harry parted ways with Dahlia soon after and made his way through the train alone, searching for an empty seat. He located Luna Lovegood sitting alone and joined her compartment. He was pleased to see that she was reading a copy of Unfogging the Future. Taking divination this year, Luna? He asked hopefully. I am, Luna nodded, setting down the book. Father disapproves, but he allowed it once I insisted. What changed your mind? Harry asked. I found a dream journal in my mother's box, the one you opened, said Luna. It made me reconsider a lot of what my father said about her visions, and I wanted to explore the subject for myself. Sorry again for snooping through your mother's things, Harry said apologetically, but Luna shook her head emphatically. Father and I are eternally grateful for you opening it, she said, smiling softly at Harry. He thought those photographs and his grandmother's ring were lost forever. Happy to help, said Harry. The compartment door slid open again, and Ron, Neville, and Hermione stuck their heads in. All right if we join you too? Asked Neville. By all means, said Harry. The trio gratefully stowed their trunks in the overhead bins and took their seats. Harry noticed Hermione giving him an odd look as she did so, as though scrutinizing him. Something on my face, Hermione, he quipped, flashing her a smirk. No, sorry, Hermione muttered, quickly looking away. You just look different is all. Different? Harry repeated, surprised. I just saw you less than a month ago. I know. Hermione frowned. But you just look older, somehow. I can't explain it. Huh. Harry hummed, trying to sound indifferent. Was this a side effect of the ritual of ontogenesis? Was his body already developing more quickly into adulthood? The past summer had also seen the beginnings of Harry's long-awaited growth spurt. Perhaps the combination of the ritual, his better nutrition in this timeline, and the added weeks from the time turner were making such changes more readily apparent. Well, of course he looks older, Luna said nonchalantly. Harry is older than all of us. Actually, Luna, Hermione giggled, I'm the oldest one here. I turned 15 in just 3 weeks. Me and Neville are both older than Harry, too, Ron pointed out. Only by a day, but yeah, Neville shrugged. Luna just knows that I'm the wisest of us all, Harry joked, wrapping a playful arm around the girl's shoulders. I'm an old soul, isn't that, right? Luna quickly shrugged out of his grasp, still engrossed in her book, though a tiny smile played across her face at the gesture. Hermione beamed at this interaction, but quickly averted her gaze again when Harry arched an eyebrow at her. Not her too, he grumbled internally. He did not need more rumors spreading about his supposed love life this term. Luna was too pure and fragile a soul to be sucked into the tornado of drama that seemed to follow him around year after year. The train rumbled to life soon after, ferrying the students north towards their home for the next 9 months. The group discussed the World Cup for a bit, especially the infuriating news about Lucius Malfoy, before discussion turned to the coming school year. Who do you think will be teaching us defense this term? Hermione wondered aloud. Whoever it is, I doubt they'll be better than Lupin and Potter were, Neville said glumly. No chance you could convince them back. Harry, Lupin's still traveling abroad somewhere, and my dad's busy back at the ministry, said Harry. But I think this year we'll get a Laster Moody. He's good. Moody? As in Mad-Eye Moody. Ron frowned. My dad was just at his house last night. Got called in about a disturbance. Harry's blood ran cold at that statement. Are you sure? He asked. Yeah, Ron nodded. Guess he made a racket attacking some would-be intruder in his yard. My dad reckons it was no one, though. Mad-Eye always was rather paranoid, he says. It couldn't have been Crouch Jr. this time, Harry thought. The prophet had made it clear that he was back in Azkaban, under heavier surveillance this time. Had Voldemort instructed Pettigrew to attempt to impersonate the man instead? But then, who would be caring for the Dark Lord in his stead? Something didn't add up. Had any more dreams lately, Neville? Harry asked thoughtfully. No, not really, Neville muttered, rubbing his forehead. Scar's been prickling more lately, though, ever since the cup. It feels like, well, I don't know how to describe it. Like Voldemort's angry? Harry deduced. Neville's eyes widened. Yeah, kinda, he said. How did you know? I would be angry if I were him, too, Harry shrugged. Considering 2 of his biggest followers were exposed in a single night. That was a good sign, at least. Harry's actions at the World Cup had slowed Voldemort's progress down. But he would not rest easy. He still had plans to sabotage the Dark Lord's resurrection plot, thanks to his newfound magical maturity via the ritual. The trip into Hogsmeade was relatively quick and painless, and students began to excitedly disembark to head up to the castle. Harry grabbed his trunk and led the way out of the compartment towards the station platform. I know what you did, Potter. Harry turned. Draco Malfoy was stalking down the corridor towards him, flanked on either side by Crabbe and Goyle. So Harry asked. I know what happened at the World Cup, Draco sneered. And so does my father. You'll regret ever crossing my family. And you and your torag of a father will pay for it. Without hesitation, Harry drew his wand and calmly pointed it in Draco's face. Name the time and place, Malfoy, he said coolly. We can settle it between ourselves. Draco paled, gulping as he stared down the length of Harry's wand. Everyone else around them froze, fearfully witnessing the tense standoff. Let's go, Draco eventually spat to his two cronies, and they turned to exit the compartment. Harry calmly stowed his wand away and turned back to the group, who shook their heads in amazement. You're right scary when you want to be, did you know, Potter? Ron whistled. Are you sure it's wise to provoke Malfoy like that? Hermione worried aloud. His father is a very dangerous man. Perhaps, Harry mused. But Draco isn't his father. I'm not afraid of him. He almost welcomed the antagonism from the blonde boy, itching for an excuse to humble him like he'd done to his father 3 weeks prior. Though Hermione had a point, it could cause more problems for James down the road, given his already tenuous relationship with Lucius at the Ministry. As usual, Harry was starving by the time the carriages delivered them to the castle and the students had taken their seats in the Great Hall. The sorting ceremony took forever to complete, due in large part to the storm raging outside, delaying the arrival of the first-year boats. At least there are no surprise relatives in this year's class, Harry thought as he watched the young newcomers, including Dennis Creevey, get sent one by one to their new houses. Once the last name had been called, Dumbledore took to the podium. Welcome back to another year at Hogwarts, he beamed at them all. We will begin the feast momentarily, but first a few announcements. A few students groaned impatiently at this, but Dumbledore pressed on. First, I would like to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Alastair Moody, said Dumbledore, gesturing to the grizzled man at the end of the head table. Moody scowled as the student body greeted him with polite applause, taking a surreptitious swig from his hip flask. Harry scrutinized the man as all eyes turned back to Dumbledore. It certainly looked like the real Moody, but then again, so had the imposter posing as him in his last timeline, so he would be taking no chances. Second, I regret to inform you all that this year's Quidditch season has been canceled, the headmaster said solemnly, drawing a massive roar of disapproval. To Harry's right, Roger Davies stood from his seat in dismay. Understandable, since it would have been his final season as a 7th year before graduating. However, Dumbledore said loudly, holding up his hands for quiet, the games will be replaced with something equally, if not more exciting. This year, Hogwarts will play host to the vaunted Triwizard Tournament. Students began to mutter excitedly around Harry, as those who knew what that meant began to explain it to everyone else who was confused. In a few short weeks, Dumbledore pressed on, we will be joined by delegates from 2 esteemed schools of the continent, Beauxbatons Academy and Durmstrang Institute. Each school will determine one representative to compete on their school's behalf, and after 3 dangerous tasks, the winner will walk away with the Triwizard Cup for their school. That got the student body buzzing again. Suddenly, Roger Davies looked far more intrigued, as though wondering whether he could compete on Hogwarts' behalf. Technically, he is old enough to compete, Harry reasoned, though I doubt the cup picks him over Cedric in this timeline. More details to come when our delegates arrive in late October, said Dumbledore. For now, we eat. And with a clap of his hands, food appeared at the house tables, and the ravenous students began to load up their plates with food. But discussion about the tournament did not wane in the slightest. I'm entering for sure, Anthony Goldstein said loudly. Father says being chosen as a champion is a prestigious honor that will be remembered all your life. Me too, Michael Corner agreed eagerly. How about you, Potter? Not a chance, Harry shook his head. Besides, you have to be of age to enter. What? That's rubbish, scoffed Anthony. Says who? His dad's an Auror. Surely he would know, Sully shot back. But you would be a great Hogwarts champion, Terry Boots said encouragingly to Harry. I reckon you're the strongest student in the school anyway. I doubt that, Harry chuckled. And it sounds like a death trap anyway. I'll be happy to root for whoever our representative is. Discussion turned elsewhere as the Ravenclaws began to gossip about who might be chosen. Harry allowed his eyes to wander around the hall as he ate, gauging everyone's reaction to the news. The Hufflepuffs looked excited, with Cedric's friends clearly encouraging him to enter, though he seemed reticent to do so. The Gryffindors seemed especially keen, with many flocking around Angelina Johnson as their potential representative, while the Slytherins talked quietly to themselves, hiding their interest but no doubt scheming to earn their own glory. Harry scanned the head table, his eyes landing once more on Mad-Eye Moody. His good, I was looking down at his plate as he ate, but his magical, I was trained firmly on the Slytherin table, where Neville was chatting with Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. Was Moody's thought process the same as Harry's? Wondering how Neville would be drawn into some nefarious plot via the tournament? Or was he not the real Moody after all, scheming to put Neville's name in the Goblet of Fire himself once more? Harry wouldn't be playing it passively this time. He intended to make sure Moody was who he claimed to be at the earliest opportunity and make sure Dumbledore was aware of the potential plot. With any luck, the tournament would simply be a passing interest in an otherwise normal year, and Neville would not be caught up in this mess at all. Maybe this can finally be the year where nothing terrible happens at Hogwarts, Harry thought to himself. Then, he had to laugh at his own foolish notion. Fat chance of that happening. Year 4-05, to Helga the Spoils. It didn't take Harry long to get back into the swing of things at Hogwarts. All of the ill feelings towards him from his classmates had evaporated over the long summer, as they often did, and he actually enjoyed attending classes and spending time with his fellow Ravenclaws again. Maybe his hopes of a normal year weren't so outlandish after all, but he had to remind himself that this year would be anything but. The Triwizard Tournament loomed large on the horizon, and with it the prospect of yet another Voldemort plot to undermine the normal operations of the school. Harry wanted to be much more proactive this year, hoping to prolong the grace period before the Dark Lord managed to gain a new body, if not prevent it entirely. His first opportunity came on Thursday morning of the first week, when he had his first data lesson with Professor Moody. The entire class was abuzz with speculation about the man, with most hopeful that he would be able to continue the string of strong teachers after Lupin and Potter put all their predecessors to shame. But Harry was curious for an entirely different reason. He paid careful attention throughout the man's opening lecture, in which he described the 3 unforgivable curses and asked the class to name each one. Harry was grateful to see that Neville was no longer as traumatized by the Cruciatus curse in this timeline, though he did wither under the attention of the class, as Moody described the killing curse and pointed out that Neville was the only one known to survive it. All in all, the lesson gave the class plenty to chew on as they filed out of the room for lunch. Harry hung behind, waiting for the last few students to trickle out before approaching the man. "Good morning, Professor," he said conversationally. "Having a good term so far?" "Potter," the man grunted in greeting. "Can't complain. You runts can be a handful, but I haven't had to hex anyone yet, so there's that." "I'm glad to see you here, sir," Harry continued. "We could use someone who really knows their stuff when such strange events are happening in our world." "No need to call me sir," Moody scoffed. "Dumbledore had to cash in a big favor to get me here, no doubt about it. But if I get the chance to catch a dark witch or wizard in the act one last time, it'll be worth it." Moody briefly stepped aside to take a deep swig from his hip flask. When he turned back towards Harry, he was surprised to see the teen pointing his wand directly at his chest. "What's this about, laddie?" asked Moody, narrowing his eyes. "You visited my house in Godric's Hollow 2 summers ago," said Harry. "What did we do there?" "You've got a lot of nerve, boy dash," Moody growled, taking a step forward. "Don't move," Harry shouted. "Answer the question." "Your father asked me to train you with Veritaserum ahead of your trial," Moody said exasperatedly. "If memory serves, you had the googly eyes for my pretty young trainee, Nymphadora." Harry reddened slightly at this. "I did not," he retorted dumbly. Moody laughed heartily at this. "You think I wasn't your age once?" he said. "I know that look anywhere, lad. Now put that wand away before you hurt somebody." "Sorry," Harry mumbled, stowing his wand back in his pocket. As soon as he did so, however, Moody drew his own wand and aimed it at Harry. "What on earth are you doing, Potter?" Moody barked. "You just let your guard down like that because I asked you nicely?" What?" Harry said, flabbergasted. "Never let the enemy off the hook like that," said Moody. "If I was a dark wizard, I could have easily killed you just then." But you answered my question correctly," Harry said lamely. A smart wizard would have known you were on trial 2 summers ago. And that Tonks was my trainee back then, said Moody. I could have fabricated that story and gotten lucky, couldn't I? I suppose, but dash. Luckily, I'm not an imposter. And I can also tell you that I taught you to lie about your own address to practice subverting the Veritaserum, Moody continued. But never ask a question so vague that it can be guessed at. Right, I'll keep that in mind, Harry sighed. Apologis, Professor. I thought it was possible you were drinking polyjuice out of that hip flask to pose as the real Moody. Moody considered this for a moment. That would be rather ingenious, he muttered. He pulled out his hip flask and twirled his wand, conjuring a glass goblet out of thin air. He unscrewed the flask and poured its contents into the goblet, handing it over to Harry. Fancy a taste? Harry took a sniff of the golden liquid. Immediately, the burning fumes of fire whiskey filled his nostrils, tickling his throat. No, thank you, he coughed. Hope you won't go tattling to Dumbledore that I'm drinking on the job, Moody said, refilling the flask with another twirl of his wand and vanishing the goblet. Only thing that keeps me sane when dealing with you twerps all day. Now, what made you suspicious of me in the first place? Harry racked his brain for an acceptable answer, not wanting to divulge his ultimate secret to Moody. Neville Longbottom had a dream over the summer, he finally said, remembering his conversation with the boy at the Quidditch World Cup. A vision of Voldemort, talking about a servant he had planted at Hogwarts. You're new here, so you seem like the most likely candidate. Moody nodded thoughtfully. Dumbledore has similar concerns himself, which is why he recruited me. He believes this Triwizard Tournament business is a ruse for the Dark Lord to plant a spy in the castle. I suspect Igor Karkaroff myself. Karkaroff is a coward, Harry said without thinking. He gave up his fellow Death Eaters to buy his freedom, and he wouldn't dare go back to Voldemort's service after that. Moody raised his eyebrows at this. You're a smart cookie, Potter, he appraised the teen. Guess that's why the hat made you a Ravenclaw? Maybe I ought to recruit you as a second pair of eyes and ears once our foreign delegates arrive. I think someone's going to put Neville's name in the Goblet of Fire, said Harry. The tournament might be a ruse, just so he gets killed during one of the tasks. That would also be clever, Moody said thoughtfully. Get him out of the way, without anyone asking too many questions. He is underage, but theoretically, the magic of the goblet would still be binding. You've put a lot of thought into this, haven't you, Potter? I saw Voldemort with my own eyes in my first year, said Harry bitterly. I know he's still out there, gaining power. And this has his handwriting all over it. Moody nodded approvingly. Constant vigilance, Potter, he said. Dark days lie ahead of us. I fear. And you may find yourself in the firing line if you aren't careful. I will be, Harry nodded. I'll keep an eye on Neville as well. He is likely in more danger than I am. I probably so, Moody agreed. Matter of fact, we should establish a code word or phrase so that we can confirm each other's identities before discussing such matters in the future. All right, Harry shrugged. What did you have in mind? Moody thought for a moment. To Godric the Glory, he said softly. Huh, what's that? Harry asked, frowning. The last words of Fabian Pruitt, Moody said with a sad smile. He and his twin brother were holed up with James and myself in a safe house shortly before we were called into battle. Write to your father and ask him what Gideon's last words were. You give me the first phrase, and I'll respond with his. Deal, Harry nodded. He left the classroom soon after with mixed emotions. On the one hand, he was now fairly convinced that this was the real Moody he was dealing with, and not an imposter. On the other hand, it meant that there could be another imposter hidden in plain sight, forcing him to treat everyone else as a potential spy. Saul Croaker was right. As reassuring as it was to know Crouch Jr. was in prison, being in the dark about the new reality was equally as scary. Hey, Potter! A familiar voice flagged him down as he entered the Great Hall for lunch. Roger Davies was waving him over. Still fancy playing Seeker this year? I did, but the season was canceled, wasn't it? Harry frowned. Yeah, but see, we're putting a petition together, Roger explained. We may not have a house cup to compete for, but we want to form an unofficial league so us graduating students don't completely lose a year of playing. Brilliant! Harry grinned, surprised that such an initiative hadn't come to pass in his previous timeline. Are all the houses competing? It won't be strictly divided by house, Roger shrugged. Slytherin will probably remain intact out of pride, and the Gryffindor core too. But Durmstrang and Beauxbatons will surely have keen players as well, so I imagine there will be some mixing and matching. Bet every team will be lobbying to get Krum on their team, Harry thought with a wry grin. And he signed the petition, encouraged by the number of signatures already present, hoping that Dumbledore would allow the student initiative to proceed. It turned out that Roger wasn't the only Ravenclaw lobbying for signatures that morning. "Hiya, Harry," said Hermione in an uncommonly chipper voice as he sat down to eat. "Would you like to purchase a SBW badge?" Harry nearly choked with laughter at the innocuous question. He'd nearly forgotten all about Hermione's pet project in his original 4th year. "What's that?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "The Society for the Promotion of Elvish Welfare," Hermione explained breathlessly. "It's a student organization to raise awareness about the mistreatment of house elves in magical society." "Right," Harry said slowly. "That sounds great, Hermione, but do you think it'll actually accomplish anything? Most people don't care about the issue, and the elves are happy where they are dash." "Not all of them," Hermione said indignantly. "Did you know the Ministry is still holding Winky against her will for refusing to act against her master? And what of all the other elves suffering in silence, under the yoke of their own oppressive masters?" Harry opened his mouth to retort, but quickly shut it again. She had a very good point. He'd forgotten about Winky's unjust imprisonment at the World Cup and Fudge's obstinance in considering legislation to free them from such binding contracts. That wasn't even to mention Creature and Dobby, still stuck serving their own twisted masters. And what other pure-blood families must be harboring and mistreating their own elves? "Do you have a mission statement?" Harry asked. "Or tangible goals to reach towards?" We're still in the early stages," Hermione said, surprised by his sudden interest. "But I figure if we get enough students interested, we can formulate a plan to dash." "That won't work, Hermione," Harry shook his head. "You've got it backwards. You have to establish the goals first and foremost so that the people joining believe they are actually making a difference by contributing. Otherwise, you are just making empty promises, and people will be able to see straight through it." "Oh," Hermione said softly, considering this. "I suppose you have a point. I'll have to think about it." "I'll sign up for a badge, though," Harry said, taking the clipboard gently from her. "How much is it?" "2 sickles," Hermione said, looking slightly ashamed now. "I'll get to work on that mission statement straight away." "I'm sure it'll be great," Harry grinned, looking down at the list. There were 3 names already written down, Ron's and Neville's as expected, and a third he was surprised to see. "You convinced my cousin to sign up?" Damian was quite keen. "Actually," Hermione said eagerly. "He's been passionate about magical creatures ever since he arrived at Hogwarts." That made sense to Harry. The kid had spent half his time on campus down at Hagrid's helping with the animals, and he remembered how appalled Damian had been when they visited the kitchen elves the year before. "Well, good for him," Harry shrugged, jotting his own name down on the list and rummaging through his pocket for the silver, handing both back to Hermione. Hagrid also seemed to be in good spirits during care of magical creatures' lessons, and Harry suspected he knew why. One lesson the following week had them herding hippogriffs from one pasture to another deeper into the forest. "Making room for the Beauxbatons horses," Hagrid explained when a Hufflepuff girl asked why. "Winged Abraxans, according to Dumbledore." "You seem awfully excited about the other schools visiting, Hagrid," Hermione remarked at the conclusion of the lesson. "Yeah, well, it'll be nice to get some fresh blood round here," Hagrid shrugged. Then, he leaned in close so that only Hermione and Harry could hear him. "Rumor has it their headmistress, Maxime, is over 11 feet tall. It'll be mighty fascinating to get a talk with another, well, someone like me." Harry remembered the fiasco over Rita Skeeter's article exposing Hagrid's half-giant status to the world, and how devastated Hagrid had been about it. He resolved to prevent such an article being written in this timeline. He would have to mention it the next time he saw her, which wouldn't be long now with the Triwizard Tournament approaching. However, the initial excitement over the upcoming event waned as September dragged on and the rigors of regular schoolwork taxed the student body. Harry found himself once again behind on homework, spending nearly every free evening writing essays and completing worksheets. His previous fourth year had been trivial due to his exempt status from final exams as a school champion. Now he did not have that same luxury and would have to work harder. He did not remain idle in his extracurricular pursuits, however. He checked out a thick leather book from the library called the Hogwarts Student Compendium, containing student rosters for every incoming class. It seemed to be charmed to update itself with every new year, as the back page already contained the incoming class of 1994, where Harry could see Dennis Creevey and every other first year listed underneath their respective houses. Harry first flipped back to the 1930s and began searching, finding his first target under the class of 1938, Tom Riddle Slytherin. He did some quick math. Assuming a roughly 20-year gap between generations, Tom's grandfather Marvolo might have arrived at Hogwarts as late as 1900, but probably earlier than that. He decided to start in the 1850s to be safe and work his way forward, combing through each and every student's name to be safe. It was tedious work, and Harry felt himself growing tired by the end of his search. He was about to give up and call it a day when he found it. Marvolo Gaunt, a Slytherin from the incoming class of 1879. Gaunt, Harry thought, mulling the name over in his mind. It didn't sound familiar to him, and he couldn't recall anyone else with that surname. Reinvigorated, Harry pressed onward, hoping to find a trace of Voldemort's mother via another Gaunt. He came across another soon after, Omini's, in the class of 86, which was too soon to be an offspring of Marvolo's, perhaps a brother or a cousin. No others emerged in the 1800s, and Harry started to lose hope again as the early 1900s produced no candidates either. Then he found it, Morphin Gaunt, Slytherin, class of 1915. Is Morphin a girl's name? Harry thought, frowning to himself. The only other Morphin he could think of was a seventh-year Slytherin during his first year, and he was definitely a male. But maybe it was a gender-ambiguous name that could apply to either, and this was in fact the mysterious mother figure Harry was searching for. Or maybe Morphin had a sister. Harry mused, flipping forward through the book. But no other Gaunts appeared before Tom Riddle's arrival at the school, and he had to assume Morphin was the last of his name. Voldemort's mother was a witch, wasn't she? Surely she'd attended Hogwarts, had she not? He sent off a quick letter to Saul that evening with his findings, hoping the man could shed some light on the topic and learn more about the Gaunt family himself. But aside from that small discovery, there was little else for Harry to do on the investigative front. All of the students and staff were behaving normally, with the possible exception of the caretaker Filch, who was more surly and reserved than usual in the absence of his beloved Mrs. Norris. Harry figured Voldemort might choose a more obscure target to impersonate, perhaps someone from Beauxbatons or Durmstrang. Or maybe he wouldn't impersonate anyone at all, and his plans had radically shifted without Barty Crouch Jr. to do his bidding. Harry received a care package from home in early October, with two large owls struggling to carry in the box full of sweets and pastries and drop it atop his breakfast with a loud crash. Harry ignored the ribbing laughter from his fellow Ravenclaws and tore open the letter, which contained lots of love from his mother, as per usual. He would save it and relish in the words of comfort another time. Harry skimmed the letter until he spotted his father's trademark messy scrawl at the bottom of the page, adding a postscript to Lily's flowering language. Harry, I don't know why Moody would ask you such a morbid question as a dead man's last words. But if you must know, Gideon Pruitt and his brother had a call and response motto they would sometimes say to one another before a big battle. Fabian would say, "To God Rick the glory," and Gideon would respond, "To Helga the spoils." Some Hufflepuff rallying cry, I guess. Keep your nose clean and look after your sister this year. And enjoy the Triwizard Tournament. I might ask for time off of work to come watch the first task with you next month. Love, Dad. Harry chuckled at the mental image of the Pruitt twins, whom he was often told behaved similarly to Fred and George Weasley. To Godric the glory, to Helga the spoils. It certainly sounded like something two cheeky Hufflepuffs might say as inspiration before charging into battle. It was yet another point in Moody's favor, another reassurance that the year might indeed pass without Voldemort successfully sabotaging Hogwarts from within. The final week of October arrived before he knew it, and student excitement began to build up again when a notice was pinned outside the Great Hall, heralding the arrival of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons that Friday evening. Harry began to second-guess himself, wondering if he should be doing more to prevent another mishap with the Goblet of Fire. But what that might be, he didn't know. Before Harry knew it, he found himself lined up on the Hogwarts lawn alongside his classmates, waiting in the chilly evening air for the other schools to arrive. "You reckon they're taking the train into Hogsmeade?" wondered Terry Boot aloud. "They're coming from much farther than London," scoffed Michael Corner. "Brooms, then," said Anthony Goldstein. "Or porkies." "Could be," Harry grinned, not wanting to ruin the surprise. He scanned the skies as the rest of the students squinted down the grounds towards the village. Eventually, he spotted it. "Here they come." Students oohed and awed with delight as the Beauxbatons carriage descended from the sky, carried by a dozen winged horses. Madame Maxime led her students out of the carriage, the Beauxbatons' 7th years shivering in the cold Scottish air as they hustled towards the castle. Fleur Delacour was already complaining loudly about the weather to her friends. A few boys took notice as she passed by, and Harry too felt the distinctive Vila allure in the air before she disappeared from sight. The Durmstrang ship arrived soon after, emerging from the depths of the Great Lake with a mighty crash of waves. Igor Karkaroff led his students in a single-file procession up the path towards the school, where he greeted Dumbledore warmly and did his best to ignore Moody's baleful glares. Harry heard the squeals of surprise and delight as the other students realized that Victor Crumb was among them. The boy looked just as surly and standoffish as Harry remembered, no longer in his element on a broomstick hundreds of feet in the air. Dumbledore beckoned everybody into the Great Hall, where students took their seats at the house tables. Ravenclaw's was far more cramped than usual, as Beauxbatons had chosen to join them, perhaps feeling more at home among other blue-clad students. Harry spied Roger Davies enthusiastically greeting Fleur, who gave him an appraising sort of look, probably bragging about how he plans to be school champion, Harry thought with a smirk. Little does he realize who he is talking to. "Welcome, one and all, to Hogwarts," said Dumbledore, taking the podium and calling for silence. "To all of our esteemed guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, we hope you enjoy your stay at our castle for the next year. And now, for the moment you've all been waiting for. Mr. Filch, the casket, if you please." Argus Filch shuffled forward with a wooden box encrusted with jewels and placed it atop the podium. Dumbledore tapped it with his wand, causing the box to fall away and reveal the goblet of fire within, already glowing with blue flames within its brim. "Any student who wishes to enter their name in the tournament has 24 hours to place it in the goblet of fire," Dumbledore explained. "Only of-age students are permitted to do so. And I must warn you all, any student caught submitting a name on behalf of another underage student may result in expulsion from your school." That caused murmurs of mild alarm from some of the students. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff looked mildly surprised by this statement, but they said nothing to contradict it. After all, none of the students they'd brought along were underage, and why would any of them help a Hogwarts student enter their name? "Tomorrow night, our 3 champions will be selected, one from each school," Dumbledore went on. "Best of luck to all who choose to enter. Until then, we feast." And he returned to his seat, leaving the students to excitedly gossip while loading their plates. "Who'd you reckon the Hogwarts champion is going to be?" Terry Boot asked the table excitedly. "Hopefully it's Davies," said Michael Corner, glancing at the Quidditch captain just down the row. "Ravenclaw hasn't had a Triwizard champion in over 3 centuries. Did you know? It's usually someone from Slytherin," bemoaned Anthony Goldstein, frowning in the direction of the green and silver table. "Gits always want the glory for themselves." Marcus Flint certainly seems eager. "I could see it being Angelina Johnson," said Padma Patil, glancing in the opposite direction. "Gryffindors are chosen nearly as often for their reckless bravery, and she'd be the first Hogwarts female in a long while." "Maybe Cedric Diggory?" Harry suggested. But few seemed to consider that a real possibility, speculating on other viable options. "Guess they'll all be surprised then," he thought somewhat smugly. Harry hung around the Great Hall after his classmates headed to bed, as did many of the of-age students from each house. Once the tables had been cleared of food and silverware, Dumbledore waved his wand, and they were gently pushed to the sides of the room, leaving a large empty space in the center. He then moved the goblet of fire to the center of the room, still atop its podium, and drew an age line around it, a white shimmering circle suspended an inch or two off the ground. "Rubbish," muttered George Weasley. He and his twin were observing from the back of the hall, no doubt scheming. "We'll be 17 in just 5 months. Such rotten luck." "What you reckon, Potter?" piped up Fred, spotting him nearby. "Any ideas on how to get your name in?" "I'm not entering," Harry said adamantly. "And neither should you. You heard Dumbledore. You could get in big trouble dash." "No. He said other students would get in trouble for entering our names in," George pointed out with a devious grin. "I reckon an aging potion ought to get us in with a chance, don't you think, Freddie?" "Way ahead of you, Georgie," Fred grinned. And the two of them hurried off, no doubt to plot some harebrained scheme to get across the age line. Harry chuckled as he watched them go, looking forward to seeing them make fools of themselves again for everyone else's entertainment. Harry perched in a back corner at one of the displaced house tables, watching his students tentatively approach the goblet. They stepped cautiously across the age line one by one, slips of parchment in hand, and dropped them into the goblet, watching it flare ominously green in acceptance before returning to its placid blue state. Harry watched a number of Hogwarts students, including Angelina Johnson and Marcus Flint, enter their names as their classmates cheered them on. A number of Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students also lingered. Fleur Delacour entered her own name in quickly before disappearing onto the grounds with a flock of girlfriends. Victor Crumb drew every eye as he strode confidently across the hall and entered his name, also taking his leave soon after. "Hey, Harry," a friendly voice greeted him. Cedric Diggory had entered the hall alone. "What are you doing down here?" "Hey," said Harry, greeted the boy, now a man, he supposed. "Just watching people put their names in. Exciting, isn't it?" "Yeah, sure is," Cedric grinned. He had his own folded slip of parchment in hand, flicking it nervously as he glanced at the goblet. "I'm having second thoughts myself. Dunno if being a champion is going to be all it's cracked up to be." "You'd be a brilliant champion," Harry insisted. "Stop selling yourself short. And why are none of your friends here to root you on?" "None of them are of age yet," Cedric frowned. "But they kept pushing me to enter, so I came down here." "Oh, bloody hell, this is stupid. I'm going to bed dash." "Come on, you noble git," Harry smirked, standing and grabbing Cedric's arm to guide him forcefully towards the goblet. "Put it in, and quit doubting yourself." Cedric peered at the age line apprehensively. "Guess this is why I wasn't putting Gryffindor," he chuckled. "All right, here goes." And Cedric stepped across the line, dropping his parchment into the blue flames. Harry clapped as the flames flashed green in acceptance, and a few other students milling about the hall turned to watch, bemused, as a sheepish Cedric stepped away from the goblet. "Thanks, Harry," he grinned. "Shame you're underage. I reckon you could win the whole bloody thing if you were allowed to enter." Harry felt a sudden surge of emotion, with images of the tournament in his previous timeline flashing unbidden through his mind. Images of a bright green light exploding from a wand, claiming an innocent life in the graveyard. Images of Amos Diggory, screaming in agony as he clutched his lifeless son outside the maze. "Thanks, mate," Harry chuckled as he fought to remain in control of his emotions. "Guess I'll have to make do with cheering you on." Cedric chuckled and gave Harry a friendly punch to the shoulder before departing from the hall. Harry returned to his seat in the corner, hoping to blend into the background as students began to trickle off to bed. He was prepared to stay all night if he had to, if it meant catching someone in the act of trying to sabotage the goblet, if only he had his invisibility cloak to remain totally concealed. Suddenly, he felt the tip of a wand against his neck and heard a grizzled voice whisper in his ear. "Constant vigilance, Potter." He wheeled around. Moody was standing in the corner behind him, chuckling softly to himself. "Professor Moody," Harry exhaled, heart pounding in alarm. "What are you doing here?" "Same as you, apparently," said Moody. "Watching that blasted cup to make sure no one tampers with it. Dumbledore's orders." "Right. That's good," Harry sighed. He was grateful to hear that the headmaster seemed to be taking security more seriously this time around. "Don't you have something to say to me, lad?" Moody asked. "Oh, right," said Harry, remembering his father's letter. "To Godric the glory, to Helga the spoils," Moody nodded. "Very good. Never assume I am the same person I was yesterday. If someone wants Longbottom dead, they could attempt to impersonate me at any time." "Uh-huh," Harry said, though privately he could have guessed it was the real Moody simply based on the abundance of caution he was exhibiting. "You'd best run along to bed, lad," said Moody. "Anyone sees you lurking around here after curfew, they might start asking uncomfortable questions when things go belly up tomorrow." "If they go belly up," Harry corrected him as he stood to go. "Yes, of course," Moody scoffed, though it was clear his confidence was far less than Harry's that things would all go according to plan. "Off you get, Potter." Harry left the Great Hall, hoping he'd done enough to prevent disaster. At least it seemed that Dumbledore and Moody were on top of things, and that gave him a good deal of comfort as he went to bed that night. Being in the dark was scary, but it was less so knowing that more powerful wizards than him were working towards the same goal. Still, he found himself nervous as he filed into the Great Hall the following evening for the Halloween feast. He couldn't bring himself to share the collective excitement of the students around him, still worried that something could go wrong during the selection ceremony. He spotted Neville at the Slytherin table, keeping to himself and eating his dinner calmly, fully unaware of the plot he may or may not soon be involved with. After a hearty meal, Dumbledore finally stood and stepped up to the podium, calling for quiet. "The Triwizard Tournament is about to officially begin," the headmaster declared. "But first, in order to curb the number of posters hung outside my office, I have decided to approve the petition calling for an unofficial Quidditch league. Professor McGonagall has kindly agreed to organize the event. If you would like to play, please submit your preferred roster to her office by the 20th of November." A great roar of approval rose from this announcement. Roger Davies jumped up in triumph, looking more excited than he had the year before when they tied for the Quidditch Cup. Harry, too, was excited. He was sure to feel cooped up during a full year without Quidditch, and this would give him a competitive outlet. And what if he got the chance to fly against Krum? The possibility enthralled him. "But now for the big reveal," said Dumbledore. "In just a moment, the Goblet of Fire will select 3 names to compete as champions for their respective schools. As a reminder, once a name comes out of the goblet, the decision is final, and the chosen person must compete to the best of their abilities." A nervous hush fell over the crowd as Dumbledore turned towards the goblet, folding his hands patiently to wait. "What happens now?" asked Anthony Goldstein in a hush. "I thought the judges would pick a name out of the goblet by hand." "Shoo, just watch." Terry Boot hushed him. Just then, the Goblet of Fire flared bright red, and a piece of flaming parchment shot out of it. Dumbledore caught it in midair and unfolded it. "The Durmstrang champion," he announced in a booming voice, "is Victor Krum." A great roar of triumph raised from the Slytherin table as the Durmstrang students cheered for Krum, who stood and slunk forward to the front of the room to shake Dumbledore's hand. Many Hogwarts students also appeared excited by the prospect, craning their necks for a better look at him. Soon after Krum departed into a side chamber, the goblet flared red again, and Dumbledore snatched another piece of parchment from the air. "The Beauxbatons champion is Fleur Delacour," he announced. Another cheer rose from the Ravenclaw table, though noticeably quieter. Harry saw that several of the Beauxbatons girls looked irritated at the choice. Harry joined the polite clapping as a beaming Fleur stood from her seat not far from his and hurried up to the front. The Hogwarts students began muttering excitedly as all eyes turned back to the goblet. Harry spied Roger Davies not far down the table, looking anxious and excited, still believing he had a chance at being chosen. Harry also glanced at the Hufflepuff table, where Cedric Diggory sat quietly as his friends chattered around him, far more reserved. Few probably expected him to be chosen, even though he would prove to be a popular champion. The goblet finally flared up red again, and Dumbledore unfurled the 3rd piece of parchment. Harry immediately knew something was awry when he frowned down at the name in silence for a long while. The students murmured quietly to themselves, wondering what was taking so long. Harry watched the headmaster stare down at the parchment with growing alarm, and his heart stopped when Dumbledore looked up towards the Ravenclaw table and locked eyes with him. "No," Harry thought with a feeling of dread as Dumbledore cleared his throat to speak. "Please, no. I can't do this again." Dumbledore finally cleared his throat. "The Hogwarts champion is Harry Potter," he said in a defeated tone. At once there was a cacophony of noise around the Great Hall, yells of surprise and outrage, mostly from the older students. "He's not even of age," Roger Davies shouted in protest. Potter must have cheated, piped in Marcus Flint from across the room, the Slytherins around him vehemently vocalizing their agreement. Harry felt a distinct sense of déjà vu as the timeline seemed to repeat itself again. Once more he felt the suspicious eyes of the entire Great Hall upon him, and he wanted nothing more than to disappear into the floor. And once more it was Hermione who nudged him hard and urged him to stand, as he awkwardly made his way up to where Dumbledore was standing. "Sir, I swear I didn't interdash," he tried to explain, but Dumbledore held up his hand to stop him. He showed Harry the slip of paper, and Harry's heart skipped a beat when he saw the looping handwriting. Harry Potter, Hogwarts. Impossible, Harry thought. I didn't put my name in, and I know nobody else did. Why did the goblet choose me over every other Hogwarts student? And why me instead of Neville? "We'll get this sorted, Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore in a hushed tone. "Off you get." And he shooed Harry off to the side chamber, where Fleur and Crumb were no doubt waiting, the only two people in the castle unaware of what had happened. But Harry only made it a couple of steps before the goblet of fire flared red again, and a fourth piece of parchment flared upwards. Harry was the one to catch it out of the air, his seeker instincts prevailing over Dumbledore's slower reflexes. A feeling of dread crept over him as he unfolded the parchment, already suspecting what he would find within. His heart dropped to his stomach all the same when he read the words. Neville Longbottom, Ilvermorny. Surprise. Not really, I suppose. Everyone probably saw this development coming. Who is the big villain/imposter this year? I'm eager to hear everyone's guesses, because I have a juicy plot twist cooking in the oven that I can't wait to serve up to you all. I'd be surprised if anyone manages to guess the truth, but the seeds have already been planted earlier in the FIC and will continue to be throughout the year. So let's hear those wild conspiracy theories in the comments. And while we're at it, let's hear those you'll ball theories. No one has guessed Harry's date correctly either. Hint, it's someone we haven't seen much in the FIC so far, but it ought to make perfect sense once we get there. Year 4-06, Rogue Beetle. Harry felt like he was in a dream, floating somewhere outside his body, observing the proceedings from afar. People all around him were arguing and shouting at the top of their lungs, pointing accusatory fingers at him and Neville as though they had just murdered somebody. Eventually, Dumbledore raised his wand and shot a shower of sparks into the air to get everyone to quiet down. "Obviously, there has been foul play involved," the headmaster said gravely. "Harry, Neville, did either of you enter your names in, or ask an older student to do it for you?" "No, sir," both Harry and Neville repeated in unison. "But surely they cannot compete." "Albus," Karkaroff protested. "What kind of deception are you pulling? They are only little boys." Fleur protested, turning her nose up at the two of them. Neville flinched away at her disdainful look, but Harry glared forcefully at her until she eventually turned her attention elsewhere. "We must consult the judges on this matter," said Dumbledore. "What say you, Ludo? You're the director of this tournament. What is your judgment?" Ludo Bagman froze at Dumbledore's question. Harry realized that he must have been promoted to tournament director at the last moment, since Barty Crouch Sr. was still on the run from the law. Well, seeing as how these two boys are underage," Ludo stammered, "I must rule they cannot compete, and a new champion should be selected for Hogwarts." "That settles it then," said Madame Maxime, clapping her hands together decisively. "You can't do that," Harry protested. "The magic of the Goblet of Fire is binding. If our name comes out, we must compete or else risk losing our magic." "He knows an awful lot about this goblet," Crumb said suspicious. "I fear Mr. Potter may be correct," Dumbledore muttered. "We will need to consult with Mr. Croaker in the Department of Mysteries on this matter. As of right now, I think we must allow things to stand and proceed with our 4 champions." "But this is preposterous," Karkaroff spluttered. "Your school has an unfair advantage. Albus, 2 champions instead of 1. "Technically speaking, Mr. Longbottom was entered under the name of a different school," said Dumbledore, holding out the 2 slips of parchment bearing Harry's and Neville's names. "The goblet must have been fooled into believing a 4th school was competing." "Let me see that," Karkaroff muttered, snatching the 2 parchments from him. He glared down at them for a moment before huffing indignantly. "But look, they both have the same signature." Harry frowned and pressed forward to see for himself, as did several others in the vicinity. Sure enough, it appeared that the same person had written both his and Neville's names down on the two bits of parchment. The looping handwriting looked vaguely familiar to Harry, but he couldn't quite place where he'd seen it before. "You appear to be correct, Igor," Dumbledore remarked, examining the parchments more closely himself. "The same person must have entered both boys into the tournament against their will." "Ha!" Madame Maxime scoffed. "Obviously, one of them figured out across the age line and entered them both. They are conspiring together. But wait, I saw that one in the Great Hall," Karkaroff suddenly shouted, pointing a shaking finger at Harry. "He was hiding in the corner, waiting for everyone to leave. You must have done it when everyone went to sleep." "I did not," Harry protested. "Professor Moody was there the whole time. He can tell you. Where is he anyway?" That question was answered immediately as a door burst open and two people entered the room. Moody and Filch, the former dragging the latter by the collar. "Ouch, Geroff, you barmy git!" Filch was protesting loudly. "What is the meaning of this, Alastair?" Dumbledore asked, frowning. This slippery bastard was the only person to touch the goblet after it arrived at the castle, Moody growled, forcing Filch into a chair and pointing his wand at the man. "I had my eyes on it at all hours after he brought it into the hall. If the goblet was tampered with, he's the only possible culprit." "And me?" Filch stammered indignantly. "How could I have? But surely you know I can't use—" "Oh, this is absurd." Harry too found Moody's theory a bit hard to believe. Filch was a squib. How could he have tampered with the goblet of fire, even if coerced into it? Unless he's under polyjuice, Harry realized. "We'll soon learn the truth," Moody growled, rummaging through his robes. He withdrew something that looked like a vial of silvery liquid. "Stand still, everyone." Moody tossed the vial onto the floor in between everyone and jabbed his wand at it. Immediately, the silver liquid exploded outwards, coating everyone in the room and causing them to splutter and cough. "Murd, I have been poisoned," Fleur wailed. "Not poison, stupid girl," Moody growled. "It's thief's downfall. If anyone here is under polyjuice or an imperious curse, we'll soon know." Harry wiped the liquid from his eyes and looked around. Everyone looked the same as before, though with a few subtle differences. Fleur had mild acne peppering her brow, while Karkaroff had a nasty red scar across his face, running from his right eye to his left cheek. "Concealing that with a glamour? Are we, Karkaroff?" Moody sneered, seeing the scar for himself. "I believe I gave you that one, didn't I? Surely this is illegal." Albus Karkaroff muttered angrily, reapplying his magical concealment and causing the scar to fade from view. "You're one to give lectures about the law," Moody barked. "Now for the Veritasium." He removed another small vial from his robes, turning back towards Filch, who was drenched in the thief's downfall, but appeared no different. Still dripping wet himself, Moody uncorked the new vial and forced Filch's head back, applying 3 droplets of the liquid onto the man's tongue. Filch's demeanor instantly switched to one of indifferent compliance, staring blankly ahead. "What is your full name?" Moody demanded. "Argus Vincent Filch," Filch said in a dull monotone. "What is your purpose here at Hogwarts?" "I am the caretaker, hired last year by Albus Dumbledore." "Did you in any way tamper with the Goblet of Fire to alter its properties or affect the champion selection process?" "No." "Are you aware of any such plot to impact the tournament?" "No." "Did anyone else handle the Goblet of Fire upon arrival to Hogwarts yesterday?" "No." "I received it from Saul Croaker and delivered it straight to Albus Dumbledore, as directed." Moody looked up at Dumbledore and shrugged. "He's clear," the Auror growled, clearly not happy about this fact. "But the cup must have been tampered with," Maxime protested. "Surely this cannot be." "Indeed," Dumbledore frowned. "It is highly improbable that the goblet was tampered with after its arrival, as it has been closely monitored since then. There is a small possibility of an impostor at Hogwarts, but we must also strongly consider that it has been compromised in transit or in the Department of Mysteries." "Saul Croaker wouldn't," Harry said adamantly. "You may be fond of Croaker, boy, but you don't truly know him," Moody scoffed. "Every man's got his price." "But VOT is this?" Karkaroff gasped, eyes widening. "The boy is familiar with this Croaker fellow? He has become something of a mentor figure for Mr. Potter as of late, yes," Dumbledore conceded. But that is rich, Albus. Maxime laughed harshly. You must be in cahoots with this Croaker fellow, and you do not think to question Z, boy. Mr. Potter is a gifted young man, but I assure you he is not capable of tricking a powerful object such as the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore said placatingly. He would not have to be, if he convinced Croaker to do it for him, Karkaroff pointed out. This is not happening, Harry thought with a growing feeling of dread. Everyone was eyeing him suspiciously, especially the foreign delegation. Even Neville seemed to be looking at him differently. Only Moody and Dumbledore seemed convinced otherwise. All possibilities will be exhausted, I can assure you, said Dumbledore calmly. Ludo, would you kindly alert the Ministry to what has happened? And if you get the chance, do notify Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom's guardians as well. They will want to be involved, I am sure. Certainly, Albus. Ludo bowed. He looked quite eager to get out of the tense environment. He disappeared through a side door, and Harry desperately wished he could follow him. Fortunately, it seemed Dumbledore was also of a mind to defuse the situation. We will reconvene tomorrow once we have more information, he said sternly. Igor Olymp, inform your students that the result will stand for now. Alastair, kindly escort Mr. Longbottom back to his common room. Then join myself and Harry in my office. Me? Harry asked, surprised. Yes, Harry, you, Dumbledore said simply. Harry saw the look of concern in the headmaster's expression and knew he would want to ask him about his visions again. On the one hand, he was grateful that the man was showing discretion in front of the other schools and not revealing his secret. On the other hand, his vague response seemed to make them even more suspicious. The Durmstrang and Beauxbatons contingents filed out of the room, still glaring daggers at Harry, followed soon after by Moody and Neville, the latter of whom pointedly avoided eye contact with him. I apologize for dragging you into all of this, Argus, Dumbledore informed the caretaker, still shivering in his chair. He cast a drying charm on the squib, removing the thief's downfall still dipping from his face and clothes. I trust you will inform me if you witness anything suspicious in the coming weeks and months. Everything I witness is suspicious these days, Filch muttered under his breath, before he shuffled indignantly out of the room. Dumbledore went after him, beckoning for Harry to follow. Harry felt numb. He could not process why this had happened. What would Voldemort want with me? He wondered. He doesn't need my blood. So, why put my name in along with Neville's? And how had he done it in the first place? He could not formulate any cohesive thoughts or theories on the matter, focusing only on putting one foot in front of the other as he followed Dumbledore up to his office. Harry heard a squawk as he sank into his usual chair across from Dumbledore's desk, and Fawkes the Phoenix jumped from his perch and alighted on Harry's shoulder. Hello, Fawkes, Harry said dully. The bird bent its head to allow Harry to scratch under his beak. Fawkes seems to like you, Harry, Dumbledore smiled. And I like to think that he is a good judge of character. Sir, I just want to say Harry began, but the headmaster held up his hand to stop him. I know that this is not your fault, Harry, Dumbledore said kindly. Professor Moody made me aware of your suspicions last month. I myself suspected foul play as soon as Bertha Jorkins went missing over the summer. So you believe me? Harry asked, relieved. Unreservedly, Dumbledore nodded. Though I fear others in the castle may not feel the same. I will do what I can to protect yours and Mr. Longbottom's reputations, but I cannot promise much. It is what it is, Harry shrugged. And just so you know, I'll do everything I can to help Neville survive the tournament. I don't care about winning, as long as we both make it through alive. Glad to hear it, said Dumbledore. Now, before more guests arrive, do you have any more visions you wish to share with me? Harry thought for a moment about how much to share with Dumbledore. Screw it, he thought. Things are already bad enough. Best not make them worse by hiding anything. Yes, he said. I had a vision about a maze. There was a trophy at the end, and it took me somewhere far away. A graveyard, I think. I saw the name Tom Riddle on a tombstone. I sensed danger there. Dumbledore pondered this in silence for a long while. Harry hoped it was enough information to lead Dumbledore to the graveyard in Little Hangleton. And surely Dumbledore would know by now that the third task was a maze, validating his vision further. But before Dumbledore could say anything, the door burst open, and Moody strode in, looking surly. Figured tonight was going to go to hell one way or another, he grunted. I just can't figure it, Albus. If it wasn't Filch, it had to be Croaker or someone else in the Department of Mysteries. I would trust Saul Croaker with my life, said Harry adamantly. I know for a fact it wasn't him. Please believe me, Headmaster. Dumbledore scrutinized him for a moment. I do, Harry, he said, though he was not the only unspeakable with access to the goblet. I will speak with Cornelius about conducting an investigation, but I don't know how fruitful it will be. The Department of Mysteries is one of the few ministry branches with special immunity from the minister's meddling. Just then, the fireplace flared green, and a tall figure stepped through the grate. Moody immediately drew his wand and pointed it at the new arrival, only to find a wand being pointed right back at him. What score did you change on my aptitude test when I completed my aura training? James Potter demanded. Stealth and disguise, Moody growled. After you showed me your animagus form. And that form is? A stag, James confirmed. He then turned his wand on Dumbledore. How many house points did you take from me in my 6th year? He demanded. When I blew up a cauldron in Slughorn's class? 23, Dumbledore said calmly. 1 for each student you inconvenienced with your selfishness. To Harry's surprise, James then turned his wand on his own son. Where did I take you for your 10th birthday? He asked. Harry's stomach lurched. He stammered. He had no earthly idea, as he hadn't arrived in this timeline until a year later. Come now, James, be reasonable, Moody sighed. Answer me, James demanded his son. Harry has been dosed with Thief's Downfall and answered numerous questions only he could have tonight, Dumbledore said calmly. Kindly lower your wand now. Order, Potter. James sighed heavily and obliged, massaging his temple. He looked tired. Did you enter your name into the goblet, Harry? He asked hoarsely. For Merlin's sake, if you never tell me the truth again for the rest of your life, please at least do so now. I swear, Dad, I didn't, Harry insisted. I didn't want to compete. Then who did this? James demanded, rounding on the headmaster again. Can't you keep my son out of danger for one godforsaken year, Dumbledore? Watch your tone, James Moody growled warningly. Alaster, please, Dumbledore said tiredly, holding his hands up for peace. This is the work of a powerful dark wizard, acting on behalf of Lord Voldemort. Your son made us aware of a potential plot last month thanks to a vision, but did not realize that he would be caught up in it himself. What steps are being taken to find the culprit? James demanded. How are you going to solve this? We have writing samples, said Dumbledore, procuring the 2 slips of parchment bearing Harry's and Neville's names. Our first step will be to compare it against the handwriting of every student, staff member, and guest within this castle. James walked around Dumbledore's desk and craned his neck at the 2 names. I'd like copies of those if you don't mind, he said. I could pull some strings in the DMLE to have them analyzed for a match. Discreetly, of course. By all means, said Dumbledore, tapping his wand to the 2 bits of parchment. 2 identical copies sprang into being, which he handed to James. That might actually do the trick, Harry thought to himself. If the culprit was indeed a Death Eater, like Pettigrew or Crouch Jr., their records were already in the Ministry database and would be available to analyze. Perhaps the question we should be asking is not how, but why, Moody remarked. Longbottom, I understand, but why would the Dark Lord care about Potter? I suspect the events of the Quidditch World Cup may be related, Dumbledore mused. As I understand it, young Harry here made a lot of Voldemort's sympathizers very angry. But they never publicized his name, James protested. Surely nobody realizes Harry was involved. Lucius Malfoy knows, Harry said glumly. Draco told me so on the train earlier. Said his father would make me regret what I did. If I discover that Lucius is involved in this, James said through gritted teeth, I'll wring his neck personally. Lucius Malfoy is a dangerous man, Dumbledore agreed. Though the danger lies not in his magical strength, but his influence and reach. If he is involved, it will be difficult to use proper ministry channels to investigate. I'll talk to Amelia about it straight away, said James. She understands that better than anyone. Malfoy won't be able to bribe her into silence. Good, very good, said Dumbledore. Alaster and I will do what we can here at Hogwarts. And Harry, I must stress the importance of sharing any information you come across. no matter how significant you think it is. Yes, sir, Harry agreed. His brain felt numb. He wanted nothing more than to go to bed and pretend the day never happened. Get some sleep, Harry, said James, patting his son on the shoulder. If you are forced to compete, you'll need to prepare hard. I will, Harry promised. He hoped the 3 tasks would be the same as his last timeline. If so, he felt confident that he could get through them all easily enough. Ensuring Neville did the same would be another story entirely. Moody escorted Harry back to Ravenclaw Tower, giving him words of encouragement that washed right over him in his current state. He felt physically and emotionally drained from the stress of the past 24 hours, not to mention the unknown challenges of the months to come. He bade Moody good night and entered the common room. Immediately, he was accosted by his housemates, who were eager to learn what had happened. How'd you do it, Harry? Terrible demanded. How'd you get past the age line? I didn't, Harry sighed tiredly. And neither did Neville. Someone else did. Who? Asked Sully eagerly. Dunno, Harry shrugged. Dumbledore suspects Voldemort to be behind it. This was met by mixed gasps and laughs of incredulity. That's the best you can come up with as an excuse? Roger Davies scoffed. Can't you at least own up to it like a man, Potter? Nothing to own up to, Harry said hotly. I didn't want to enter. Roger shook his head in disbelief. Unbelievable, he muttered. I have to share a house with a liar and a sneak. And you can forget about joining us for Quidditch this year. Great. I'm not interested anyway, Harry rolled his eyes. Now get out of my way. I'm going to bed. And he brushed past the 7th year, no longer interested in defending himself over and over. He kicked off his shoes as soon as he entered the dorm and closed himself in his 3-poster bed, eager to escape reality for a while and embrace the sweet nothingness of sleep. Harry woke up late the following day, which was thankfully a Sunday. He'd half hoped that the day before was all a dream, that he had only imagined being selected by the Goblet of Fire. Maybe he would go downstairs for breakfast and learn that it was Halloween all over again, that the selection ceremony had yet to begin. Or better yet, that he'd imagined it all, that Cedric Diggory was the one and only Hogwarts champion, and he would get to enjoy the tournament from the sidelines. But as soon as he entered the Great Hall, he knew this was not the case. Dirty looks followed him from the door all the way to the Ravenclaw table, and as he approached his usual spot, several students got up to move farther down the row from him. Harry ate his breakfast in silence, doing his best to ignore the whispered gossip all around him. He wondered if Neville was receiving similar treatment, but the boy was nowhere to be seen. The mail arrived soon after, with Bandit the Owl alighting beside his plate to deliver his morning profit. Harry fed the bird a bit of toast and glanced at the headline before resuming his meal, as he often did. But he did a double take at the front page, unfolding it fully and finding himself staring at a large photograph of his father. The article accompanying it made his stomach lurch horribly. Son of famed Auror disrupts Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. By Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet. Last night marked the official start of the Triwizard Tournament, a long-standing tradition between the 3 major European magical schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. However, the event rapidly devolved into chaos when a 4th name was unexpectedly chosen, that of Harry Potter, 14, son of renowned Auror James Potter. Sources tell the Prophet that Mr. Potter was observed lurking around the Goblet of Fire the night prior to the selection ceremony. He seemed awfully interested in the process for someone who wasn't allowed to enter himself, says an unnamed Hogwarts student in an exclusive interview. Almost like he was plotting it all along. Potter happens to be in the same grade level as Neville Longbottom, the boy who lived, who was also selected as a school champion for the tournament. Many at the school believe this was a deliberate move by Potter to prove his superiority over his more famous classmate. Potter's always showing off and trying to prove how great he is, the anonymous student continued. Clearly, he couldn't stand being overshadowed by Longbottom and decided to take matters into his own hands so that he could try and embarrass him in the tournament. This is the latest of several incidents involving Mr. Potter at Hogwarts. The Prophet can now reveal him as the student who witnessed the murder of Quirinius Quirrell in 1992, as well as one of the students who entered the Chamber of Secrets in 1993. We have also learned from sources within the ministry that Mr. Potter has had the trace removed from his wand, an unusual occurrence for an underage student that suggests potential treachery and intent to do harm. This raises serious concerns about the boy's father, James Potter, and what kind of son he is raising. Potter Sr. was a well-known prankster in his own Hogwarts years, and clearly this is rubbed off onto his eldest child, who appears to have no remorse for his disruptive actions. Is this the kind of role model we want in charge at the Ministry? What kind of menace to society will Potter Jr. be when he comes of age in the wizarding world? The prophet shudders to think. The article continued on the next page, but Harry couldn't bear to read any more, tossing the paper aside in disgust. He heard loud guffawing from behind him and turned to see Draco Malfoy and his cronies reading the article aloud to one another and laughing uproariously at it. 3 guesses who the anonymous source was, Harry thought angrily. Was Draco meant when he threatened Harry on the train earlier in the year? Harry wasn't sure what surprised him more, that he was being blamed for the incident or that Rita Skeeter was the one lofting accusations at him. Why was she so intent on burning bridges with him? Had she forgotten about their deal and what he could do to her career if she stepped out of line? He was of half a mind to write a letter to Amelia Bones immediately and have her arrested, but he knew he'd likely see her soon for the tournament anyway and planned to confront her then. Either way, it certainly explained why everyone was treating him with such disdain. Harry continued to see copies of the Prophet at meals and in the halls in the coming days, as everyone eagerly devoured Rita's words like gospel. Another year of being the school pariah. Then, Harry thought glumly to himself. He was growing used to getting the cold shoulder from his classmates by now, but it was no less lonely and frustrating the more times it happened for no good reason. There was certainly more of an edge of malice to things this time, however. This went beyond simple fear, as during the chamber incident or Pettigrew saga. People actively seemed to hate him for what he'd supposedly done. The number of people who accidentally bumped him passing by at the Ravenclaw table, or failed to hear him when he asked someone to pass a dish he couldn't reach, it was too deliberate to be incidental. Harry desperately wanted to speak to Neville alone about the latest development, but he could not get anywhere near the boy. The Slytherins seemed to have embraced him as their true champion. Even Draco seemed to be on good terms with him, or at least pretended to be. Whenever Harry spotted Neville in the halls and tried to approach him, it was like a wall of students shifted in front of him, as though the student body was working in tandem to keep him away from their precious boy who lived at all costs. Fortunately, or perhaps not, the opportunity came to him a few days later, rather than the other way around. Harry was the first to depart from the afternoon care of magical creatures lesson, hustling up towards the castle to get some homework done in the library before dinner. But he sensed a large group of people following close behind him and paused when someone called out his name. A crowd of 4th years was stood before him, looking suspicious and angry with him. Ron Weasley stood at the front, beside a nervous Hermione, while Neville lingered at the back of the pack, the others of all houses acting as pseudo-bodyguards for him. Something the matter? Harry asked tiredly, knowing that whatever this was would likely not be pleasant. Yeah, there is, said Ron, narrowing his eyes. Why'd you do it? Do what? Asked Harry. Don't be thick, spat Seamus Finnegan. We all read about what you did to the Goblet of Fire. Why are you out to get Longbottom? I didn't enter anybody's name into that goblet, Harry sighed, rubbing his eyes. Mine or Neville's. I wanted nothing to do with this tournament dash. Then why did you stay behind in the Great Hall the night before the ceremony? Ron demanded. My brother saw you watching people entering their names. Almost like you were waiting for everyone else to leave so you could do the same. How would I have gotten across the age line? Harry pointed out. I'm underage, if you've forgotten. You managed to get rid of the trace, didn't you? Piped up Ernie Macmillan. Yes, but I had nothing to do with that dash, Harry stammered. Sure. Ernie scoffed. Just like you didn't enter your name in that goblet. The surrounding students oohed, as though Ernie had just made an excellent point, causing Harry to roll his eyes. And why did Dumbledore want to talk to you privately that night? Ron pressed. Neville said he called you up to his office alone after the ceremony. That's none of your business, Harry said hotly. Isn't it obvious? He suspected Potter, but couldn't prove it, said Seamus, earning nods of vigorous approval from the others. Harry could tell that he was not going to convince any in their current riled-up state. Neville, would you like to speak about this privately? He said loudly, looking past the boldest students at the front to the timid boy lurking behind them. "You're not getting anywhere near him," Ron growled, drawing his wand as several others around him did the same. "Not until you confess and apologize." Harry almost wanted to laugh at the absurdity of the situation, if it wasn't so painful to see unfold. "I've done nothing wrong," he said, holding up his hands for peace. "And I'm tired of explaining that to people. So piss off." And he turned his back on the posse of students to march back up to the castle alone. Harry sensed the spell coming from behind before Ron even finished his incantation. He whirled around, wand flashing through the air to bat the tongue-swelling hex away and retaliate with a wordless banishing charm. It hit Ron with more force than he intended, causing the redhead to launch 20 feet backwards and land in a heap on his back. Harry glared at the others, daring any of them to make another move. "Stop it!" Hermione wailed, looking extremely distressed by the turn of events. "All of you, this isn't the way to handle things." "I agree," Harry said simply, stowing his wand away. "I prefer handling things with words, but if anyone else wants a fight, I'll give you one." And he turned to resume his march up to the castle, still fuming. Once again, he found himself at odds with Ron during the Triwizard Tournament, though it stung considerably less since he wasn't as close with the boy in this timeline. And the silver lining was that Neville still had him for emotional support, as he would need it much more than Harry in the months to come. Still, he couldn't pretend that it was fun being ignored by his entire class. Even the few who seemed sympathetic to his cause, like Hermione, didn't want to be seen commiserating with him, only giving him sorrowful looks from afar. Even some of the teachers seemed to have bought into Rita Skeeter's lies. Professor McGonagall was far harsher with him than usual in Transfiguration, and Snape was downright nasty towards him, as though they were right back to their old timeline relationship. "Dear, dear, another 0 for the day. I'm afraid." Snape sked softly as he walked past Harry's cauldron and accidentally bumped his ingredients tray, sending them all into the broth and ruining the potion. "Do try not to be so clumsy with your mistakes, Potter." "Don't engage," Harry thought angrily to himself as he set to work cleaning the overflowing cauldron before the mess reached the floor. "He's trying to rile you up. Don't let him win." Fortunately, a reprieve from Snape's torment came in the form of Cedric Diggory, who poked his head into the classroom. "Professor Snape," he called out, "I need to borrow Harry Potter." "Mr. Potter has 30 minutes remaining in the lesson," Snape said coolly, "and he will need it to finish rectifying the mess he has made." "Sir, I'm afraid it's important," Cedric grimaced. "It's for the tournament." Snape grumbled mutinously under his breath. "Fine, take the boy and go," he said dismissively, waving his wand to vanish Harry's ruined potion in an instant. "Could have done that earlier," Harry thought grumpily as he followed Cedric out of the classroom. Neither boy said anything as they left the dungeons and wove through the castle towards their destination. Harry didn't want to say anything, unsure of where exactly Cedric's head was. Did he buy into the rumors about Harry's involvement? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long for Cedric to broach the subject himself. "Harry, I hate to ask you this," said Cedric nervously, "but did you use me to put your name into the Goblet of Fire?" Harry's eyebrows shot up. "What? Of course not," he said. "Why would you think that?" "It's just what people are saying," Cedric grimaced. "They saw you urge me on to enter my name in the Great Hall that night. There's a rumor that you used a switching spell or something so that I would enter your name instead of mine. Bloody hell," Harry groaned, rubbing his face tiredly. "Cedric, I swear to you on my life that I had nothing to do with this. I would switch places with you in a heartbeat if I could. I'm tired of always being dragged into these ridiculous situations against my will." Cedric studied Harry for a moment, then nodded. "I believe you, Harry," he sighed. "I've tried to defend you, say that this isn't something you would do, but no one believes me. They think you're pulling one over on me. I'm not concerned with what other people are saying," Harry shrugged. "Don't bother defending me if it'll hurt your reputation. I can handle being hated. I'm pretty used to it by now." "You're the Hogwarts champion, mate," Cedric said reassuringly. "People will come around once the tournament starts. They'll just flock to Neville instead of me," Harry scoffed. "And that's fine. Let him have the limelight for a little while. I'll just keep my head down and do what needs to be done." "And what needs to be done?" Cedric frowned. "Figuring out who's behind this," Harry shrugged. and keeping myself and Neville alive through the 3 tasks. They had arrived at their destination, an empty classroom on the 5th floor. Harry bade Cedric goodbye before entering, where he found Crumb, Fleur, and Neville already waiting for him. None of them looked too pleased to see him. "If he isn't YEA I cheater," Fleur scoffed. "Whatever it is you think I did, I'm innocent," Harry said firmly. Fleur narrowed her eyes at him. Suddenly, Harry felt a powerful wave of magic assault his senses. He was sorely tempted to begin bragging about his every accomplishment and win Fleur's affections back. "She's directing her velo allure at me on purpose," Harry realized. "How dare she?" With a mighty snap, Harry slammed his occlumency barriers into place and forced Fleur from his mind. Fleur physically staggered back half a step, feeling the connection sever abruptly. "Don't ever do that again," he snapped at her angrily. Fleur looked briefly guilty, but said nothing, tossing her hair back and looking elsewhere. Crumb and Neville looked somewhat dumbstruck, having been affected by the allure themselves, but not realizing what had happened between her and Harry. Just then, the door opened again, and Ludo Bagman entered the room with a small entourage behind him. "Good afternoon, champions," said Ludo Bagman cheerfully, though none of them looked all too pleased to be there. "We've called you here to conduct the customary weighing of the wands. Mr. Ollivander here will be checking each of your wands to ensure they are in working order for the tournament." Harry watched dully as Ollivander inspected both Crumb's and Fleur's wands, remarking on their unusual makes and cores. Eventually, he turned to Harry, who handed his over at once. "Ah, yes, this was a delightful challenge," Ollivander said with glee, turning the wand over in his palm. Mahogany, 12 3/4 inches, with a Kneazle whisker core, the trickster wand. Harry cringed internally at this description, feeling the suspicious stares of the other 3 champions, but he said nothing. Ollivander gave the wand a small twirl. Rather than the gentle stream of wine he'd intended, a jet of liquid exploded from the tip, spraying all over the nearby wall and ceiling. "Highly temperamental magic for a refined palate," Ollivander remarked, somewhat bemused as he handed the wand back, but undoubtedly working as intended for its owner. Ollivander then turned to Neville, who procured a very familiar light brown wand. The old wand maker took it with reverent care, examining it curiously. "Ah, of course," he breathed. "Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches. A most extraordinary pairing." Harry eyed the wand with mild jealousy. He missed the natural bond he'd shared with it in his last timeline. It still felt like he was fighting the Kneazle core wand at times, constantly pushing himself to prove his worth with it. Ollivander used Neville's wand to produce a flock of birds before handing it back to him. Very good," said Bagman eagerly. "Now remember, champions, your first task will be 2 Saturdays from now. Prepare for any eventuality. You're all dismissed." "Not so fast, dearies," a familiar sing-song voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Rita Skeeter lurking in a corner, smiling sweetly at them. "We need photos and interviews with the school champions." "Oh, right. Very well," Bagman sighed, slinking off after Ollivander to leave the 4 champions alone with her and the photographer. "So, who wants to go first?" asked Rita, eyes greedily scanning the teens. "Mr. Longbottom, perhaps?" "Actually, I'll go first," Harry piped up, drawing a look of mild surprise from Rita. He followed her across the hall into a separate empty classroom, where he immediately rounded on her as soon as the door was shut behind them. "What are you on about?" he demanded. "Writing all that stuff about me and my dad and the prophet. I just thought the people deserved to know what's happening around Hogwarts," Rita said, feigning innocence. "I follow the story, wherever it takes me. It's rubbish, and you know it," Harry shouted. "You didn't even come to me to ask my side of it." "Oh, honey, reporting doesn't always work that way," Rita said in a patronizing tone that infuriated him even more. "Oftentimes we have to rush to print before we can gather quotes from both sides. Deadlines and all of that. Surely you understand." "I thought we had an agreement," Harry growled, taking a menacing step towards her. "I feed you valuable information, and you reap the benefits." "I don't recall that being our agreement at all," Rita said, narrowing her eyes. "As I remember it, you tried to blackmail me in order to control the narrative in your favor. I nearly got fired for writing that piece about Dumbledore 2 years back." That's not my problem, Harry said hotly. Now you're going to go back and print a retraction about everything you said about me and my father. Or I'm going straight to Amelia Bones with what I know. Rita did not look fazed by this threat. In fact, to Harry's horror, a sly grin spread across her face. And what is it you think you know, dearie? She asked, in a falsely honeyed voice that reminded him chillingly of Dolores Umbridge. That you're an illegal animagus, Harry said, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. A beetle. How fascinating that you know my animagus form already, Rita said with mock surprise. Considering I only completed my registration 4 weeks ago. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Registration? He repeated dumbly. Did you really think, Rita said sharply, all pretense of politeness evaporating, that you could hold that over my head for the rest of my life? You stupid boy. I began the legal process the day after you threatened me. 2 painstaking years of going through every step by the book under strict ministry supervision, and I finally completed the process last month. And do you know what that means? Harry didn't know what it meant, and it was nothing good. He was now the one to back away in fear as Rita stalked towards him. I'm going to ruin your family, Rita snarled. No teenage twerp is going to blackmail me and get away with it. I will smear your father's name through the mud until he's forced to flee the country. And while I'm at it, I'll make certain no one in this castle ever trusts you ever again. There's no reason we can't continue our cordial agreement, Harry said placatingly, trying desperately to remain calm. I'll be your personal mole inside the castle dash. No, my dear, I'm afraid our business here is concluded, Rita said, shaking her head. I would say it's been a pleasure, but well, it hasn't. I suppose the pleasure will have to be all mine from here on out. You can't do this, Harry protested weakly. Keep my family out of it, or LLL-. You'll do what? Rita demanded. She watched him open and close his mouth a few times, powerless, then smirked in triumph. That's what I thought. Now I'm off to interview Neville. I'm sure he'll be scandalized to hear what vile things you had to say about him in private. And Rita exited the room, leaving Harry alone with a sickening feeling in his stomach. As if he didn't have enough on his plate already. Now he had to worry about James losing his job because of his actions. He should have realized that his blackmail plan wouldn't be sustainable forever, and that Rita would take steps to protect herself. He could attempt to prove her guilt prior to her official registration, but that would risk her exposing his blackmail efforts, which would undoubtedly have even worse consequences. Harry didn't bother returning to the other champions for photographs, heading straight to the Great Hall for an early dinner. Most students were either studying or in class still, giving him a chance to eat quickly before any other students noticed his presence and began gossiping about him. He scarfed down a quick meal and got up to head to the library, intent to begin his preparations for the first task. "Oi, Potter!" Harry turned around with a sigh, mentally preparing himself for yet another fight. Fred and George Weasley were approaching. Harry briefly had a flashback to his second year, when the twins had accosted him under the impression he'd been spying on Ginny in the bathroom. But they appeared docile now, no wands in sight. "Yeah," he asked cautiously. The twins stopped and examined him for a moment. "You playing Quidditch this year?" asked Fred. Said Harry. That was far from the question he'd been expecting. "No, I guess not. The Ravenclaws don't want to play with me. Told you Davies was a real git, didn't we?" George smirked. "But you know it's not restricted to house, right? Plenty of teams are mixing and matching. I don't know if anyone will want to play with me after what's happened," Harry shrugged. The twins looked at each other. "We will," they said in unison. Harry frowned. "Why?" he asked. "'Cause you're the best seeker at the school, besides maybe Diggory," said Fred. "Who we asked yesterday," George piped in, "and he said he's already got a team. So now we're asking you. You don't believe I put mine or Neville's names in then?" asked Harry hopefully. "We saw you take on those Death Eaters at the World Cup," Fred shrugged. "That's not something an attention seeker does." "To hell with Rita Skeeter's rubbish," George added with a smirk. "We know you're a good bloke, even if you're a bit crazy." Harry racked his brain, looking for some other excuse to prevent the twins from destroying their reputation by associating with him. "What about Ginny?" he asked. "Won't Gryffindor want to stay together?" "She prefers playing chaser," said Fred. "She joined a team of younger players for the practice. And Oliver graduated, so we'd have to recruit out of house either way," George added. "What about the girls?" Harry asked, referring to the chaser trio of Angelina, Alicia, and Katie. Are you sure they want to be associated with me? We'll convince them, Fred winked. Angelina's still a bit miffed about your selection, but she cares about winning more than anything, and I reckon we'd have a chance with you as our seeker. A chance at second place, of course, George corrected. Crumb's playing with his Durmstrang blokes after all. He lost the World Cup, Harry pointed out. We'll just have to repeat what the Irish did. I like that attitude, Potter. Fred grinned, slapping him on the shoulder. Is that a yes, then? Yeah, I'm in. Harry grinned. He had never considered the possibility of playing with his old Gryffindor teammates again in this timeline, and it sounded like a brilliant outlet to de-stress and keep his Quidditch skills sharp. Splendid, said George, clapping his hands together. We'll just have to find a keeper, but we know a couple people we can ask. Hopefully we won't have to ask Ron, Fred muttered darkly. He's a fair flyer, but I'd rather not have him protecting our posts. I don't think there's much risk of that once he learns I'm on the team, Harry grinned. He had a brief but vivid memory of the entire school singing Weasley is our K-ing to celebrate Ron's failures and wasn't eager to relive the experience, even if the boy was annoying him now. We'll let you know when we start practicing, said George. We'll probably have less time than usual to prepare, so hopefully we can improvise a game plan on the fly. I'm sure we'll figure something out, said Harry. He knew the Gryffindor's flying styles very well after 5 years of riding alongside them, and was excited to reintegrate with their formidable core. Harry watched the twins depart, an odd feeling of gratitude welling up in him. As much as he didn't like to admit it, being the school pariah was a big drain on his mental health. Knowing that at least a few people in the castle had his back was enough to make him feel like it was worth continuing on. /N. Harry may have had some big wins lately, but that doesn't mean the losses are entirely behind him. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, as they say. Let's see if he can turn things around and win some hearts back for the first task. Year 4-07. The first task. The encouragement continued for Harry in the days to come, in the form of several letters from familiar faces. Sirius and Remus both sent kind words of support, urging him to prepare hard and not worry about the lies Rita Skeeter was printing about him. Lily also sent a terse letter expressing her disapproval in his involvement with the tournament, but wishing him luck and urging him to prepare hard for his first task. It was a small gesture, but another reminder that Harry was not alone in this situation and he had people in his corner rooting him on. But the one person Harry hoped to hear most from, Saul Croaker, remained maddeningly silent. Harry had sent a quick coded message the day after his selection, seeking any information about what might have happened. He doubted Saul would know anything he didn't, though, and it was probably for the best that he didn't write back. If anyone spotted him opening a letter from Saul, it would only intensify the scrutiny and suspicion upon him. Besides, finding the culprit would have to be a secondary priority, now that a much more pressing issue loomed: survival. His first step would be to ensure that the first task was the same as in his last timeline. He waited until his roommates went to sleep one night before casting a disillusionment charm on himself and sneaking out of Ravenclaw Tower. He'd been practicing the spell in the mirror in the bathroom for weeks, and while it wasn't as perfect as his trusty invisibility cloak, it would allow him to avoid detection from anyone not looking directly at him. Harry crept through the castle, fortunately meeting no resistance en route to the grounds. He made his way to the broom shed outside the Quidditch stadium, unlocking it with a whispered "Allo Omora" and slipping inside. His plan was to grab his firebolt and fly out over the Forbidden Forest to locate the dragon enclosure he suspected would be there by now. However, when he reached the stall that should have held his prized broomstick, he found it empty. His heart skipped a beat. Did somebody steal my firebolt? Harry thought with alarm. That was concerning enough as is. But his whole plan for beating the first task had been to outfly the dragon as before. He couldn't do that on just any school broom. Even with a firebolt, the Hungarian horntail had nearly eaten him for breakfast. But he couldn't dwell on it at that moment. He borrowed a broom from one of the neighboring stalls and took off into the night sky. It took him an hour of silently circling over the trees to locate it. A heavily warded clearing deep in the forest, where 4 furious dragons were being wrangled by their handlers. Harry took stock of each of them, noting that they appeared to be the same breeds as before. He could not tell if any of them were nurturing eggs, but he had to assure the task would be the same as in his first timeline. He circled around and returned to the castle grounds, determined now to solve the case of the missing firebolt. Harry was tempted to raise the alarm immediately, but didn't want to alert the staff or his classmates that he'd been sneaking out of the castle late at night. So he waited until after his next charms lesson to approach Professor Flitwick about the matter. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick squeaked excitedly. "Preparing for your first task, I hope?" "Yes, sure am," Harry said evasively. "Sir, I went into the broom closet yesterday and found that my firebolt was missing. You reckon somebody stole it?" Flitwick sighed deeply at this, suddenly looking very guilty. "Ah, yes, I intended to tell you earlier," he muttered. "Your mother wrote to me a few days ago and requested that your broomstick be retrieved and owed back home." "What? Why?" Harry yelped in alarm. "She seemed awfully concerned about your safety in the tournament, being underage and all," Flitwick said sadly. "Said in her letter that you didn't need the distraction at this point in time, and that you should focus on your preparation instead." Harry cursed under his breath at this. He knew Lily didn't intend to sabotage his performance in the first task, but he equally knew how stubborn his mother was and how unlikely she would be to change her mind. Now he would have to come up with an alternate plan to retrieve the egg safely. That wasn't to mention the difficulties he would now have in the Quidditch League, as he relayed to Fred and George later that evening. "Ah, shame," that Fred commiserated. "But that's all right. Even on a school broom, I reckon you can outfly most folks here." "Not like we're playing for anything but pride anyway," George shrugged, also seemingly unconcerned. "Winning isn't everything." "Just don't tell that to Angelina," Fred said in a more hushed tone. "She's determined to get first place at all costs." "She's agreed, then?" Harry grinned. "And Katie and Alicia?" "Sure have," George confirmed. "We found a keeper, too. Some Durmstrang bloke named Volkov. Dunno if he's any good, but beggars can't be choosers, I suppose." "Brilliant," said Harry, figuring this could be a good opportunity to bond with students from the other schools. "I'm a bit busy preparing for the first task at the moment, but I look forward to flying with you all." "We'll plan on holding our first practice the week after the task," said Fred. "Assuming you survive it, of course," George winked. "Not that we doubt you or anything. But do try not to get maimed, will you? We'd prefer our seeker to have all 4 limbs intact." Harry laughed and bade them goodbye. He was grateful to still have the Weasley twins on his side. They brought a much-needed levity to his dire circumstances. It still stung to have Ron dead set against him, but that was at least understandable. He was even more loyal to his best friend in this timeline, due to his time spent among Hufflepuffs. If that meant Neville had steadfast support all throughout the tournament, Harry could handle a bit of ill will in the short term. It turned out that the twins weren't the only Weasleys in his corner, either. He was in the library working on Ancient Runes translation worksheets one afternoon when Ginny, Dahlia, and Astoria walked up to his table, sitting around him without asking. "What's your blood type?" Dahlia asked without preamble. Sorry," Harry asked, bewildered. "No idea." "Whatever. I'll just ask Mum," Dahlia sighed. "Madame Pomfrey asked me to help Snape restock potions for the first task. Based on some of the supplies she's having me prepare, she seems to expect the champions to get torn to shreds." "Well, we each have to fight a dragon," Harry shrugged. "So that's a very real possibility." All 3 girls' eyes widened at this information. "Blimey, a dragon?" Dahlia breathed. "That explains all the burn ointment I've had to mix this week." "But you're only 14. Ginny gasped. "How do they expect you to take down a dragon?" "They didn't expect any of us to be 14. For one thing," Harry sighed. "What are you going to do?" asked a horrified Astoria. "I have some ideas," Harry said vaguely, though he truthfully wasn't sure what his game plan was yet. "I'm more worried about Neville, to be honest." "Everyone is," Ginny grimaced. "Besides my brothers, all of Gryffindor is rooting for him." "And us," Dahlia said adamantly. "I've already hexed 3 people for spouting that Skeeter nonsense in the common room." "You don't have to defend me," Harry said with a sad smile. "I can deal with the hate on my own." "It's not just about you, dimwit," Dahlia scoffed. "Dad's reputation is on the line as well. He's threatening the Prophet with legal action. Did you know? But so far they haven't issued a retraction." "Controversy sells," Harry muttered bitterly. The Prophet had continued its speculation into the Potter family misdeeds in the weeks since Rita's first piece. as it was clearly a popular topic of interest. The more revered a man was in society, the more people wanted to see him knock down a peg, Harry supposed. "Well, good luck with your dragon, idiot," said Dahlia, standing to leave. "And try not to piss off any more reporters, will you?" And the terrible triplets departed, leaving Harry to his homework. Dahlia's parting words did give Harry an idea, however. He packed up his things and headed to the Ravenclaw common room in search of somebody. He found her at a corner table, radish earrings swaying to and fro as she frantically filled out a dream chart, words spilling out over the intended boxes on the worksheet. "Enjoying divination, Luna?" asked Harry as he sat to join her. "It's all right," Luna sighed, setting down her quill and flexing her hand. "The material is interesting, but I don't think Professor Trelawney understands it that well. She just spends all day predicting someone's imminent death in the castle." "She's like that sometimes," Harry agreed. He too had noticed Trelawney's more morbid disposition this term, though with what he knew about the Dark Lord's bid for resurrection, it might be somewhat warranted. "Say, how's your dad doing? I've been meaning to write to him and thank him again for having me this summer." "He was happy to have you," Luna beamed. "I know Daddy worries about me not having any friends at Hogwarts. Not that I need that many, of course. The voices always keep me company." "Right?" Harry chuckled awkwardly. "Listen, do you think he'd be interested in publishing a rebuttal in the Quibbler to Rita Skeeter's articles about me and my dad? I think people might be interested in reading that." "Oh, I'm not so sure," Luna hummed thoughtfully. "It might interfere with coverage of Rackspurt mating season. Daddy said we printed over 100 copies last month alone." "I'd love to ask him anyway," Harry shrugged. "Maybe I can meet him for the next Hogsmeade weekend or something." "Ooh, that's a splendid idea," said Luna. "It's my first year going to the village myself. We can all get lunch together." "I'd like that," Harry smiled. He remembered how useful the Quibbler had been as a tool to fight back against the Daily Prophet's lies in his original 5th year, and figured it could once again help to curtail the effects of Rita Skeeter's vengeful rampage. He just had to hope that Xenophilius Lovegood could be convinced that such a story was worth risking his reputation for, whatever reputation that may be. But once again, such matters would have to wait until after the first task, which was fast approaching. Harry spent all his free time in the library, looking into potential methods of dealing with the dragon. His backup plan would be the conjunctivitis curse, which could blind the dragon and give him a brief window to sneak past it. But it was risky and far from foolproof. He hoped to think of something better suited to his own skill set and less prone to getting himself injured in the process. The Monday before the task, Harry awoke early as usual and headed down to the Great Hall for breakfast before anyone else was awake. He found it was the only way to enjoy his meal in peace without gaggles of onlookers glaring daggers and gossiping behind his back. He was surprised to learn that he was not the only person employing this strategy, as he spotted Neville Longbottom alone at the Slytherin table, quietly consuming his meal. Perhaps he too was avoiding the crowds, or was nervous under so much scrutiny as a school champion. Harry knew he might never get another opportunity to talk to the boy alone, so he strode over and sat opposite Neville. "Morning, Nev," he said casually, causing Neville to jump. "Harry," he stammered, looking around for any other familiar face, which there was none in sight. What is it?" "Dragons," said Harry in an undertone. "Sorry, what?" Neville asked, frowning. "The first task is dragons," Harry said. "We each have to face one and retrieve an egg from its nest." Neville frowned at this information. Then, to Harry's surprise, he said, "I know." "You do?" Harry asked. "How?" "Hagrid," Neville muttered, glancing up at the head table as though he'd get in trouble for ratting the man out. "He took me out to the forest the other night." "Oh, good, that's good," Harry nodded. "So, what's your plan?" "Come again. Do you have a strategy to beat it?" Harry pressed. "You have put thought into it, haven't you?" I mean, of course I have, Neville stammered. "If you need pointers on beating a dragon," Harry said, "there are a few books in the library I would recommend checking out, Suddenly, Harry felt a firm hand grasp his shoulder from behind. "Trying to steal secrets from the enemy, are we, Potter?" growled Ron, having just arrived into the hall. "Neville's not my enemy," Harry said smoothly, standing from the Slytherin table. "Just seeing if he needed any help with his task." "Your help isn't appreciated, Potter," Ron snapped. "You probably want to feed him false information to embarrass him, don't you?" Are you really accusing me of trying to get Neville killed? Harry scoffed, incredulous. Blimey, Weasley, I knew you were thick, but I assumed you had more than one brain cell functioning up there. Ron looked very much like he wanted to haul off and hit Harry for this. But they were interrupted by a new arrival. Is there a problem here, boys? Professor Snape asked in a drawling tone, eyebrow arched suspiciously at their aggressive postures. Not at all, sir, Harry said, backing away from the situation, just wishing Neville good luck with his task. And he returned to the Ravenclaw table, hoping that Neville would be able to figure out the dragon on his own. Later that morning, Harry received a memo requesting his presence at Professor Moody's office after afternoon classes concluded. He arrived at the Dada classroom and spotted a familiar figure waiting outside. One sporting spiky neon green hair, leather jeans, and a biker tee. Watcher, Tonks, he greeted the metamorphogus. Well, if it isn't the newest Hogwarts champion, Tonks said, quirking an eyebrow at him. Who'd you piss off this time, Potter? A Dark Lord, Harry shrugged casually. I'll have to prank him twice as hard next time I see him. Funny, Tonks said sardonically. Attitude like that, and you might set a new tournament record. 4 quickest death, that is. I'm nothing if not an overachiever, Harry quipped back. What are you doing at Hogwarts, anyway? Moody sent for me. Tonks shrugged. He must have missed me after I graduated the training program last spring. Poor guy missed being teased about his scars all day. Who wouldn't? Harry grinned. After you, Madam Auror. Harry followed Tonks into the defense classroom. Moody was waiting for them, pacing restlessly at the front of the room. Watcher, Mad-Eye. Tonks greeted the man with a casual salute, jumping up to sit cross-legged on a nearby desk. Not so fast, Nymphadora, Moody growled. Don't you have something to ask me first? Come off it. I know it's you, Tonks sighed. Humor me, Moody snapped. Finitong safth. What was the first comment you made to me when I was assigned as your trainee? I believe I asked when the circus was in town. Due to your pink hair at the time, Moody grinned. And I told you to remove those gaudy earrings you had on, as they would be liabilities in combat. They were my grandmother's, Tonks muttered bitterly. Can we move on now? Not until I have verified your identity, said Moody. What remark did you make about Harry when we left Godric's Hollow 2 summers ago? Tonks reddened furiously at this. Ask me something else, Mad-Eye, she groaned. Answer, Nymphadora, or I can't know that it's you. Moody demanded. Fine, Tonksafth. I said, at this rate, Harry will grow up to be as much of a heartbreaker as his father. Happy. Moody roared with laughter as both Tonks and Harry awkwardly avoided eye contact with one another. All right, you kids, enough teasing, he chuckled. Let's get down to business. Potter has a task to prepare for, and we have to make sure he gets through it in one piece. Are teachers supposed to help the champions with their tasks? Tonks frowned. Nope, Moody shrugged. But 14-year-olds aren't supposed to be able to enter either. To hell with the rules. There's treachery afoot, and I don't give a damn about what's fair. Maybe I'll get disqualified for cheating, Harry grinned. That would be the best outcome, really. Then I can focus on helping Neville through the tournament. Being alongside him presents potential opportunities to help. However, Moody pointed out, you may be able to assist him better from there rather than the sidelines. Not for the first task anyway, Harry frowned. And he explained what he'd seen in the Forbidden Forest, and what he suspected, or rather, knew with near certainty, the task itself would comprise of. Bloody hell, they're making you fight a dragon? Tonks whistled. Is the Ministry trying to get you all killed? They won't have to kill the dragons, just distract them long enough to retrieve the egg, Moody mused. Certainly doable if you're clever enough. Got any ideas, boy? I was going to use my broom to lure the dragon away, Harry admitted. But I don't have access to my firebolt right now, and don't trust the school brooms for the job. Nor should you, Moody agreed. Your father tells me you have a Neasel-core wand. You may have an aptitude for illusory magic, which is why I've invited Tonks today to teach you a few tricks. Sorry to break it to you both, but I've never fought a dragon before, Tonks snorted. But you've used illusory magic in combat, Harry insisted. You can probably teach me a thing or two about deception to keep myself alive. There's something in that, Moody said thoughtfully. Why don't we start with a warm-up duel? James tells me that young Harry here has become something of a force in that department. Oh, I wouldn't want to be responsible for bullying a school champion so soon before a task, Tonks said, a mirthful twinkle in her eye. No risk in that happening, Harry shot back with a grin. My mother taught me to never hit a girl, but I can make an exception. Ooh, you're asking for it now, Potter, Tonks grinned. She strode to the opposite side of the room as Moody cleared space for them to square off against each other. Harry was eager to test himself against Tonks once again. She'd bested him thoroughly the last time they dueled 2 years prior, but he'd gotten much stronger since then. Begin, shouted Moody. Tonks did not go easy on Harry, launching into a furious offensive that forced him onto the back foot. He quickly realized that she had grown stronger, too. She was no longer just a trainee, but a fully fledged aura herself. What's the matter, Potter? Tonks laughed. Can't handle the heat? Just letting you get comfortable, Harry quipped in response. He retaliated with a counteroffensive of her own, forcing her to dance away from his barrage of jinxes and hexes. Neither she nor Moody commented on Harry's use of dangerous curses like the Bone Breaker. It must be standard procedure for aurors to deal with after all. You've gotten better since the last time we fought, Tonks remarked as she spun away from a barrage of spellfire. Your father's taught you well. I'm a quick learner, Harry shrugged, not letting Tonks' banter break his concentration. Unfortunately for you, I know your father's fighting style inside and out, Tonks grinned. And she launched back into the fight, keeping Harry on his toes, alternating between shielding and dodging spells. She's good, Harry thought, but she's not invincible. I just have to wait for an opening. That opening seemed to come when Tonks stumbled slightly, losing her balance and nearly tripping over her own feet. Harry pressed forward for the winning blow, but Tonks thrust her wand at the ground and raised a plume of smoke, obscuring his view of her. He fired a few test spells into the haze, but none connected. Hiding, are we Nymphadora? He taunted, afraid of getting bested by a teenager. A blur of motion caught his eye to the left, and he saw Tonks sprinting out of the smoke for the cover of a nearby toppled desk. She fired a few spells at him as she ran, which he easily sidestepped, sending a barrage back at her. His aim was true. Tonks was caught with his tripping jinx, sprawling to the ground on all fours. Harry followed it with a binding curse and disarming charm, watching triumphantly as Tonks was bound in heavy ropes and her wand clattered out of sight. Were those theatrics really worth it? Harry scoffed, lowering his wand at the sight of his defenseless opponent. Weren't they? A voice whispered coyly in his ear, as Harry felt a wand tip pressed to the back of his neck. Drop it, Potter. Harry groaned and dropped his wand, turning to see the real Tonks standing behind him, smirking in triumph. How'd you do that? He sighed in defeat. Diversion. Tonks grinned, summoning Harry's wand to hand and giving it back to him. Your eyes were drawn to my clone leaving the smoke, so you didn't notice the real me disillusioning myself and sneaking around behind you. But your copy was casting spells, Harry protested, looking back to the spot where he'd seen Tonks trip and fall, which was now vacant. A trick you'll want to learn for yourself, said Tonks. In order for illusions to be successful, you have to make your enemy believe they are real. Once the immersion is broken, all effectiveness is lost. I would have known that wasn't the real Nymphadora as soon as she tripped, Moody chimed in. She may be clumsy, but she would never faceplant like that without rolling into the momentum. Exactly, said Tonks. I was too focused on getting behind you to maintain the perfect illusion for my clone. You have to watch for tiny imperfections like that. But shouldn't I be learning how to do this myself, instead of how to counter it? Harry frowned. What kind of asinine question is that? Moody snapped. Understanding the limitations of a branch of magic is the first step towards mastering it. You must learn what not to do in order to avoid making novice mistakes. We'll focus today on training you to recognize the flaws in illusory magic, Tonks agreed. Tomorrow we can start easing you into using it yourself. Fine, Harry sighed, as Tonks crossed the room to prepare for another duel. He still felt entirely clueless about what he was supposed to be looking for, but figured it was good practice one way or another. And as their duels wore on that afternoon, Harry gradually began to notice the small nuances in Tonks' illusions that she was talking about. Deviations from her usual movement style, behaviors that didn't perfectly line up with the flow of battle. He finally succeeded in recognizing another sneak attack an hour into their session. He ignored the version of Tonks that was sprinting head-on at him and spun around with a shield charm to deflect the real version stunner from behind. Good, Potter, good. Moody barked. That's a good place to stop for the day. You're beginning to get a handle on these things. Not perfect, but impressive for your first day encountering it, Tonks agreed. Thanks, Harry panted. He was tired from the physical and mental strain of their battles, but nonetheless pleased with himself. We'll reconvene same time tomorrow, said Moody. But first, Potter, I want to give you something. Ah, Harry gets a gift and I don't? Tonks pouted. Not a gift, Moody growled. He reached into his robes and withdrew what looked like a small, misshapen glass cube. Moody handed it to Harry, who turned it over in his palm. It was comprised of several different compartments, each containing a liquid of a different color and consistency. What's this? Harry frowned. An Auror's toolkit? Tonks said in recognition. Are you sure that's a good idea, Moody? Reasonably so, Moody shrugged. Every Auror worth his salt carries one of those around at all times, boy. It contains a small sample of key potions one might need out in the field. Poison antidote, blood replenisher, veritaserum, thief's downfall dash, and polyjuice potion, Tonks frowned. Surely an underage student doesn't need access to this, Mad-Eye dash. Harry is no ordinary underage student, Moody argued. He understands that this is not a toy or something to be abused. This is for life or death situations only. Got it? Got it, Harry agreed. He could see the dangers in giving such potent tools to a teenager, but had no intention of abusing the privilege. But why are you giving it to me? Because someone's out to get you, Moody growled. Dumbledore may be convinced the imposter lies outside this castle, but I'm not so sure. Keep that on you, boy, just in case you need to get out of a tight spot. You're a clever lad. I'm sure you can come up with some creative solutions. All right, Harry shrugged, slipping the cube into his robes. It must have been charmed, because he barely noticed it resting against his hip. Not nearly the imposition he thought it might be. He had no idea what use he might have for such powerful potions, but it was better to have them and not need them than the other way around. Speaking of which, best not tell the headmaster about this, Moody muttered. I don't think he would agree with me giving you this. But then, Albus has never liked any plan that he is not completely in control of himself. Never thought I'd see the day you defied Dumbledore's wishes, Mad. Aye, Tonks whistled. You have more of a rebellious streak than I gave you credit for. Soon he'll be dyeing his hair green and supporting the weird sisters, Harry quipped, earning him a scowl from the Exer as he and Tonks shared a laugh at his expense. Harry continued learning illusory magic from Tonks over the subsequent week, feeling gradually more confident that he understood the fundamentals well enough to perform it himself. In addition to self-cloning, Tonks taught him a few other useful tricks, such as creating copies of other people and objects, many of which fooled him into believing they were real. It was remarkably similar magic to transfiguration, Harry realized, only instead of altering an object's properties, he was projecting those properties onto nothing. One memorable duel came late in the week, when Tonks summoned a projection of Dahlia in an effort to divert his attention into protecting her from incoming spellfire. Good work ignoring that one, Tonks admitted when Harry didn't take the bait. How do you know that wasn't your real sister? Just a hunch, Harry shrugged. He'd only known his sister for 3 years in this timeline, but she didn't seem the type to scream, "Save me, Harry," like a helpless child. She probably would have found some clever way to insult him, or blame him for involving her in the situation, rather than beg for help. The only thing Tonks refused to teach him was the body mirroring charm, claiming that he was too young for it. But she didn't know he'd undergone the ritual of ontogenesis and could likely handle the added strain to his magical core. A game plan was forming in his mind about how to deal with the dragon, and he felt more and more confident about it as the week went on. But all that confidence evaporated on the day of the first task. He entered the Great Hall early as usual, but found it already packed with excited students, eager for the festivities to begin. He had to endure the jeers and taunts of the other students as he ate, doing his best to ignore them along with the butterflies flapping madly in his stomach. Fortunately, it wasn't all ill will towards Harry. Luna sat across from him and offered kind words of encouragement, and he heard a few whispers of good luck as he got up to leave the hall. Fred and George Weasley loudly trumpeted his exit with an improvised song proclaiming his imminent victory in the task, which made him snort with laughter. It was a much-needed reprieve from the stress of what the day would bring. Harry arrived at the tent that had been erected at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, where he found Crumb and Fleur already inside. Neither of them acknowledged his presence, going through their own mental preparations. Neville arrived soon after, looking pale and clammy. Harry thought about offering words of encouragement, but didn't think he could formulate words of his own due to nerves. He busied himself with stretches until Ludo Bagman arrived to begin the proceedings. "Welcome to your first task of the Triwizard Tournament, Champion." Bagman greeted the four of them. "I'm sure you're all anxious to learn what today's task entails. You will be facing dragons." He paused for dramatic effect, but none of the champions reacted. Clearly, they already knew about the dragons. "Right, well," Bagman chuckled, clearing his throat. "You must retrieve a golden egg from the nest of your assigned dragon. Points will be awarded for creativity, showmanship, and of course, not getting burned to a crisp." Bagman again paused, this time for humorous effect, but again got no reaction. "Let's see who will be facing which dragon," he chuckled awkwardly, procuring a small red bag to determine the order. Fleur reached her hand in first and withdrew the Welsh green, with a number 3 around its neck. Crumb went next and procured the Chinese fireball, wearing the number 2. Then it was Harry's turn. He wasn't sure which he was dreading more, facing the Hungarian horntail again, or being forced to watch Neville do so himself, unable to assist him. Harry reached his hand in, feeling mixed emotions when he pulled out the Swedish short snout, wearing the number 1. That left a trembling Neville with the Hungarian horntail in 4th position. "Splendid," Bagman said, clearly not sensing the palpable tension in the room. "Give us just a moment to set up, Mr. Potter, and we'll call you out to begin your task." Harry nodded as Bagman departed from the tent, leaving the 4 champions alone. Crumb and Fleur walked to separate corners, pacing in place or muttering to themselves, mulling over their strategies in their heads. Neville was rooted to the spot, still staring down at the horntail, shaking badly. "All right there, Neville?" asked Harry, walking over to the boy. "YEA I," Neville said shakily. "You hope so," said Harry. "Listen, there's no shame in surrendering if you can't complete the task. You may not get points, but surviving is the most important thing." Neville's eyes suddenly snapped up to Harry's, peering at him with an intensity Harry didn't expect. "I'm not a quitter," he said adamantly. "I'm going to get that egg." "You have a plan, then?" Harry asked hopefully. "Yeah," Neville nodded. "We'll see if it works." "Good luck, Neville," Harry said, giving him a reassuring pat on the back. He was surprised by the determination in Neville's expression now. His fear clearly had not overcome him like Harry suspected. Maybe he does stand a chance, he thought to himself, leaving the boy alone to prepare in peace. First, he had to get past his own dragon, and he didn't have long to prepare himself before a distant cannon blast beckoned him into the arena. "Good luck, everyone," he announced to the tent before leaving, striding purposefully down the narrow path through the trees to the arena entrance. No turning back now, Harry thought to himself as he stepped out into open air to begin the first task. The crowd roared at the sight of him, an equal measure of cheers and boos. Harry tuned them out and squinted across the clearing towards the Swedish short snout, which was eyeing him dangerously, crouched low over its nest. Harry crept forward, inching ever closer, though those reptilian eyes never left his, daring him to make a move, to make a mistake. Harry stopped halfway across the clearing. "Here goes nothing," he thought to himself as he drew his wand. "Homunculi speculo," he shouted, flourishing his wand through the air. Harry once again felt a horrible sensation of his mind being ripped apart, but he did not black out this time. He opened his eyes and found himself staring at 5 separate dragons, still leering menacingly at him. Or rather, the same dragon viewed from 5 different perspectives. A flawless body-mirroring charm. Ludo Bagman shouted into the microphone as the crowd roared its approval. "Mr. Potter has created 5 identical clones of himself. But which one is the real one? That's for the short snout to figure out." In reality, as Tonks had taught him in their last lesson, all of the clones were the real Harry, and also none of them. Harry found that he could shift his perspective between them, as though inhabiting each briefly before his consciousness moved to the next. So long as he was not present within the copy of himself that the dragon chose to attack, it would not be able to physically harm him. Harry decided to test this by sending one of his clones sprinting directly at the nest. The dragon roared its displeasure and sent a jet of flames at him. Harry abruptly pulled his consciousness from the clone, and when the flames subsided, his copy was slowly backing away, remaining perfectly intact. The crowd screamed in unison at this stunt, sighing with relief when they saw Harry unharmed. An unbelievable feint from Potter! Bagman screamed with glee. No free meals for this dragon, but can this strategy actually pay dividends? Harry knew the dragon would not be easily fooled. It was an intelligent creature, and already it seemed to be understanding the trick, still eyeing all 5 clones as equal threats. Harry slowly spread his forces out, his 5 copies forming a wide semicircle around the dragon, forcing its attention in multiple directions. But the short snout wisely stayed put, refusing to leave its nest to lash out at any of the clones just out of reach. Luckily, he planned for such an outcome. His success in the previous timeline was not actually outflying the dragon. After all, it was tricking it into taking flight and leaving the nest unattended. And trickery was his new specialty. Harry focused his attention away from his clones momentarily and onto the dragon itself. His next stunt would once again risk exerting his magical core, but he felt good so far. Hopefully the ritual of ontogenesis has completed its work by now, he thought as he brandished his wand once more. "Effingo creatura," he shouted. For a moment, nothing happened. The crowd murmured silently in confusion, unsure what his spell was meant to do. Then, there was a distant roar, and all eyes were drawn to the opposite end of the arena. A second Swedish short snout had appeared, perching at the edge of the stadium and leering at the original. The nesting short snout bellowed angrily at the new arrival, but still did not leave its nest to meet the new challenge. "Stubborn, are we?" Harry thought irritably. "Let's test your patience, then." He sent his projection of the dragon airborne, flapping its massive wings over the crowd and diving towards the real thing. Harry muttered a hushed incendio to add real heat to the projected flames shot from his illusion, flying over the head of the real dragon. The crowd must have felt the heat themselves, because they roared in appreciation at the spectacle. Even Ludo Bagman was rendered speechless, his commentary abandoned in favor of jumping up and down in his seat with glee. Harry made his conjured dragon circle around in midair, swooping down low again over the short snout for another feigned attack. This time he succeeded in getting the nesting dragon to rear up onto its back legs, swiping at the illusion with its front talons. It was no longer paying attention to Harry's clones, fully focused on the dive bombing. False dragon circling overhead. "Come on," Harry silently egged it on. "Just a little more, take off." Harry urged his illusion in for another swoop, lower this time. The nesting mother actually flinched at the low approach, ducking out of the way of the swipe the illusion took at its head. This time the real dragon actually took a small leap after the retreating illusion, landing a few feet in front of the nest, leaving a small opening from behind. The cheering crowd must have alerted the dragon to the danger, as it spun around just in time to see Harry sprint towards the nest and scoop the golden egg up in his arms. The short snout roared angrily and whipped its tail around with alarming speed. It caught Harry fully in the chest, crushing his egg and sending him flying over the arena wall and out of sight. The crowd screamed in horror as the dragon roared in triumph. But both were too late to realize the truth. The dragon turned back just in time to see the Real Harry, all illusions now dispelled, grabbing the Real golden egg and sprinting out of reach. The short snout sent a jet of flame after his retreating form. Harry felt the heat singe his backside as he dove for safety, the egg safely clutched under his arm. "I don't believe what I've just seen," Ludo Bagman shouted hoarsely as the crowd went wild. Harry Potter has successfully retrieved his egg with impressive use of illusions. I don't think anyone was expecting such advanced magic from the youngster. Harry did not stick around to acknowledge the chants of Harry. Harry, rising from the stands. He was too relieved that his gambit had worked, and judging by the pain radiating from his back, the dragon flames had actually made contact with its intended target. He limped through the clearing towards the medical tent, where Madame Pomfrey shooed him inside and beckoned him towards a nearby cot. Forcing teenagers to fight dragons, Pomfrey scoffed as she waved her wand over Harry to examine him. Never thought I'd see the day. Miss Potter, do you have the burn ointment? Yes, ma'am, said a nearby voice. Harry realized they were not alone. Dahlia approached from the corner, dressed in white healer trainee robes. Let me see your back, idiot. Should I remove my shirt? Harry asked. What shirt? Dahlia grimaced. Harry looked down. He hadn't realized that his shirt was barely clinging to his front in tatters, while the back must have been burned away entirely. He felt a sharp pain as Dahlia began to apply the cool ointment to his back, his burn wounds more severe than he realized. Quit squirming, she chastised him. Harry sat still as Dahlia rubbed the ointment into his back. Gradually, the pain began to lessen, replaced by a faint tingling sensation as the healing process began. Madame Pomfrey circled around to examine her work. Well done, Miss Potter, she appraised the girl. Now, how do we go about bandaging the wound? We don't, Dahlia recited at once. Open air is the best way to let the ointment do its work. Well reasoned, young lady, Madame Pomfrey smiled at the girl. 5 points to Gryffindor. Now up you get, Mr. Potter. You've got to go receive your scores from the judges. Harry gingerly got to his feet, glad to learn that he could walk under his own power. Feel all right? Dahlia asked him. Yeah, right as rain, he nodded. Thanks. Good, said Dahlia. Then she shoved him hard in the chest, nearly causing him to topple over. Never pull a stunt like that again, she wailed. I thought you'd been killed. No dragon could ever hope to catch me. Harry winked as he wrapped his sister in a tight hug. And now I know I'll always have you waiting to patch me up after. Harry departed the tent and walked back out into the arena, nodding politely at the cheers sent his way from the stands. And now for the judges' scores, said Bagman. He went first, sending a shimmering 10 into the air, earning the approval of the crowd. Wonder if he's got galleons on me winning in this timeline as well? Harry wondered, slightly bemused. Dumbledore was next, awarding Harry a 9. To no surprise, Karkaroff gave him a 4, drawing boos from the crowd. Madame Maxime clearly still held a grudge against Harry, for she too only gave him a 6 for his efforts. But Harry didn't care one bit about his score. He was just glad to be alive and still consumed with worry for Neville's safety. Harry was directed to a side section of the stands, where his family was waiting for him. That was some of the best illusory magic I've ever seen, laughed Sirius, wrapping Harry in a tight hug. I told you that you could do it. Well done, son, James said, patting Harry on the shoulder affectionately. Lily was beside herself with tears. I thought we'd all lost you, she sobbed, launching at Harry with a hug. Don't ever scare us like that again. I won't promise, said Harry, struggling to breathe through his mother's vice grip. A familiar face was peeking out at him from beyond the red hair in his face, and he laughed in recognition. Uncle Remus. Hey, Harry. Lupin grinned as Harry embraced him. The man looked more youthful and full of energy than Harry had ever seen. Vacation had clearly done wonders for him. I'd like to introduce you to somebody. Harry realized that Lupin was holding hands with a young which he didn't recognize, with sun-bleached hair and a friendly face. This is Alessia, Lupin said, beaming at the woman and receiving a radiant smile in return. We met in Italy a year ago. Almost a year and a half now, darling, Alessia said in a heavy accent, giving Lupin a gentle kiss. And you've been traveling with him all this time? Asked Harry. Yes, well, it turns out I didn't make it much farther than Italy after all. Lupin smiled sheepishly. My first stop was a healer academy in Milan, to assist them with some werewolf-related medical research. I only intended to stay for a week or two, but then I met Alessia studying there. And well, I decided to stay. And here I thought you were living your best bachelor life all this time, Sirius grumbled, shaking his head in mock disapproval. You went and domesticated yourself in the first month abroad. You're just jealous that he found a more beautiful partner than you could dream of getting, Harry quipped, drawing roars of laughter from Sirius and James. Nice to meet you, Alessia. The reunion was cut short by Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice. And here comes our second challenger, he announced. Put your hands together for Victor Crumb. The Swedish short snout had been replaced by the Chinese fireball, and Harry watched as Crumb entered the arena and began his task. Harry's thoughts were still preoccupied with Neville's looming showdown with the Hungarian horntail, barely able to focus on the action before him. Things seemed to be progressing much the same as in the last timeline anyway. Crumb went for a conjunctivitis curse on the dragon's eyes, causing it to stomp painfully around and lose him points for smashed eggs, though he successfully retrieved his own. Fleur was next, and Harry was impressed by her entrancing melody as she sang the Welsh Green and half the crowd to sleep. Only James, Harry, and Lupin remained unaffected, watching as Fleur nearly escaped unscathed before a spurt of flame shot from the dragon's nose mid-snore and set her skirt ablaze, docking her more points. Finally, it was time for the fourth and final test. Harry watched as the dragon handlers wrestled the massive Hungarian horntail into the arena and shackled it into place. Blimey, they're making Longbottom fight that? James whistled. That certainly didn't help Harry's nerves, as he said a silent prayer for Neville's survival, wondering how on earth the boy planned on succeeding in his task. Soon the cannon blast heralded his arrival, and Neville shuffled into the arena, looking horrified by the sight of the dragon. It leered menacingly at him, already puffing hot flame in anticipation of roasting him alive. This cannot end well, Harry thought desperately. They really should stop this before he gets killed. But Neville pressed onward. Harry realized that the boy was holding something in his free hand behind his back, though he could not see what it was. What's his plan? Sirius muttered worriedly. He's got to do something. Neville drew his wand and muttered a quiet incantation. The small object in his hand zoomed forwards, landing with a silent plop between the dragon's feet. The horntail looked down at it and sniffed, seemingly sensing no danger, before it returned its attention towards Neville. That was an interesting attempt at diverting the dragons. Notice, Bagman chuckled nervously. You'll have to do better than that, Mr. Longbottom. Neville began inching to his right, not making any sudden movements. The horntail followed with its head only, eyeing him suspiciously. Impatiently, it sent a jet of flame in Neville's direction. The boy dove behind a rock for cover, but wasn't quite fast enough. His shirt sleeve caught fire, and he hastily extinguished it with a jet of water. Neville remained crouched behind the rock, nursing his now-injured arm and occasionally peeking out around the rock towards the dragon. The horntail did not advance, remaining perched over its nest, occasionally sending more jets of flame to discourage Neville from coming any closer. But that didn't seem likely. Neville was making no attempt to move from his spot of relative safety. Then, Neville stood from behind the rock and shot a fireball at the dragon. It landed well short, sending a small puff of smoke in the air. The crowd murmured uncomfortably at this feeble effort. Fighting fire with fire, and Mr. Longbottom? Bagman chuckled awkwardly. A valiant effort, but perhaps not the best solution here. But Neville seemed undeterred. He continued to pop up and shoot tiny bursts of flame at the horntail before returning to his hiding place. The dragon seemed unaffected. Even the one burst that made contact merely dissipated against its tough scales. What the hell is he doing? Sirius muttered nervously. He's not going to hurt the dragon that way. He's not aiming for the dragon, Harry realized, sensing Neville's plan seconds before it sprang into action. The boy's next puff of flame hit the small package at the dragon's feet, bursting open and unraveling a tangle of what looked like green wires. They began wrapping themselves around the horntail's feet, causing it to roar angrily at the writhing mass, threatening to root it in place. A bit of plant trickery from Mr. Longbottom, Bagman said in recognition. The young herbology prodigy trying a unique strategy to take down his fearsome foe. The horntail began stamping at the vines wrapping around it, but it did not seem to help much. Aren't plants weak to fire? Lily murmured quietly to herself, as the dragon seemed to realize the same thing. It sent a jet of flame from its mouth onto the vines, and immediately Harry understood what was about to happen. Rather than burn the vines away, the flames seemed to feed into them, causing the vines to strengthen and grow, tightening their grip on the dragon's legs. The horntail began to panic, shooting more fire at the vines, not realizing that it was only causing the plant mass to grow even faster. It took a matter of seconds before the vines began to snake up its torso and completely engulf the dragon, causing it to topple over, away from its nest. The horntail continued to thrash and rage within its bindings, shooting more angry flames everywhere, which only worsened its predicament. Soon not even its head was visible anymore, buried beneath a snarling mass of vines. The crowd, realizing what had happened, exploded with cheers as Neville calmly walked forward and picked up the egg, walking back to the starting area without breaking a sweat. "What an ingenious strategy!" Bagman shouted as the crowd cheered its appreciation. Not every day that you see the Indonesian fire vine used as a weapon, the rare magical plant that grows not on water, but on flames, and Longbottom escapes intact with his egg. Harry breathed a tremendous sigh of relief, feeling lighter than he had in weeks. This was the task Neville was the most likely to fail at, with Harry unable to assist him, and he'd passed with flying colors. And that was reflected in the scores. 3 of the 4 judges awarded him a 9, with even a begrudging Karkaroff forced to award him a 6. That concludes the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, Bagman announced excitedly. In first place, we have Neville Longbottom with 33 points. In second is Harry Potter with 29, followed by Victor Crumb with 26 and Fleur Delacour with 25. Champions, please join me in the holding tent for further instructions on your next task. "See you soon, sweetheart," said Lily, kissing her son goodbye. "Take care of your sister, will you?" "Looks like she's the one taking care of him," James remarked, eyeing Harry's exposed back. "He's nearly healed by now." "Arrivederci, Harry," said Alessia, shaking his hand in farewell as Sirius and Remus both clapped him on the shoulders with pride. Harry returned to the champion's tent, where Crumb and Fleur stood chatting in one corner while Neville sat on a cot in another, Dahlia applying ointment to his arm. Harry awkwardly stood in his own corner until Bagman hustled in, beaming widely. "Splendid work today, lady and gentlemen," he appraised them. "Your second task will take place on the morning of February the 24th. I can't tell you what it is just yet, but if you open up that golden egg of yours, it may provide you with some helpful hints." Bagman winked before exiting the tent, leaving the 4 champions alone again. "Well done, all of you," Harry said sincerely to the other 3. "Especially you, Neville. I was really worried." "What for?" Neville shrugged nonchalantly. "As soon as I learned what the task was, I knew a fail-safe way to beat it." "Yeah, nice thinking with that fire plant thingy," Harry agreed. "That was impressive to watch." "Was it?" Neville asked, suddenly rounding on Harry. "Or are you just shocked that I proved to be competent at something for once?" "Of course that's not what I meant," Harry said, confused. "I knew you could do a dash. I wish you'd quit treating me like a baby, Potter," Neville scoffed. "I'm more capable than you seem to think I am, and I'm going to prove it by winning this tournament." And he stomped out of the tent, leaving a perplexed Harry alone with the 2 elder champions. "Is he always like that?" Crumb asked, bemused. "Only recently," Harry grumbled, once again feeling mixed emotions. On the one hand, he was grateful that Neville had survived the task. On the other, he feared that he'd alienated the boy by coddling him and making him resent Harry's overprotective nature. That instinct might drive him to do something stupid to prove himself. Something like win the tournament by reaching the Triwizard Cup before the other 3 could stop him. Which was exactly what Voldemort wanted. Year 4-08. Love and other drugs. Try as Harry might, there was simply no patching things up with Neville in the days after the first task. He continued to avoid Harry in the halls and at meals, and was continuously flanked by a group of loyal supporters, led naturally by Ron. Once again, any time he tried to approach the other boy, it was like a wall of students materialized in between them to keep them apart. Why do I even bother trying? Harry wondered to himself. At times he felt like he was beating his head against a brick wall, dealing with these immature teenagers. But those immature teenagers would grow out of that phase eventually, and Harry would need to stay on good terms with them to fight the war that he knew was coming. He'd been young and stupid like them once, still was in many ways, and knew he had to remain patient and be graceful when they eventually realized they were in the wrong. Harry did notice that Neville's posse was far smaller than it was during their initial confrontation earlier that month, and they didn't all regard Harry with the same suspicion and dislike as before. In fact, a great many number of people seemed more cordial towards him in the aftermath of the task. He received kind words of support from students of all grades and houses in the halls, and his year mates no longer shied away from him at meals and in classes. Harry wasn't overly concerned with his reputation among his peers, but it was at least nice to not be treated like a leper anymore. His stress levels were also far lower than they had been in the lead up to the dragon, now that he had nearly 3 months of freedom before the second task. He'd taken his egg to an empty classroom and submerged it in a conjured basin of water, confirming that he would once again have to retrieve someone, from the merfolk in the Great Lake. He would have plenty of time to research breathing methods and anything else he'd need later. For now, he wanted to enjoy the end of the fall semester while he had the chance. But that was easier said than done, as one final task remained before the holidays. The Monday after the first task, Professor McGonagall announced the Yule Ball during her Transfiguration lesson, open to any 4th year and above on Christmas evening. I expect everyone to be on their best behavior and represent their school well. McGonagall addressed her students sternly. All champions will be expected to bring a date and open the night with a dance. The entire class giggled and stole glances at both Harry and Neville on opposite sides of the room. Harry was morbidly glad to see Neville looking just as uneasy as he felt about that prospect. Harry planned to be more proactive in finding a date this time around. He wanted to make sure he attended the ball with someone he actually liked, even as just a friend, and didn't want to stress about it. He was approached by a few girls of various grade levels, even a couple 7th years, but politely declined them all, deciding to try his luck with people he was already on good terms with. But before focusing on that, he had his first training session with his new Quidditch squad later that week. He borrowed a school broom from the shed and approached the Gryffindors stretching on the pitch, already smiling at the prospect of flying alongside his old teammates again. "Afternoon, Potter," said Angelina Johnson brusquely, offering him a handshake. "Welcome aboard." She didn't act outwardly warm towards him, which was understandable given her desire to be the Hogwarts champion, but nor was she cold and standoffish, which Harry counted as a win. "Congrats on beating that dragon," Katie Bell greeted him with a kind smile. "It was quite impressive with all those illusions." "Thanks," Harry grinned. "It was nothing really, just good luck. Modest as ever, just like I told you ladies." Fred grinned, clapping Harry on the back. "No need to hide the fact that you're a beast, Potter. The whole school knows it by now." "This is Volkov, by the way," said George, motioning to a burly 7th-year Durmstrang boy behind him. "Our new keeper. He comes highly recommended." Harry nodded to the boy, who nodded stoically in return. "We don't actually know if he's any good," Fred muttered to Harry in an undertone. "But he said he started for his house at Durmstrang, so he probably isn't complete rubbish." "I'm sure it'll be fine," Harry shrugged, kicking off his school broom into the air. The team followed, forming in a semicircle around center field. For a long moment, nobody spoke, as everyone expectantly looked for somebody else to take the lead. "Blimey, I forgot Oliver's gone," Fred chuckled. "He was always the taskmaster telling us what to do out here." "Why don't you take over, Angie?" George suggested. "You understand the offense better than anyone here." "All right, if everyone's okay with that," Angelina muttered, drawing nods of assent from all the others. "I reckon we should just start with warm-up drills." "Potter, Volkov, just do your best and respond to our formations, deal?" Harry and Volkov nodded. The chasers began flying warm-up laps, already in perfect sync after 3 years of playing together. Fred and George playfully batted a bludger back and forth between the two, their usual warm-up routine. Harry excitedly zipped around, wishing he had his firebolt, but still excited to be in the air again after a long absence. A makeshift scrimmage began, with the chasers alternating between offense and defense and practicing their moves. Harry wove between them effortlessly, already able to predict their tendencies and movements, searching for the snitch while also interfering with plays whenever possible, as any good seeker should do. He felt like part of a well-oiled machine, something he'd never felt with the Ravenclaws. As good of a chaser that Roger Davies was, he had no grasp of building strategies to involve the other positions, something that the Gryffindors seemed to understand intuitively. It also turned out that Volkov was an excellent addition to the squad. He blocked well over half the shots sent his way, including a couple spectacular saves that Harry was certain he'd never seen Oliver would perform. He could go pro, Harry thought as he marveled at Volkov's poise and confidence on the posts, pointing and barking orders in a language none of them understood, but nevertheless made perfect sense within each play. After an hour of tough flying, the team landed in high spirits, all looking excited and satisfied. "Bloody hell, Volkov, you're a superstar." Fred laughed, clapping the keeper on the back. "Yeah, why the bloody hell didn't Crumb ask you to join his team?" George added. "I'm not from Crumb's house," Volkov said simply with a shrug. That made sense to Harry. Crumb likely wanted to play with his own school teammates, even if the keeper from a different house was a better player. "You're not bad yourself, Potter." Alicia Spinetta praised him. "How did you not crash into any of us during those scrimmages?" "Yeah, it's like you could predict where we would all be." Katie agreed. "Just good instincts, I guess." Harry shrugged modestly. "I enjoy flying with you guys." "All right, let's not get too soft on each other just yet," said Angelina, doing her best to keep them all on task. "We have our first match in 2 weeks, the Saturday after our first Hogsmeade weekend, so we need to stay sharp." "Who are we playing?" asked George. "Did McGonagall publish the schedule?" "Ginny's team," Angelina grimaced. "A bunch of second and third years by the looks of it, including Potter's cousin." That surprised Harry. He hadn't expected Damian to play, but it seemed his interest in the sport was more than a way to pass the time with Cedric. "Should be a cakewalk then?" Fred grinned. "Mum will kill us for beating up our little sister, but it serves her right for abandoning ship. Don't underestimate the opponent," Angelina said sharply. "It'll be snowing hard, so it won't be a fun time either way. And from what I've heard, that Dursley kid can hit a mean bludger. Head's on a swivel at all times." That was an understatement. Harry remembered his difficulties in dodging Damian's ball hits the previous year, resulting in a broken arm. How much better had he gotten in the past year of growth and practice? Harry headed back up to the castle in high spirits, already looking forward to their first match in 2 weeks' time. As soon as he arrived in the Great Hall, however, he was approached by Cedric Diggory, looking rather concerned. "Are you playing Quidditch this year, Harry?" asked Cedric. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "With the Gryffindors, plus a Durmstrang bloke." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, blimey," Cedric muttered, running a hand through his hair. "Harry, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. I'm playing with the Ravenclaws. They invited me 2 weeks ago, and I just assumed you weren't playing because of the tournament dash." "It's all right," Harry grinned, cutting Cedric off from his apologetic rambling. "It was a mutual decision, trust me. I don't mind you playing with them." "You sure?" Cedric asked. "It might complicate things when you return to the team next year." "Yeah, maybe," Harry shrugged. "They'll have to reckon with the fact that I single-handedly kicked their asses." That drew a grin and an eye roll from Cedric. "All right, game on then," he smirked. "Hope we meet in the finals." "Unlikely with Crumb playing," Harry smiled sadly. "But best of luck to whoever of us has to go against him." "Yeah, that'll be the quickest 0-3 in Seeker history," Cedric agreed. "See you round," said Harry, turning towards the Ravenclaw table to grab some dinner. "Oh, and Harry?" Cedric called out after him. "I'm taking Cho Chang to the Yule Ball. Is that all right with you?" "Of course," Harry shrugged. "Why wouldn't it be?" "Well, I'd heard rumors that you two had a history last year," Cedric said awkwardly. "I didn't want to presume dash." "Those rumors are bollocks," said Harry. "No hard feelings, really. Have a good time with her." "Oh, all right, thanks, mate," said Cedric, looking relieved. "You too." Harry chuckled to himself at this interaction. Cedric was too kind-hearted for his own good. Of course, he wouldn't want to steal Harry's girlfriend or his Quidditch team from him. But truthfully, Harry was glad to be rid of Cho for a while and all her drama. Perhaps Cedric would be a good influence on her, mellow her out a little. Or, worst-case scenario, Cedric would realize her true nature and leave her be. He wasn't too hard-pressed about either outcome. It was a reminder that he still needed to secure a date for himself, which he decided to rectify that very evening. He scanned the Great Hall, spotting his target seated at a table nearby with her friends. He waited until she excused herself and gathered her things to exit the hall, and followed her. "Hermione?" "Hey, Hermione," he called out after her. Hermione turned to face him. "Evening, Harry," she said. "Evening," he replied breathlessly. "Hermione, would you like to go to the Yule Ball with me?" "And before you say anything," he added hastily, seeing her eyebrows shoot up in surprise, "you're the first person I asked, and I'm not asking as a last resort. I would really like to go with you." Hermione considered this for a moment, then smiled sadly at him. Thank you for saying that, Harry. It means a lot, she said sincerely. I'm flattered, but you see, I've already been asked. Really? Said Harry, surprised. That was quick. He had noticed Crumb lurking in the library in this timeline, watching Hermione from afar, but hadn't expected him to make his move so soon after the ball was announced. I'm sorry, Harry, Hermione said sincerely. I would have said yes. It's just, well, you know. Don't worry about it. Harry smiled easily. Have a nice time. And he meant it. He still felt terribly about how he and Ron had ruined her experience at the ball the first time around and hoped things would go better for her now. He didn't know what Ron's intentions were, but prayed a silent prayer that he would have better tact this time. I can ask around and see if anyone else needs a date. Hermione perked up, trying to seem helpful. I think Marietta Edgecombe is single dash. I'd rather take Moaning Myrtle, Harry scoffed. He froze at the horrified look on Hermione's face. He'd forgotten she didn't know about Marietta's betrayal of Dumbledore's army in his last timeline. Sorry, I didn't mean that. It's just she's best friends with Cho Chang and… Oh, right, of course. I'd forgotten you and her were on bad terms, Hermione said, somewhat bitterly. Harry noticed. Well, I can ask Sue Lee or Padma Patil Dash. I appreciate it, Mione, but I'll manage, he said. He wasn't yet so desperate as to beg friends to find him a date. Half the castle was still wary about him thanks to Rita Skeeter's smear campaign, but enough people seemed to have warmed up to him that he was certain he could find a willing date in time. But he quickly found that his options weren't as broad as he imagined in his head. His next attempt came the very next day as he joined Luna in the library to work on divination assignments together. Excited for the Yule Ball, Luna? He asked conversationally as he proofread her essay on lucid dreaming. Oh, I think not, Luna said firmly. The tea leaves forecast misery on Christmas Day. Did you know? I can't imagine it will be a very good time. Maybe that just means you need a better partner, Harry quipped. Has anyone asked you yet? No. Luna shook her head, sounding thoroughly ambivalent about this fact. I'm a third year, after all, and very few students fourth year and above take much notice of me. Aside from you, of course. Well, I'd like to take you if you're interested, Harry said as nonchalantly as possible. Luna looked up at him, studying him with her pale blue eyes. No, thank you, she said matter-of-factly, before returning her attention to her paper. Harry knew she meant no offense by the blunt response, but it still felt like being doused in cold water. And no, he repeated. You don't want to go with me? Oh, that isn't it at all, Harry, Luna said, still sounding casual and unaffected. You're quite handsome and would be a perfect gentleman, I am sure. But I think I would not have a good time. I do not enjoy large crowds or being the center of attention. I see, Harry said, feeling a bit disappointed. Well, I respect your decision. I'll find somebody else to go with. I think you will find a more fitting partner soon enough, Luna mused. Someone better suited to your interests than I am. Harry was puzzled by this remark. Did she not think he was interested in her? Truthfully, though, she wasn't wrong. Harry was fond of Luna, but more in a sibling sort of way, similar to the way he felt about Dahlia. Did Luna foresee him with someone he had better romantic prospects with? Or was it just an innocuous remark with no deeper meaning? It was always hard to tell with Luna. It wasn't as if Harry was romantically interested in anyone at the moment anyway. Since his ill-fated crush on Cho Chang the year before, he hadn't really been looking at his classmates in that way. Was it even worth devoting time to, with a Dark Lord on the rise? Or was he doing himself a disservice by ignoring that part of himself? The part capable of love and craving that special connection with a special somebody? He waited until the following week to take his next shot. There was still one person in the castle he had formed a meaningful connection with, someone he knew he could bring to the ball and have a good time. He spotted her exiting the Ancient Runes classroom alone one morning and made his move. Morning, Daphne, he greeted the blonde. Got a minute? Daphne Greengrass gave him an appraising sort of look, as she so often did, as if judging if the person she was talking to was worthy of her attention. Need another favor, Potter? She asked. No, not at all. Harry shook his head. I was wondering if you'd like to go to the Yule Ball with me. Daphne's eyebrows shot up. Why? She demanded. What do you mean, why? Harry laughed. Because it could be fun. You don't think so? Your father didn't put you up to this? Daphne pressed. What? Of course not. Harry denied. Why would you think that? Oh, never mind, Daphne sighed. My father's always wary about James Potter using him to push through some legislation or another. My dad would never use me as a political tool like that, Harry said flatly. And I would never have asked you for that reason. Right, sorry, said Daphne. Hermione Granger's been pestering me to ask my dad about introducing house elf legislation to the Wisengamot, so it's been on mind lately. But to answer your question, I already have a date, so no. But thanks for asking. I see, Harry sighed. Who are you going with? Ron Weasley, Daphne grimaced. Hadn't planned on it really, but he bet me that if he won 3 straight games with the Black Pieces, he got to take me. Sounds like you got hustled, Harry chuckled. Well, I hope you have a good time. Don't let that get disrespect you too much. Oh, I won't be accepting such treatment, Daphne said haughtily. I've already told him I expect proper pure-blood courting manners from him. He'll be a perfect gentleman and show me a good time, or he'll regret it for the rest of his lonely days. Well played, Harry whistled appreciatively. He wondered if Ron realized what he'd signed himself up for. He wouldn't be getting the same casual, carefree evening as in the last timeline. He took no pleasure in seeing his once friends miserable, regardless of their childish behavior this term, but still had to chuckle internally at the thought. Still, it left Harry without a date for the ball yet again, and his options seemed to be drying up fast. He was mentally preparing himself to say yes to the next reasonably attractive which you asked him, but even that became a distant non-priority just a day later. He received a letter via Bandit the following morning, glancing at it briefly before returning to his meal, only to do a double-take when he realized it was the person he was dying to hear from most, Saul Croaker. Harry tore open the letter and read, Dear Harry, congratulations on completing the first task. I heard you performed some impressive, illusory magic to trick the dragon. Well done. I knew you could do it. Sorry to hear that your classmates do not believe your story. Just keep a positive attitude, and things will work out for the best. The department is under investigation at the moment, so I cannot promise that we will meet again soon, but I will let you know if that changes. If I do not see you, good luck on the second task. Regards, Saul Croaker. Harry knew that this was not the true message from Saul, and waited until later that afternoon when he could retreat to a quiet corner of the library and decode it. After finding a secluded spot and muttering the passphrase, the letter re-scrambled itself and now read, Harry, Mrs. Cole died in her sleep 2 weeks ago. I only know this because I keep tabs on Muggle news, and she appeared in the obituaries. Police have no reason to suspect foul play, but it's very unlikely to be accidental. Whoever is now doing Voldemort's bidding likely killed her to cover up his tracks. That tells me that we are on the right track. Do not delay with your research into Riddle's past. If the Dark Lord is in the process of eliminating anyone with possible damaging information on him, we have to reach them before he can. I have indeed been contacted by both Dumbledore and the Minister about possible tampering with the goblet prior to its arrival at Hogwarts. I have no reason to believe a fellow unspeakable was involved, but I cannot be certain. Due to my vows, I cannot reveal the identity of any of my co-workers. But if you would be so kind as to provide a list of as many known Death Eaters from your previous timeline that you can remember, I may be able to determine if there is a mole in our midst. I looked into Marvolo and Morphin Gaunt per your request. The bad news is that Morphin is indeed a male. The good news, if we can call it that, is he died in Azkaban many decades ago. His crime? Murdering a Muggle family. That family being Tom Riddle, his mother, and his father in Little Hangleton. I cannot imagine that this is coincidental. I am unable to look into this connection myself, due to scrutiny on my department, but I urge you to dig deeper into the relationship between these two families, as it is clearly pivotal to our efforts. I would also make a greater effort to bond with your fellow champions, or anyone else you feel can be trusted from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. If we are indeed on the cusp of another wizarding war, we will need as much international support as we can get. Crumb is an international celebrity people will listen to, and the Delacour family has ties to higher-up officials in the French ministry. Those are powerful allies you may need one day in the near future. Do what you need to do in the second task, but do try not to draw too much attention to yourself. It is possible, if not probable, that your name was entered into the tournament to gauge your strength after the World Cup fiasco. Your performance in the first task may have drawn too much attention to yourself. Keep a low profile and stay out of the spotlight. The first people to be targeted in the last war were the ones that posed the greatest threat to the Dark Lord, after all. Keep me updated on any further unusual occurrences at the school. Saul Croaker. Harry burned the letter shortly after reading, frowning at its implications. Saul was right. He needed to stay proactive and keep up with his investigations into Tom Riddle's past. He had a somewhat outrageous idea to do so, and as crazy as it sounded in his head, it seemed to be the best way to accomplish this goal. So he spent the rest of the week preparing, with plans to enact his bold strategy at his next Hogsmeade visit in a few days' time. Harry accompanied Luna to the village via carriage, listening to her excitedly ramble about what she wanted to do during her first ever visit. He mostly tuned her out, concocting some excuse to ditch her as soon as they arrived. But that would prove more difficult than he planned. This is all after our meeting at the Three Broomsticks, of course, Luna concluded after rattling off her extensive to-do list. You haven't forgotten about it, have you? Forgotten about what? Harry asked, bewildered. My father's joining us for drinks. Luna Said. I told you 2 days ago, remember? Oh yes, of course, Harry muttered. She had probably done so during their latest library study session, but Harry was quite adept at tuning out her wild ramblings on a broad range of topics and probably missed it. It wasn't completely bad news, of course. It would cut short some of his plans, but he did still hope to convince Xenophilius Lovegood to publish something that challenged Rita Skeeter's vitriol in the Daily Prophet. Luna squealed with delight and ran to give her father a hug when she spotted him across the Three Broomsticks. Hello, my darling. Xenophilius greeted his daughter. And Harry, so glad you could make it. Please sit. They joined him at a nearby booth, where 3 glasses of butterbeer already sat waiting for them. Luna barely touched hers, talking 10 miles a minute as she told her father everything she'd been up to since leaving home some 3 months prior. Harry realized he wasn't the only expert in tuning Luna out, as her father too seemed to say, and how fascinating, a bit too quickly after every pause for breath. But enough about me, Luna finally said, turning to Harry. Father, did you know that Harry's been made a Triwizard champion? He was brilliant in tricking the dragon in the first task. Yes, I read all about it in the Prophet, Xenophilius chuckled. Though that Skeeter woman seems hell-bent on downplaying your accomplishments and blaming your father for your poor upbringing. It was quite surprising to hear, as you struck me as a rather humble and well-adjusted young man when you visited last summer. I appreciate that, sir, said Harry. And I hate to ask, but considering you have a publication yourself, would you consider writing something of your own about the situation? Something in your own words? Something a bit more flattering to you and your father, you mean? Xenophilius said with a knowing grin. I didn't mean that necessarily, but Harry said awkwardly. Not to fret, Harry, Xenophilius chuckled. I am well aware of the power of the press, believe you me. Imagine the sorry state that research into Billy Wiggs might be in today if I hadn't exposed the ministry's secret crossbreeding program with pixies last spring. Yes, indeed, Harry said, stifling a laugh. So, would you consider it? I could give a quote, and you could maybe even interview my father. Of course I will, Harry. Don't you worry about a thing, Xenophilius smiled. It's the least I can do for such a good friend to my dear Luna. What would you like the readers of the Quibbler to know? Harry spent the next hour or so talking with Mr. Lovegood about the true circumstances behind not only the Goblet of Fire, but also his past involvement with Pettigrew and with the Chamber of Secrets. He didn't expect half of it to wind up in the eventual article, but it still felt good to get it all off his chest and have somebody reaffirm that he wasn't, in fact, at fault for all the ridiculous situations he'd found himself in over the past 3.5 years. Eventually, he ran out of things to tell Xenophilius, and his mind began wandering once more towards his intended plans for the day. Luna, perceptive as ever, seemed to pick up on this at once. Thank you very much for the butterbeers, Daddy, she said. Harry wishes to leave us now. He is just too polite to say so out loud. Of course, Xenophilius beamed. I wouldn't want to monopolize your entire field trip. A pleasure to see you as always, Harry. Likewise, sir, Harry nodded, standing to leave. His mind was already miles away, traveling step by step through the meticulous plan he'd crafted over the past few days. He headed for the exit, preparing to set his plan in motion, before yet another familiar voice called out after him. Hey, idiot! Harry turned to see Dahlia and Ginny sipping drinks at a corner table, smirking at him. He strolled over to join them. "Ladies," he greeted them casually. "First time in the village?" "Sadly, yes," Ginny sighed. "My brothers have talked up Madame Rosmerta's butterbeer for so long, I had to stop here first. So far it hasn't lived up to the hype." "Better than the Hog's Head," Harry muttered, remembering his visit to the dingy establishment in his original 5th year, dusty glasses and all. "Meeting the parents already?" Dahlia remarked, eyes flitting over to Xenophilius as he departed the pub. "I didn't realize you and Luna Lovegood were that serious." "It's not like that," Harry grumbled. "We're just friends." "You asked her to the old ball," Ginny pointed out. "She told me in her biology yesterday." "Yeah, so what?" Harry shrugged. "I thought it would be fun. Doesn't mean we fancy each other." "You're one to talk, Ginevra," Dahlia said mockingly to her friend. "You only said yes to Blaise Zabini so you could attend." "Humph." Ginny grunted in annoyance, taking another dip swill of her butterbeer. "Why don't you take Granger?" Dahlia suggested to her brother. "If she doesn't still hate you, of course." "She does not hate me," Harry protested. "Besides, I already asked, and she has a date." "You've been rejected twice already?" Dahlia snickered. "3 times, Ginny corrected, suppressing a giggle of her own. "Tori said he asked Daphne a few days ago. I asked my friends first. So what?" Harry groaned as Dahlia burst out into cackles of glee. "What do you even care? You're not old enough to attend yourself." "True," Dahlia shrugged. "Luckily, a 4th year has already asked me, so I'll be there to witness your misery." "What? Who asked you?" Harry asked, surprised. "Neville Longbottom," Dahlia said nonchalantly. "Come on, Gin, let's head to Honeyduke's." And before Harry could say a word, his sister had grabbed her friend's hand and departed the pub, leaving him dumbfounded in their wake. Dahlia was going to the Yule Ball with Neville? He had asked her? When? And what the hell was he thinking, asking the sister of a fellow champion? Was he trying to get under Harry's skin? The thought made his blood boil. "Using my sister as a ploy to get to me. Are you?" Harry thought furiously. "I'm done taking the high road. This will not stand." And he stormed out of the 3 broomsticks, all plans for the day discarded in favor of a new, singular focus. He didn't have to search the village for long. A flash of red hair caught his attention outside Zonko's as Ron, Hermione, and Neville departed the joke shop, laughing and heading down the cobblestone main road. Harry stalked after them. "Longbottom," he bellowed. Neville turned along with several others in the vicinity. The boy froze in fear at the sight of Harry bearing down on him. What?" Neville stammered. "Beat it, Potter Dash," Ron began, but Harry swiftly hit him with a silencing spell. "You asked my sister to the old ball?" Harry demanded. Neville reddened furiously at this. "Why, I did," he said. "You realize what people will say?" Harry demanded. "That you're messing with the sibling of a rival champion? Not a good look, Longbottom." "But you said we weren't rivals," Neville insisted. "That you were just trying to get through the tournament alive." "That's not the point," Harry said sharply. "What's your angle, huh? Trying to get under my skin? Throw me off before the second task?" "Harry, no, I swear it," Neville said, eyes widening. It's only. Out with it. I like Dahlia, all right," Neville said, face beat red by this point. "She's clever and pretty and fun to be around. Ever since the Quidditch World Cup this summer, I've kind of had a crush on her." "Oh, Merlin," Harry muttered. This was an even worse answer than the nefarious one he'd expected. Neville actually fancied his sister. "Look, you'd better not try anything funny, you hear? She's 13. I would never." Neville swore fervently. "I wasn't even going to try to kiss her. I mean, not unless she wanted Dash." "Bloody hell," Harry swore, massaging his temple. "I don't need that mental image, all right? Just don't be a prat to her, or touch her, or even look at her Dash." "Harry, you're not making much sense," Neville said cautiously. "Can we talk about this later?" Harry realized that he'd drawn quite a crowd with his bluster. Dozens of students had frozen on the street to watch the tense standoff between 2 school champions. "Right?" he huffed. "Just okay. Later, then," and he stormed off, his anger slowly being replaced by bewilderment. He hadn't even processed the fact that his sister was entering dating age. Neville was an appropriate enough choice, and Harry believed the boy when he said he had no intentions of taking advantage. But his overprotective nature, along with his pride and the complications of the tournament, clouded his reason and made his head spin at the idea. This isn't the time to dwell on it, Harry decided, shaking his head to clear it. He already regretted the very public confrontation with Neville, knowing his hot head had prevailed over cool reason. He would have to calm down and consider this another time. Besides, the afternoon was drawing on, and he still had a big day planned ahead of him. He hurried down the street towards his next destination. Harry popped into the pet supply shop to purchase some treats for his owl bandit. But that was only his secondary objective in entering the shop. He also surreptitiously obtained a hair sample from the shop's owner, a nondescript middle-aged wizard, and carefully stowed it in a small conjured vial in his robes. He had decided that today was the day he would use the Auror's toolkit for the first time. He next ducked into a quiet alley and found a secluded spot, far from any prying eyes and ears. This would be the riskiest part of his plan, operating out of the village to somewhere he'd never been before. He considered picking a more visible spot to depart from, in case something went wrong and he needed rescue, but privacy was of the utmost importance for this particular mission, so he would have to take the chance and hope the ritual of onogenesis had done its job. Destination, deliberation, determination. Harry closed his eyes and visualized the spot he wanted to appear in. He turned on the spot, stepping sideways into the tight compression and vanishing from Hogsmeade. He felt his feet touch down a split second later on solid ground, standing quite still for a moment to make sure everything was okay. All of his limbs still felt intact, and upon wiggling his toes, he determined that they were all accounted for. Harry opened his eyes and found himself at the outskirts of a different village, a quaint yet distinctly Muggle one, complete with paved roads and cars passing through the quiet downtown area. Harry steadied his nerves and strolled confidently into Little Hangleton. He planned to scout the area first before enacting the next part of his plan. He'd studied a map of the village over the summer in a Muggle library and knew vaguely where the key points of interest were. To the west, he could see the cemetery, where the body of Tom Riddle Sr. lay. He would certainly have to take care of that before the third task began. Above it atop the hillside sat the Riddle estate, where Voldemort and Wormtail had briefly taken refuge. Whether they were currently residing there was another mystery to be solved. But those were not on the immediate agenda for today. Harry walked deeper into town, passing uncaring Muggles, searching for any kind of gathering place, somewhere he could fish for information. He found it in the downtown area. The Hangman, a small hole-in-the-wall pub where middle-aged patrons sat drinking and conversing tiredly with one another. A sensible enough place to start. Harry backed into an alleyway and crouched behind a dumpster, withdrawing his vial of acquired hair and the Auror's toolkit. He unscrewed the compartment that contained the polyjuice potion and dropped the hair in, hearing it sizzle on contact with the potion as a vaguely stale odor emitted from it. Here goes nothing, Harry thought as he tossed his head back, dumping the polyjuice down his throat and swallowing it before he could change his mind. Within seconds, his body began rippling and morphing uncomfortably. Harry felt his hairline recede, his body shrink a couple of inches, his clothes grow a size too big for him. When the transformation was complete, Harry conjured a mirror and found himself staring at a reflection of the pet shop owner back at Hogsmeade. After casting a quick glamour on his clothes to make them appear like nondescript Muggle attire, he strode purposefully out of the alley and into the pub. Harry sat casually at the bar, stealing glances around the room, not trying to draw too much attention to himself. He couldn't yet gauge how friendly the local townsfolk were, how suspicious they might be of outsiders, and didn't want to overstay his welcome. He waited patiently until the bartender finished closing out the tab of another patron and sauntered over. "What'll you have, mate?" the bartender asked. Dash, Harry said, realizing he didn't know how to order alcohol. "What would you recommend?" "We've got house ale on tap," the bartender grunted. "Sure, I'll take that," Harry agreed. The bartender poured him a glass and slid it to him. Harry took a sip, struggling to mask his grimace at the strong, bitter flavor. He set the glass back down, intending to quietly vanish the rest of it with his wand later to avoid drinking any more. "You're not from around here," the bartender said. It was not a question nor an accusation, just a statement of fact. "Nope," Harry shook his head. "Just passing through." "Oof," the bartender said. "On business." "Something like that," Harry shrugged. Then, sensing that the bartender expected more of an answer, he said, I used to work near here, matter of fact, for a bloke named Riddle. Riddle? Said the bartender, raising his eyebrows. Now, that's a name I haven't heard in quite some time. Why? He move away or something? Asked Harry, feigning ignorance. You ain't heard? Another elderly patron chimed in from a few seats away. Got himself and his family murdered. Must have been decades ago now. Bit before my time, the bartender admitted. Though they named a street and some other shite after him as a memorial. Left his house up on that hill. Some still swear it's haunted to this day. That's awful, Harry sighed. Did they catch the fellow who did it? Some low-life townie from across the river, the bar patron chimed in. Name of Gaunt, that whole family was fucked, I tell you. Ain't nobody liked him, and ain't nobody were surprised when he did it. Did they figure out why he killed the Riddles? Harry asked. I mean, did they know each other? Way my father explained things, it came out of the blue. The bartender sighed. Bloke just snapped and broke into their house unprovoked. Horrible, horrible stuff. That ain't the way I remember it, the elderly patron said, sounding gleeful at the opportunity to recount the tale. He slid over a few seats to sit beside Harry. What's your name, friend? Dursley. Harry lied quickly. Vernon Dursley. Owen Blakely. Pleased to meet you, Vernon, the old man said, eagerly shaking Harry's hand. He looked at least 70 or 80 years old, certainly old enough to remember such an event. I'll be happy to tell you what I know, if you want to by my next round. You've got a deal, Owen, said Harry, trying not to seem too eager about the forthcoming information. Righto, said Owen, clapping his hands together triumphantly and signaling to the bartender for a refill. It weren't no random act o' violence, you see. 'Twas an act of revenge. Revenge, Harry repeated, quirking an eyebrow. Did this Gaunt fellow have grievances with Riddle? You're damn right he did, Owen cackled. Who wouldn't, after all, considering Riddle's son ran off and knocked up Gaunt's sister? It took all of Harry's strength not to whip his head around and stare at the man in shock for this statement. Did he now? He said mildly, taking another pretend sip of his beer. Me mum talked about it all the time when I was growing up, Owen said gleefully. The trampy Gaunt girl down the lane, seducing the rich and handsome heir to the Riddle fortune? It was quite the story. What happened to the girl? Harry asked. Why didn't Riddle take her and keep the child? Claimed that he never wanted nothing to do with her, said Owen. Kept going on about being bewitched or some nonsense. Lodo crock, if you ask me. He probably got cold feet when she got knocked up and ran back to Daddy. The last disappeared soon after that. Never came back. No wonder the brother was bent out of shape about the whole thing. But that was years, many years later, the bartender protested, having been listening in and doing a poor job of disguising it. That business with the Gaunt girl happened 2 decades before the murders. Why would the brother wait so long if it was revenge? Beats me, Owen shrugged. I weren't there. Were I? Why indeed? Harry wondered. It made vague sense to Harry that Morphin Gaunt might despise Tom Riddle for what he'd done to his sister, or from the sound of it, the other way around. But 20-odd years after the fact, Harry had to wonder if Voldemort was involved somehow. He would have been a young adult around the time of the murders. Perhaps he'd researched his heritage and traveled to Little Hangleton after graduation, only to discover the awful truth for himself. The Gaunts lived nearby too, then? Harry asked. Oh, sure, said Owen, flinging his arm in the vague direction of the south. Some crumbling shack down country lane. Ain't nobody's bothered to fix up the place after the last of 'em died, neither. How awful, Harry muttered, taking another fake sip of his drink. He set it back on the bar and feigned looking at his watch. Oh dear, I must be going. But I appreciate the drink and the story. A pleasure, Dursley, said Owen, shaking Harry's hand again. Will we be seeing you again? Perhaps I'll stop by tomorrow, Harry said vaguely, standing to go. Wait, sir. How will you be paying today? The bartender interrupted him. But I've already paid, haven't I? Said Harry, casting a silent confundus charm with his wand tucked in his sleeve. The bartender's eyes briefly went glassy and out of focus before he blinked and shook his head. Right, of course, he muttered. Safe travels, Mr. Dursley. Harry nodded politely to both men and exited the pub. The sun was already getting low in the sky, and he wanted to scout out the Gaunt shack before leaving. It was the final piece of the Little Hangleton puzzle, aside from the graveyard and the Riddle house, and he wondered what clues might await him there about Voldemort's past, present, and future. Harry walked purposefully down the road in the direction Owen had indicated, not really knowing where he was going, but the quality of homes got progressively shabbier as he went along, so he figured it was the right way. He eventually stopped to ask a kindly old lady sitting on her porch where Country Lane was, and she pointed him in the right direction. The polyjuice potion had worn off by the time Harry reached the outskirts of town. This didn't concern him too much, as all the houses here appeared to be abandoned and in severe disrepair, telling him he was on the right track. He had no way of knowing which house, if any, belonged to the Gaunts, and wondered if he should pop his head into any of them and look around. But he had a feeling he wasn't in the right place yet, so he kept walking, fully aware of the late hour and planning to turn back soon if his search proved fruitless. Then he felt it, a strong sense of unease, an overwhelming feeling that he should turn back and leave this place forever. He instinctively flinched, drawing his wand and scanning the horizon, but sensed no movement. There's powerful magic nearby, he realized, and despite every fiber of his being begging him not to, he crept forward, keeping his eyes open for any sign of danger. Following that uneasy feeling led him to the right place, and he knew it as soon as he laid eyes upon it. A house in ruins, falling apart and shrouded in the darkness of the old trees growing around it. The yard around it was overgrown and ensnared in weeds, and it was about as unwelcoming a sight as Harry could remember. Then again, that could be due to the powerful magic radiating in waves from the house, a slew of unseen enchantments warning any passers-by to stay well away. It was no wonder the Muggles had left this place alone. Why would Voldemort bother to ward his old family home? Harry wondered. He very much doubted the man held any kind of sentimental feelings towards it. If he did, surely he would have fixed the place up a little. And yet, he seemed determined to keep people away from the site, as though it held some other significance to him. Unless Morphin or Marvolo Gaunt had done so themselves to dissuade visitors? Without thinking, Harry took a step forward, over the threshold of the open gate and into the yard. At once he knew he'd made a mistake. The front door slammed open, and an ominous hissing sound voiced its disapproval of his presence. Harry's heart jumped to his throat as a literal wave of snakes poured out of the house, a writhing mass pulsing towards him, fangs bared to strike. Harry turned and ran as fast as he could. He didn't look back, sprinting back up the lane until he could no longer feel the waves of cold and uninviting magic crashing over him. He skidded to a halt and turned around, panting heavily. The snakes no longer appeared to be following him. Probably just an illusion, he told himself, forcing himself to pause and catch his breath. Nobody had given chase, so it was unlikely anybody had been alerted to his presence. But it was almost definitive proof that Voldemort was behind this, and that he really did not want people entering the shack. Once Harry's breathing returned to normal, he turned and operated on the spot, reappearing in the dark alleyway in Hogsmeade. He checked to make sure he was fully back to normal before re-entering the main road, rejoining his classmates trickling back towards the station to catch a carriage back up to the castle. Harry hastily scribbled a letter to Saul Croaker and sent it off with Bandit that evening. He spent the rest of the night in the common room by the fire, silently pondering what he had learned. Morphin Gaunt did have a sister, who apparently had not attended Hogwarts, but who seemed to have some magical prowess of her own. After all, how else would she have bewitched Tom Riddle into impregnating her against his will? And had Morphin really killed the Riddles, or was it somebody else? Somebody Harry now had definitive proof had visited the village for himself upon reaching adulthood? He knew only two things for certain now. Voldemort had things he wished to hide, and had a heavily warded location ideal for hiding something. It didn't take much of a stretch to put two and two together and have a decent idea of what might be concealed within the Gaunt shack. /N. I know that technically in canon the Muggles of Little Hangleton didn't know the Gaunts were involved in the Riddle's murders, blaming Frank Bryce instead. But some of them did know about the Merope affair, so it seems likely that the older population would have been gossipy about the two families anyway, and I liked this method of Harry finding his way to the Gaunt shack on his own, rather than let Dumbledore solve all the horcruxes for him. Up next, the Yule Ball. Let's hear those last-minute theories on who Harry's date will be. It's a pairing I don't see too often in fan fiction, but one I'm excited to write about. Year 4-09, Belle of the Ball, who schedules a Quidditch match in the middle of December. Harry thought bitterly to himself as he trudged through the snow banks towards the pitch for his first match of the year. He did not envy Professor McGonagall's decision-making process, of course. She had to plan a schedule for all 8 of the teams that had signed up, while also working around the Triwizard Tournament timetable. That meant a few games would have to be played in harsh wintry conditions, including this one. Very few people showed up to watch as a result, which was fine by him. It was probably due as much to the lopsided matchup, pairing a bunch of upperclassmen with mostly second and third years, and also because the weekend before had featured Crumb's team demolishing a Beauxbatons squad, with many students wanting to see the superstar seeker in person. Warming charms, everyone! Angelina barked to the team as they went through their pre-game warm-ups. Let's take this one quickly, so we can get back inside. Harry liked her confidence, and it was not ill-founded as he assessed the team pouring out of the tunnel towards the opposite end of the pitch. He recognized Ginny Weasley and Demelza Robbins at Chaser, along with Damian Dursley and another uncoordinated-looking second-year beater. Half of the team looked like they could barely stay upright on a broom, perhaps not realizing what they'd been signing up for without having played in a real match before. At this point, it'd be unethical to hit anyone other than our sister, Harry heard Fred remark to George as they zoomed by. Don't underestimate Damian, Harry called back. He can give as good as he gets. They nodded their understanding as the two teams converged on center field to begin the match. Madame Hooch walked out onto the pitch carrying the ball box. Looking very much like this was not how she wanted to spend her Saturday. She blew her whistle and released the quaffle, signaling the start of the match. Harry thought the match might, as well have been called within the first 5 minutes. Katie, Angelina, and Alicia met very little resistance with their offense, carving through the patchwork defense of the opposition and racking up a 40-0 lead in the blink of an eye. Ginny and Demelza put up a valiant fight, and Damian placed a few solid bludger hits that nearly did some damage, but Fred and George zeroed in on those 3 targets early and effectively neutralized the entire team. Harry kept his focus on the enemy seeker, a third-year Slytherin girl he didn't recognize. He didn't want to underestimate her, though. Just because she lacked the financial influence of Draco Malfoy to make her house team didn't mean she couldn't play. She proved to be a decent flyer, keeping up with Harry on his school broom and managing to avoid falling for any of his elaborate feint attempts. But in the end, Harry's size, reflexes, and experience proved too much for her to handle. The first snitch appeared near Volkow's goalposts, with Harry snatching it before the poor girl even realized it was there. The second was a decent foot race across the pitch, but Harry managed to box the opponent out and prevent her from getting too close before he plucked it out of the air as well. Harry almost felt bad by the time he spotted the third snitch, considering letting the enemy have one moral victory considering the 190-0 hole they were in. He waited 5 full seconds to give the other seeker a chance to spot it, but when she didn't, he dove after it and brought the match to a merciful end. Good game, said Harry as he descended towards the pitch alongside his opponent. You're a solid flyer. Just got to sharpen those instincts to spot the snitch earlier. Thanks, the girl smiled sadly. I'm much better at beater, but we couldn't find anyone else to play seeker. Ah, said Harry. Well, good effort then. They both landed and shook hands before going their separate ways. Damian landed soon after, looking utterly dejected. Chin up, cousin, Harry called out to him. You played well today. Just an unlucky first matchup. Yeah, spare me the sympathy, Damian scoffed. I can take a beating on the chin. Just know that I'll punch back twice as harder next time. Wouldn't expect anything less, Harry grinned. Yo, Dursley, called out Fred Weasley as he and George landed beside them. You plan on trying out for Hufflepuff next year? Yeah, Damian shrugged. What of it? Keep playing like that, and you'll be a menace to the other houses for the next 5 years, said George with a mock salute. Thank Merlin we're graduating next year? Georgie? Fred grinned. Poor Harry here has to worry about dodging his bludgers for 3 more years. Are you taking the mickey? Damian frowned, as though unsure if the twins were mocking him. Don't mind these two, Harry laughed, slinging an arm over his cousin's shoulders. They're just thankful there aren't 2 of you, because they only stand a chance against you 2-on-1. I could always call up my brother Dudley, If you want to settle things the Muggle way, Damian said coldly, clearly still not understanding the joke. But to Harry's surprise, Fred and George roared with laughter at this. I like your cousin Potter, said Fred. Joking aside, mate, you're really good. If you ever need some pointers, feel free to ask. All right, thanks, Damian said warily, turning to rejoin his squad. The rest of Harry's team landed soon after, and they made their way to the locker rooms, laughing and discussing their dominant play in the match. After a quick change, they headed up the hill towards the castle, with conversation shifting to another, more exciting topic for some. Have you picked your dress out for the Yule Ball yet, Spinnet? Asked Angelina. Last Hogsmeade weekend, Alicia beamed. Gold with red trim to match Fred's robes. I was hoping to go in gold, Angelina sighed. Well, I do have a nice powder blue dress at home as an option. I can channel my inner Ravenclaw. She winked at Harry with this. What about you, Katie? Asked Alicia, turning to the shortest of the three girls. Oh, just an old hand-me-down dress from my mom. Katie smiled sadly. Not that I have to worry about impressing anyone. Come on, Potter. Let's escape before we get sucked into the girl talk, George said loudly, playfully grabbing Harry by the arm to whisk him away. But Harry was confused by Katie's words. What do you mean, Katie? He asked. Don't you have a date? Nobody asked me. Katie shrugged indifferently. I'm just going to tag along with these four. Should be good fun, all the same. There's still time, Angelina said encouragingly. Plenty of blokes are still scrambling for dates. You'll get asked. Unlikely, Katie scoffed. I'm too much of a tomboy and a Quidditch nut for anyone to come near me. I'll go with you, Harry blurted out quite suddenly. All eyes turned to him. Thanks, Potter, but I don't need a pity date, Katie smiled sadly. It's not out of pity, Harry said seriously, turning to face her fully. I don't have a date yet, and I'd love to take you. How had he not thought of this before? He knew Katie quite well from his previous timeline and always enjoyed her company, but for some reason never considered taking her to the ball. She was sporty and didn't put a ton of effort into her appearance, but she was unpretentious and drama-free, which was exactly what Harry was interested in right now. The last thing he needed was a repeat of last year's Cho/Hermione snafu, and he could see himself having a great time with Katie. You don't want me as your date, Katie said, suddenly looking self-conscious. I have 2 left feet, and I'll just embarrass you in front of the other champions. Besides, there's plenty of prettier girls who would love to go with you. You're rather pretty yourself, Harry said honestly. And I'm also a horrid dancer. We can suffer through it together, then laugh it off with these 4 afterwards. So, what do you say? Katie looked stunned by his proposal. Angelina, Alicia, and the twins stood off to one side, trying desperately to hide their obvious delight at this turn of events. Yes, all right then, she said breathlessly. I'll go with you, Harry. Really? Great. Harry beamed. I'll, see you there? Okay. Katie smiled back. Angelina and Alicia swiftly grabbed her arms and whisked her away into the castle, and the delighted, giggling Harry heard as they departed told him that he'd made a good decision. Well done, mate, said Fred, slapping Harry on the back. We've been trying to set Katie up with blokes for months. Yeah, you two ought to be good for each other, George agreed heartily. Then, his voice dropped to something darker and more intimidating. But if you ever take advantage of her dash, or hurt her in any way dash, Fred added menacingly. We'll make sure you regret it, George finished sternly. Of course I wouldn't, Harry said quickly. I like Katie, and I meant it when I said it wasn't out of pity. We know, Fred grinned. You're a good bloke, Harry, even if our dearest little brother is convinced otherwise. Harry grimaced at this. It was a shame to see Ron so dead set against him in both timelines during the tournament, though in this case it made a bit more sense, given that Harry was his best friend's opponent. How ironic that Harry's main support system seemed to be the Gryffindors once again, given that even his own house had largely turned against him. But it was a massive relief to have his dates sorted for the ball, and he no longer had to invent an excuse for the increasingly desperate girls who approached him in the final days before Christmas break began. He received a package in the mail from Sirius a few days later, containing a set of very fine dress robes, far nicer than he'd been expecting to wear. As Sirius had put it in his accompanying letter, no godson of mine is taking a beautiful witch to the dance without looking his absolute best. The Hogwarts Express arrived soon after to whisk away the first batch of students who would not be attending the ball. Harry planned to take the second train home, on Boxing Day, to enjoy at least 1 week of his vacation with family before classes resumed in January. The lack of homework and the departure of many of his housemates actually increased his nerves, as he had little to distract him from the prospect of what he now realized might, in fact, be his first date with a girl in this timeline. Did we say it was a date? Harry wondered, thinking back to his invitation and what he and Katie had actually said to each other. Does she expect it to be a date? Or are we just going as friends? Such questions weighed heavily on his mind as Christmas Day loomed large. He considered writing to Sirius and asking for advice, but didn't think the owl would reach him in time, given poor weather conditions. He would just have to improvise and read the situation as best he could in the moment. But that's what good teammates do anyway, isn't it? Harry figured. He and Katie were already somewhat accomplished in reading one another and responding to each other's cues. So what if the situation was a dance rather than a Quidditch match? It doesn't have to be a big deal if we don't make it one. There's nothing to be nervous about. Easier said than done, of course. Harry awoke on Christmas morning feeling somewhat nervous, walking down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Students were grouped up according to family rather than by house, so Harry sauntered over towards the Gryffindor table in search of his sister. Ginny was with her brothers and Astoria was with her sister at the Slytherin table, so he expected to find Dahlia alone. But to his surprise, she wasn't at the Gryffindor table at all. She was over at the Ravenclaw table, talking to 2 Beauxbatons 7th year girls, one of whom happened to be Fleur Delacour. "Merry Christmas," he said to announce himself, somewhat confused. The 3 girls looked up at him. Fleur looked as though an unpleasant aroma had wafted into the room, grabbing her friend and standing to leave. Dahlia gave a dejected sigh as Harry sat across from her. "Must you always be a repellent for all the cool people who want to talk to me?" she lamented. "Sorry," Harry shrugged. "Not exactly my fault, though, is it?" "I know," Dahlia groaned. "Merry Christmas, idiot. What were you talking to Fleur about?" Harry asked. "Not gathering intel about the next task, I presume?" As if Dahlia scoffed. "I was talking to her friend Isabel. Actually, she's studying to become a healer at Beauxbatons and was giving me career pointers." "I see," said Harry. "How's your apprenticeship going?" "It's fascinating, really," said Dahlia, reaching for a jug of syrup to add to her French toast. "I've learned a lot already. Plus, the tournament gives me tons of opportunity for hands-on experience. That's hard to get in peace times, according to Madame Pomfrey." Hopefully the peace times continue for a bit longer, Harry thought morosely. If things didn't go according to plan, Dahlia might be thrust into more hands-on situations than anticipated. Then, to Harry's surprise, Damian waltzed up to join them at the table. "Morning, cousins," he announced, pulling plates of food towards him. "Morning," said Harry, giving Dahlia a scathing look as she rolled her eyes at the new arrival. "Why are you still at the castle, Damian? You aren't old enough to attend the ball." "Thanks. I hadn't noticed," Damian grumbled. "Mum and Dad took Dudley to some wrestling tournament in Bristol. I'm stuck here until tomorrow whether I like it or not." "Well, at least you have family here on Christmas," said Harry. "We can do something this afternoon, until the ball, of course." "Who are you taking anyway?" Dahlia demanded of her brother. "Or did you give up and accept that you'll be alone forever?" How to say drôle. "I'm going with Katie Bell." He waited a few seconds for Dahlia to laugh at this idea or mock him for his repeated rejections again. "Huh," she said instead, taking another bite of toast. "That's it?" Harry demanded. "No snarky remarks about how I'll ruin it somehow, or how she could do better?" "Nope," Dahlia shrugged. "Katie's a good person. I think it's a good match." That surprised Harry. His sister was always the first to take pleasure in his relationship woes, but it was nice to hear her being supportive for once. "Well, I can't say I'm thrilled you're going with Neville," Harry sighed. "If I see him get out of line or disrespect you in any way dash." "Oh, please, I can take care of myself," Dahlia huffed. "I doubt he'd try anything funny, but if he does, he'll be walking bow-legged for a week." Harry chuckled at this image, feeling marginally better about the pairing than before. The post arrived soon after, and Harry and Dahlia tore open a package addressed to the both of them. It contained a box of sweets from their mother, which they split evenly with Damian, or rather, watched as he wolfed half of it down by himself. Sirius and Remus also sent gifts to each of them. A nice silver ring and Italian leather trousers for Harry, and a set of golden bangles and a book on hypnotherapy for Dahlia. Harry felt a bit bad for Damian, noticing that the boy had received nothing from his family. Hopefully he would still have Christmas gifts waiting for him back home tomorrow. Harry taught Damian how to play Exploding Snap in an empty classroom until Peeves the poltergeist arrived to unscrew the chandelier, forcing them to evacuate before Filch could arrive and blame them on it. They then went their separate ways as preparations for the Yule Ball began. Harry changed into the dress robes Sirius gave him, which magically adjusted to fit his form perfectly. "Damn, Potter, you look like a grown-up in those," remarked Anthony Goldstein as his dorm mates all changed into their own nice robes. "Thanks," Harry shrugged. In truth, he did look older than his physical age. The ritual of onogenesis had indeed accelerated him into his growth spurt, making him look more mature than he had in either timeline. He had felt a bit self-conscious about taking an older girl to the dance. Katie was already 16, after all, but considering that he was mentally older than her and now looked the part, he felt far more confident. Still, he found himself fidgeting nervously at the foot of the grand staircase an hour later, along with many other students waiting for their dates to arrive. The Slytherins and Hufflepuffs had already arrived en masse, as it seemed only the Gryffindors were yet to descend from their tower. Harry watched as more and more students paired up and headed into the Great Hall. Finally, the Gryffindors began to trickle down the stairs. Harry spotted his sister, wearing a modest green dress, her normally wild mane of hair tamed into long black curls. She met Harry's eye and gave him a small smile and wave before approaching a slack-jawed Neville and taking his arm. The Weasley twins sauntered down the steps in style, wearing matching red pinstripe suits and greeting Harry with jumping high fives. The three chasers arrived soon after, and Harry found himself staring in surprise at his own date. Katie normally wore rather unflattering, sporty attire, but the strapless gown she now wore really accentuated her impressively toned figure. Her hair, normally short and pulled back in a bun, seemed to have been magically lengthened, spilling in graceful waves over her bare shoulders. She spotted Harry and gave him a shy smile as she descended towards him. "Hi, Harry," she greeted him. "Nice robes." "Oh, thanks," Harry muttered. "You look wow. It's too much, isn't it?" Katie groaned, feeling her hair self-consciously. "I knew it was over the top, but Angie and Alicia convinced me No," Harry said quickly. "It's not too much. You look absolutely stunning." "Really?" said Katie, blushing slightly at the compliment. "Thanks. Shall we?" "Let's," said Harry, extending an arm to guide her towards the Great Hall. Fred and George were performing some elaborate bow to the other two girls, who groaned loudly but nonetheless looked pleased by the display, following Harry and Katie towards the entrance. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them as they neared the great oak doors. "Potter, Belle, good to see you this evening," she said, giving them an appraising look that told Harry she approved of the pairing. "You will enter last with the other champions. Please wait over here." McGonagall directed them to a small alcove to the side of the room, where the other champions and their dates were already waiting. Neville pointedly avoided Harry's eye, while Crumb gave him a small nod of acknowledgement and Hermione mouthed "Hi, Harry" at his side. Fleur Delacour's date, on the other hand, was not so subtle. "Well, if it isn't the false champion," sneered Roger Davies. "And what's this? Fraternizing with an opponent, are you?" "I wasn't given much choice in allies this year," Harry said smoothly. "At least I chose someone from my own school." Roger narrowed his eyes at this jab, as Fleur coolly ignored the two of them. Harry wondered what she had seen in Roger to decide to accompany him. He was handsome, sure, but just as blustering and boastful as every other moon-faced male who had succumbed to her Vila charms over the past few months. "Hi, Katie," Dahlia greeted her housemate. "I love your dress." "Thanks, Dahlia." Katie grinned. "Who did your hair like that?" "My mom taught me how." Dahlia grinned. "Took a bit of Sleekeasy's hair potion, but I've had loads of practice. It was invented by my grandfather after all. It was." Hermione gasped, putting a hand to her own straightened hair. "I had no idea. I had to use nearly half a bottle of the stuff to get mine under control. Once you learn how to use it, you won't need as much," Dahlia told her. It's all about the application process. First you have to dash, but before she could mentor Hermione on proper hair care routine, McGonagall approached the small group. "Champions, line up with your partners and follow me," she instructed. She led the way into the Great Hall, and Harry marveled once more at the room's transformation into an extravagant winter wonderland. Students clapped politely as the champions and their dates made their way up to the high table. Harry pulled out Katie's chair for her to sit, as Neville did the same for Dahlia to his left. "You'd better be a perfect gentleman to my sister tonight," Harry grumbled internally. "If I see you step 1 foot out of line." But he had to admit that his sister looked quite pleased to be accompanying Neville. He tried his best not to listen in, as she praised his inventive strategy to defeat the dragon in the first task and described her healer training program with Madame Pomfrey. Once he was confident that Neville was not about to badmouth him or try anything stupid, Harry turned his attention back to his own date. "What sounds good for dinner?" he asked Katie as the others stared, confused, at their empty plates. I don't know," Katie frowned. "I didn't see a menu." Harry grinned and cleared his throat. "Beef Wellington," he announced clearly, and a second later, the dish appeared before him, steaming hot and ready to eat. The other champions and their dates stared, bewildered. "How did you know to do that?" Katie asked, wide-eyed. "I'm full of surprises," Harry winked, digging into his meal. "What strikes your fancy?" Katie grinned as she thought about her own options. "Caesar salad," she eventually decided, and the leafy greens appeared on her plate, eliciting a laugh of delight. This empowered the others to order their own meals, as Dumbledore watched on with a twinkle in his eye, winking at Harry, who shrugged modestly in return. Harry knew this was a prime opportunity to converse with the other school champions, as it was rare for them to all be together without having to compete against one another. "So, Victor, are you on leave with your pro Quidditch team while you're here for the tournament?" he asked Crumb. "Da cruma firme. They know I am still a student and will not be playing full-time until I graduate. I will play first full season next fall." "I saw you at the World Cup last summer," said Harry. "Brilliant flying, mate. I hope I get a chance to face you in the scrimmage league before you leave." "Not if we get to him first," sneered Roger Davies from down the row. "We're in the semis against your squad, Potter. Luckily, we have the best seeker at Hogwarts, and we'll wipe the floor with you before Diggory gets his rightful shot at Crumb." "We'll see," Harry shrugged modestly. "It's all in good fun, isn't it? May the best team win." "I hope you can fly better than you can run," Fleur scoffed at Harry. "I heard Z's short snout burned your entire back in Z's first task." "He wasn't the only one to catch fire, though, was he?" Dahlia piped in, glaring down the table at the French witch. Harry smiled internally at the way Fleur wilted under the remark from his sister. "You have a lovely singing voice, by the way, Fleur," Harry added sincerely. Fleur's eyes narrowed, first in anger and then in confusion at Harry's innocuous remark. She eventually decided that it was not worth responding to, so she merely gave a haughty humph and turned away from him. Not an ideal first attempt at diplomacy, Harry groaned internally. But he wouldn't press the issue further tonight, as he didn't want to give Katie the impression that he was neglecting her. They chatted about Quidditch for the remainder of the dinner, careful not to give any specific strategy away to two potential future opponents, but excitedly recounting their previous victory and team synergy. Katie was eager to hear about the World Cup, which she'd been unable to attend, and Harry excitedly recounted it for her, well aware that Crumb was within earshot and hearing every word of praise he heaped on the Bulgarian. The dinner flew by, and far too soon for Harry's liking, Dumbledore stood to clear the dance floor and beckoned the champions and their dates onto it. Harry took Katie's hand and led her out to the center, flanked by the others on either side. He turned to face Katie and saw that she looked equally terrified about the prospect of dancing. To his surprise, this calmed him, and he gave her a reassuring smile. "If one of us falls, the twins will never let us hear the end of it," he whispered in her ear. She giggled at the thought, her tension relaxing somewhat at his quip. He took her hand in his and rested his other on her hip as they waited for the music to begin. The Weird Sisters took the stage and struck up a slow ballad, and the champions began to dance. Harry and Katie got off to a clumsy start, taking time to get in sync, but eventually managed to find a rhythm of shuffling forward, back, and to either side. Neither of them knew much about dancing, but both were trained athletes with good coordination, which helped to offset the awkwardness. Once he was certain they were not seconds away from tumbling to the ground, Harry smiled reassuringly at Katie and managed to enjoy the slow dance as they wove in between the other pairs. Soon Dumbledore took Madame Maxime's hand and led her onto the dance floor, which invited the other students to follow suit. Harry was relieved to no longer be the center of attention, as he and Katie now shifted their focus into not bumping into any of the other students, whom he was pleased to see were not all that coordinated themselves. "We don't have to dance the whole time if you don't want to," Harry said as the weird sisters switched to a slightly more upbeat tune. "It's okay, I'm having fun," Katie shrugged. "You?" "Me too," Harry grinned. So they continued to waltz in their own improvised rhythm, relaxing more and more with each passing song. Harry even felt bold enough to add some variety to their routine, twirling Katie around in a spin before pulling her back in, causing her to laugh delightedly at the stunt. Harry only tripped and lost his balance once, and quickly realized it was no accident as George Weasley brushed by with Angelina, grinning mischievously at him. Suddenly, Katie screamed excitedly as the weird sisters transitioned into a song Harry did not recognize. "This one is for the ladies only," the lead singer announced into the microphone. "Come on forward, you wonderful witches." "Do you mind, Harry?" asked Katie. "This is our favorite song." "Go for it," Harry chuckled, bemused, as Katie ran forward to grab Angelina and Alicia's hands and rush the stage. Harry joined the Weasley twins and all the other bewildered males, making their way towards the side tables as their dates danced and sang along to the anthem that had united them. "Having fun, Potter?" Fred smirked as they plopped into chairs around the perimeter of the dance floor. "Yellows!" Harry grinned, and he meant it. He hadn't expected to enjoy the ball as much as he was. Katie was easy company to keep, and he felt free to just be himself and let loose for a change after such a stressful term. "Katie seems to be enjoying herself, too," George remarked, glancing at the girls jumping and dancing to the weird sisters nearby. "Looks like we don't have to hex you yet." "Not that we ever doubted you," Fred winked. "After that show you put on with the dragon, we figured a little school dance shouldn't be too much trouble for you." "How's your clue coming along for the second task?" asked George. "Got it figured out yet?" "Yeah, just about," Harry said. "Why were you two so interested all of a sudden?" The twins looked around them momentarily to see if anyone was listening, then leaned in close. "We stand to win quite a bit of money if you win the tournament," said George. "You or Neville," Fred corrected. "What, did you place a bet on me or something?" asked Harry, alarmed. "Quite the contrary," said George. "We're taking bets, you see, and nearly everyone's bet on Crumb or the Beauxbatons girl. Even at very generous odds, we only got a couple of takers for you two, so we won't have to pay out very much if it's a Hogwarts victory." "I see," said Harry. "Well, I appreciate the support, I guess. I'm more interested in surviving the tournament than winning it." "Understandable," Fred grinned. "If there's anything we can do to help, say the word." "Will do," Harry nodded. Then, inspiration struck. "Actually, there is something you can do." "What's that?" asked George eagerly. "Tell Neville to put his egg underwater," said Harry. "Only, don't tell him it came from me. I don't think he trusts me much right now." "We can do that," Fred nodded. Then, frowning, he said, "Unless this is some kind of sabotage to destroy his clue?" "The egg is speaking Mermish," Harry explained. "I want Neville to figure out the clue, so he doesn't drown in the lake." "Fair play," George grinned. "We'll drop him a hint or two. Leave it to us. He trusts us, though Merlin knows why." Fred winked. "We may have followed him around the castle in his second year, declaring him the heir of Slytherin." Harry snorted with amusement at this image. He remembered the twins doing something similar in his original second year, and it had gone a long way towards lightening the tense mood around Hogwarts. Just then, Katie, Angelina, and Alicia arrived from the dance floor, out of breath and giddy with excitement. The latter two flopped beside the twins, while Katie took the seat beside Harry. "My feet are killing me in these lifts," Angelina complained, discarding the offending shoes with a sigh of relief. "You could have done without them anyway," commented George. "I look 2 feet tall dancing next to you." "You do not," Angelina reprimanded him, swatting him playfully. "You look quite the distinguished gentleman on that dance floor, Mr. Weasley." That succeeded in getting a pleased grin out of George. Harry took the opportunity to glance about the room and people, watch a little. Hermione was still dancing with Crumb, looking quite pleased to be doing so, oblivious to the jealous glares of the girls all around her. Neville and Ron were seated at a table nearby, but Harry was glad to see Ron was not part of the Hermione hate club tonight. Instead, he seemed to be chafing as Daphne adjusted his robes and reprimanded about something or other, but he still nonetheless looked pleased to be with his current date. Harry's eyes also scanned the high table, where much of the staff was seated and wearing their nicest attire. Moody was clearly inebriated thanks to whatever was in his hip flask, laughing jovially and chatting with Flitwick and McGonagall. Hagrid was eyeing Madame Maxime from afar, no doubt working up the courage to ask her to dance. Snape and Karkaroff sat at a far end of the table, engaged in hushed, urgent discussion, probably about their dark marks going haywire, Harry thought angrily. He suddenly sensed that Katie had just asked him a question. "Sorry, what?" he said, turning his attention back to his date. "I just asked if you wanted to keep dancing," she muttered. "But it's fine if you don't want to." "I know you said dash." "I'd love to." Harry grinned. "If you want to, of course." "Sure." Katie beamed. Harry stood and took her hand to lead her back out onto the dance floor. But before he could do so, they were accosted by the last person Harry wanted to encounter that evening. "Ah, if it isn't the man of the hour," a sing-song voice called out that sent a chill down Harry's spine. He turned to see Rita Skeeter gliding over towards him, wearing a gaudy dress of bright purple, a glint of malice in her eyes betraying her otherwise sweet disposition. "Miss Skeeter," Harry greeted her with a false smile of his own. He wouldn't be losing his temper so publicly tonight. "I quite enjoyed your latest article. Your sources are keeping you well misinformed." "Oh, no need to be salty, dear," Rita smirked. "Your family may be quite adept at concealing its true colors, but the truth always comes out in the end." "Yes, it does," Harry agreed, enunciating each word bitterly. Rita sneered, catching his drift but not acknowledging the implication. "And who might you be, young lady?" Rita said, turning to smile at Katie. "Katie Bell," Katie said warily, looking between Rita and Harry with mild concern. "Delighted," Rita said, though her eyes suggested otherwise. "Harry here must have made quite the pitch to persuade you to accompany him tonight, given his, shall we say, seedy reputation. Not everyone at Hogwarts reads the rubbish you put out in the Prophet," Katie frowned. "Harry's a good person, and I was happy to come with him." "Don't engage with her," Harry sighed, attempting to steer Katie away from the conversation. "It'll only make things worse." "But we're only just getting to know each other." Rita smiled mischievously. "I'm sure the readers would love to learn more about the girl ensnared in the latest scheme by Hogwarts' false champion." "If you write a single word about her," Harry growled, taking a step forward to get in Rita's face, "you'll regret it." "I would never." Rita smiled sweetly, showing no fear. "Write just a single word, that is." "Come on, Harry, leave it," Katie groaned, and now she was the one steering Harry away. He was aware of the crowd that was watching the tense standoff, but he didn't care. He glared for a few seconds longer before tearing himself away from Rita and following Katie onto the dance floor. "It should be illegal for her to do what she's doing to me and my family," Harry grumbled as the Weird Sisters struck up another tune. "Agreed," said Katie. "But who cares what she has to say tomorrow? Let's just dance." And she forcefully guided his hand back to her waist, resuming their improvised gait around the room. It was a more up-tempo song, forcing them to hasten their steps to keep up with the rhythm, and soon Harry's anger was forgotten in their mad dash about the floor. He and Katie laughed riotously as they struggled to stay in time, no longer self-conscious about anyone else watching in the slightest. Harry had no idea how long he spent dancing with Katie, or how many songs the Weird Sisters cycled through. But soon he found himself swaying slowly to and fro to a slow ballad, the dance floor far less crowded than before. The night must be growing late as students trickled off to bed. Katie rested her head on Harry's shoulder, leaning into him as they danced, and Harry felt an odd swooping sort of sensation in his gut at the gesture. A new form of nervousness was coming over him now, as he realized the Yule Ball was drawing to a close. What was the protocol for ending the night? What was he supposed to say to her? Was he supposed to escort her back to Gryffindor Tower? Was he supposed to kiss her? The thought made him anxious as he swayed to the gentle beat, silently praying that the song would never end. But he wouldn't get the opportunity to find out, as the quiet atmosphere was harshly interrupted by loud crackles and bangs. Students flinched away from the center of the room as Harry, sensing danger, pulled Katie behind him in a defensive posture. But he found himself staring at his own cousin Damian, standing at the center of the dance floor, armfuls of fireworks at his disposal. "Free the house elves," Damian bellowed. "Unshackle the slaves trapped in our basements. Down with the wizard hierarchy." Damian attempted to throw another handful of fireworks on the ground before he was roughly grabbed by Filch the caretaker, dragging him kicking and screaming from the room as the stunned crowd watched on. "I'd better go handle this," Harry said apologetically to Katie. "Sorry. I understand," said Katie quickly. And Harry hustled out to the entrance hall, where Filch was now physically blocking Damian from re-entering the ball. "You're not getting back in there, you little twerp," Filch growled. "You can't stop me, old man," Damian said defiantly. "Or don't you care about how magical society mistreats those it deems inferior?" "Mr. Dursley!" shrieked Professor Sprout, Damian's head of house, exiting the ball in her flowing gown looking quite cross. "This is unbecoming behavior from a Hufflepuff." "What do I care?" Damian scoffed. "This whole castle is complicit, I tell you, and I won't stand for it. The headmaster will be hearing about this, young man," Sprout said angrily. "Professor, let me," said Harry, stepping between his cousin and the adults. "Damian, let's go for a walk, shall we?" Damian glared at Harry for a moment. "Fine," he spat, turning towards the exit and storming off. "You'd best talk some sense into that cousin of yours, Potter," Sprout said warningly. "He's been warned not to step out of line too many times, and this could result in a suspension or worse." "I will, Professor," Harry promised, following Damian outside into the gardens. He found the boy petulantly kicking tree trunks, sending showers of snow into the nearby bushes, and drawing shrieks of surprise from the students lurking within. "Come to lecture me on why I'm not acting like a proper Hogwarts student?" Damian scoffed when he saw Harry approach. "Nope," Harry shrugged. "Don't think I need to, since you already know it yourself." Damian did not deny this. "I just don't understand how you can all be so blind," he said instead. "How you can just eat the food they prepare, sleep in the beds they clean for you." "It is unfair," Harry nodded, "and they should have a choice. But did you know the Hogwarts elves are offered pay and vacation time? And Dumbledore allows any of them to leave their contract with the school at any time, for any reason." Damian raised his eyebrows. "No, I didn't," he muttered. "But there are plenty of others that don't have that chance dash, and that should change," Harry agreed. "But throwing a tantrum and ruining people's evenings isn't the way to convince them to change their minds." "I know that," Damian sighed, kicking another tree in frustration. "Just sucks to feel so useless, you know? Like, what else am I supposed to do to help?" "I hear you," Harry said. "But this isn't really about the house elves, is it? What are you on about?" Damian frowned. "It's Christmas," Harry pointed out, "and your parents couldn't even be bothered to write you a letter. All your friends are either at home with their loved ones or at a dance you weren't invited to. I imagine it's been a lonely evening." Damian didn't respond immediately, but the way he angrily stared at his shoes told Harry he'd struck a nerve. "It's shite, you know, being stuck between two worlds," he finally grumbled. "You don't get it? Your parents are magical. Mine just don't understand. I wish they would sometimes." Harry did understand, oddly enough, what the Dursleys were like. Though unlike Damian, he did not care one bit about what Vernon and Petunia thought about Hogwarts, or him for that matter. How psychologically damaged might he have been in his prior timeline if he desperately craved their parental support? It only reaffirmed his decision to maintain a good relationship with his cousin now. Harry stayed out in the snow with Damian for a long while, waiting patiently for the boy to cool off, literally and figuratively. "Tell you what," he eventually said, "I'll talk to my dad when I see him tomorrow. Ask him to work on bringing a bill to the Wisengamot floor on the matter." "Really?" said Damian, surprised. "Why would you do that?" "It's a good cause," Harry shrugged. "And you're right, it's long overdue. I'm sure he'll see reason." Damian pondered this in silence while drawing a crude anatomical shape in the snow with his boot heel. "Right, well, I'm going to bed," he finally announced, turning to head back into the castle. "Not yet, you're not," Harry shook his head. "First you're going back in there and apologizing to Professor Sprout." Then you're going to offer to clean the mess you made on the dance floor. I'll come off at Potter Dash, Damian whined. I mean at Damian, Harry warned. Sprout sounded like she was going to suspend you. Just please, take the high road this once and make it right. Damian looked highly irritated by this, but he allowed Harry to escort him back into the Great Hall, where he muttered a terse apology to the herbology professor. She allowed him to return to his common room with merely a 15-point house deduction, giving Harry a grateful nod as the boy departed once more. Harry turned to scan the nearly empty room for Katie, but she was nowhere to be seen, nor were the twins and their dates. She must have gone to bed instead of waiting up, Harry realized. He would never find out what the proper protocol was for ending their night, and he found himself rather disappointed by that fact rather than relieved. He made his way back up to Ravenclaw Tower alone, where his dorm mates were already asleep. He quickly changed and flopped onto his bed, exhausted but pleased with the night's events. He was vaguely concerned about the future, namely the fallout of Damian's outburst and Rita Skeeter's promises of further retribution in her next hit piece. He also planned to try and meet with Saul Croaker when he returned home for the half-holiday, anxious to speak to the man about all that had happened since the term began. But for now, pleasant memories of the Yule Ball kept him content as he drifted off, the infectious sound of Katie's joyous laughter on the dance floor ringing in his ears and lulling him into a deep and restful sleep. A/N. A couple of people correctly guessed Katie as Harry's date. I believe Bearzona09 was the first to do so. A few people also guessed Astoria Greengrass, and they get partial credit because that was actually my original plan when I started this FIC. The idea was for Daphne to cash in the favor Harry owed her to take Astoria so she could attend the ball with her friends, with a relationship forming from there. I ended up scrapping that plan because the age disparity was too hard to reconcile with Harry's recent growth, even though Astoria is only 13 months younger in this FIC. You might have noticed loose strands of that intended storyline scattered through the first half of this FIC, so good eye to those of you who picked up on it. Year 4 to 10, Creature Cruelties. A/N. More of a plotlight chapter this week, but one that sets up a lot of important character and story arcs later on. Perhaps some of you will pick up on what I have planned for future years. Oh, and buckle your seatbelts for a nasty little plot twist in this chapter that I guarantee none of you saw coming. Enjoy. Why the long face, Potter? Asked Daphne Greengrass. You look like someone killed your pet. Oh, I'm fine, said Harry, tearing his attention away from the train window, watching the Scottish landscape zoom by. Just thinking. How did you enjoy the ball? Asked Tracy Davis, turning away from her cousin Mark to give Harry her attention. You went with the Bell girl, right? Yeah, it was fun, Harry shrugged. We both had a good time. Your face is telling a different story, Mark Davis pointed out. What? Did she spurn your advances at the end of the night? No, nothing like that, Harry huffed. We just didn't get a chance to talk afterwards. I had to take care of my cousin Damian, and she left before I got back. Yeah, I heard about that stunt, Daphne remarked. Little twerp is lucky he didn't get expelled. You weren't there to see it, Daph? Asked Tracy, waggling her eyebrows playfully at her friend. Did you and Weasley sneak off early to have your own fun? You don't be crass, Daphne said haughtily. If you must know, I mentioned I was still hungry after dinner, and he showed me how to get into the kitchens for a late-night snack. Daphne Greengrass, sneaking through the castle late at night? Harry whistled. I never thought I'd see the day. Daphne grumbled mutinously under her breath as the other three shared a chuckle at her expense. Well, your night can't have gone as poorly as mine. Mark smiled sadly at Harry. Marietta Edgecombe slapped me when I tried to move in for the good-night kiss. I told you not to take that bitch. Tracy laughed at her cousin's expense. She may be pretty, but she's got a mean streak to her. You want to talk? Daphne ribbed her friend. Theo not looked like he wanted nothing to do with you by the end of the night. Don't bloody remind me, Tracy grumbled. He disappeared with Draco and his mates before I even got the chance at a good-night kiss. Jew reckon you and Katie will see each other again? Mark asked Harry. Dunno, Harry shrugged. I mean, we're playing Quidditch together this year, so I'll see her, but we never really discussed if we were going as friends or as dates. So ask her, you dolt. Daphne laughed. Maybe she wanted a kiss, but didn't want to act like she was expecting one. Yeah, girls don't always come out and say that stuff, Tracy added. You have to be more direct. Don't play their silly female games, Potter. Mark scoffed. You're a Triwizard champion. For Merlin's sake. Make the women come too. You. Harry sat back and chuckled to himself as Mark, Daphne, and Tracy bickered over the proper male-female courting etiquette. He was grateful that Katie didn't seem to follow such rigid gender conventions, though he was still unsure how to approach the topic, if at all. What if she just wanted to remain friends? What if he ruined their Quidditch dynamic by reading more into their fun evening than she did? But that was a problem for another day. For now, he simply wanted to enjoy the last week of his holiday vacation with his family. The Hogwarts Express deposited him and the other students at King's Cross Station a few hours later, and he disembarked with his classmates ready for a relaxing few nights. James and Lily corralled him and Dahlia into a family dinner that evening, eager to talk about how their year was progressing. "I want to hear all about your classes," said Lily excitedly. "But first, Harry, how is your tournament preparation going? I expect you've devoted time to solving your clue for the second task." "I've already solved it," Harry confirmed. "I have to dive into the Black Lake and retrieve something from the bottom within an hour." "Ah, an interesting challenge," James mused thoughtfully. "I suppose you've been looking into methods of breathing underwater? There are a few options you can go for. Gillyweed, a bubblehead charm dash. Don't feed him ideas. He needs to figure it out on his own." Lily chastised her husband. Then, second-guessing herself, she added, "But do know that we will never judge you for seeking help if it's too difficult, dear. Your survival is the most important thing." "I've got a handle on it, Mum," Harry chuckled. "I already have some ideas about what to do." "Good," said Lily. Then, her face lit up with excitement as her next line of questioning began. "So, I heard you took a fifth-year girl to the dance. Who's the lucky lady?" "Katie Bell," said Harry. "She plays for the Gryffindor Quidditch team." "That's so?" James remarked. "Branching outside of your own house, then? Good for you. When do we get to meet her?" Lily asked excitedly. "Mum, it's not like that," Harry groaned as Dahlia snickered at his expense. "We're just friends." "Ah, I see," said Lily, sounding somewhat disappointed. She turned next to Dahlia, whose smirk was wiped from her face immediately. "And how did it go with Neville Longbottom, dear?" "It was fun," Dahlia shrugged. "He's very nice, almost too nice." "Too nice?" Lily frowned. "What does that mean?" "I don't know. It's like he was afraid to touch me or even look at me," Dahlia sighed. She narrowed her eyes at her brother after this remark, as though silently accusing him for it. "Did he go on complaining about how horrible I am the whole night?" Harry asked bitterly. "As a matter of fact, he didn't talk about you at all," Dahlia said snippily. "He was a bit preoccupied with his own performance in the tournament." "Has he figured out his clue yet?" asked Harry. "Dunno," Dahlia shrugged. "He didn't talk about it much. I even offered to help him, but he said he wanted to figure it out on his own." "Noble git," Harry muttered. "He's under quite a bit of pressure, you know," said Dahlia. "He feels an awful need to prove himself. A lot of his classmates don't respect him. They think he's some kind of fraud who doesn't deserve his fame. He wants to show that he can do this on his own. It's not about his pride." Harry groaned. "Somebody's trying to bloody murder him. He ought to accept help when it's offered to him, instead of being a prat about it." "Maybe you ought to focus on yourself for a while, darling," said Lily cautiously. "It's kind of you to worry about your friend, but you have to put yourself first." "Yes, I still don't like this tournament business," James muttered. "Someone is trying to tear this family apart, and I won't have you sacrificing your own safety for someone else's." If only you knew who that someone was, Harry thought bitterly. Hopefully things would never deteriorate to the level they had in his last timeline, and Voldemort's plot with the tournament would never come to fruition. "But enough about such horrible topics," said James. "This is a time of celebration. Your mother has some big news of her own to share with you, too." "Oh, James, don't." Lily sighed, covering her face in embarrassment. "What do you mean?" James laughed. "It's a wonderful thing that's happened. Don't be modest, tell them." Lily sighed, then turned to her two children. "I've completed my potions mastery," she said with a relieved smile. "Took the better part of 4 years, but I turned in my dissertation last month, and the committee has decided to approve my application." Dahlia squealed with excitement and launched at her mother with a hug. "I knew you could do it," she laughed. "Congratulations, Mum." "Wow, that's amazing." Harry grinned. He'd known his mother to be hard at work in the background on her mastery all throughout his existence in this timeline, but didn't realize how close she'd been to completing it. Your mother is going to be honored at the next International Potions Conference this spring, said James proudly. The first British master in over a decade. The last one was your Professor Snape, Lily beamed. I owe him so much for this. Honestly, all the assistance and support he's given me over the years. Yes, how benevolent of him, James grumbled, though he desisted under the wilting look his wife gave him at this remark. Anyway, we should all be there at the ceremony to support her. They don't have to come if they don't want to, said Lily quickly. These events are always stuffy and boring. For self-important wizards to brag about the advancements they've made in the field dash. I want to come, Dahlia said excitedly. I might go for a mastery myself one day, and it will be interesting to learn more about it. Of course I'll come, Harry piped in at his father's subtle urging. Wouldn't miss it for the world. That's unnecessary, really, Lily said modestly, though she remained in particularly high spirits for the remainder of the evening. Harry slept in late the following morning, a luxury he didn't often allow himself. His parents informed him at lunch that they would be traveling to Sirius home to continue the Christmas festivities, including a proper gift exchange and time to catch up with him and Remus. That sounded like exactly the kind of evening Harry needed to unwind, watching the Marauders get drunk and make fools of themselves as they reminisced on the good old days. At 5 that evening, the Potters gathered around the fireplace as James grabbed a handful of flue powder from the hearth. Black residents, he announced, dropping the flue powder into the grate and stepping forward into the green flames. Lily, Dahlia, and Harry followed, spinning quickly through the fireplace network until they stumbled out at their destination. Harry looked around in amazement at the large parlor they'd just stepped into. It looked nothing like he expected, sparkling clean, with vaulted ceilings and elaborate wallpaper lining the walls, the room populated with ornate furniture and decor. This isn't Grimmauld Place, he muttered without thinking. And why on earth would we go there? A voice laughed from down the hall as a beaming Sirius entered the room to greet them. My dearest mother may have saddled me with that horrendous building, but she could never force me to live there. Padfoot. James greeted his friend with a hug. Not getting into too much trouble, I hope? No more than usual, Sirius winked. Though you should hear what happened with that hit wizard when he found me and his daughter here dash. For God's sake, Sirius, Lily huffed, clapping her hands over Dahlia's ears. Must you be so crass around the children? Oh, I think they're mature enough to handle it, Sirius grinned mischievously. Besides, I hear young Harry here is courting older women now, flexing your status as a Triwizard champion, are we? It's not like that, Harry sighed, rolling his eyes. Katie's just a friend. She doesn't care about all that stuff. Ah, don't be so modest, Sirius chuckled, throwing an arm over Harry's shoulders. You might think that now, but I guarantee this Katie can be wooed by your charm like anyone else. I'll teach you all you need to know, young pup. But first, where are my manners? Creature. There was a small pop, and Creature the house elf appeared, looking just as ragged, filthy, and miserable as Harry remembered from his last timeline. Master Sirius called for Creature? He asked, eyeing the newcomers warily. Yes, Creature, said Sirius pompously. These are our guests for the evening, the Potters. Treat them as you would treat myself, and get them anything they need. Anybody thirsty? I could go for a glass of wine, Lily piped up. You heard the lady, Creature, Sirius barked to his house elf. Chop chop. Right away, Mrs. Potter, Creature croaked, shuffling towards the kitchen. But before he left their earshot, they could hear him muttering under his breath. The mudblood dares to defile the House of Black. Her kind dares to drink from the stores of an ancient and most noble house. Creature suddenly gave a loud yelp of pain as Sirius' boot made contact with the elf's backside, sending him sprawling against the opposite wall. You will not disrespect my guests like this again, Creature, Sirius said severely to the trembling elf. Apologize to Mrs. Potter. Sirius, that isn't necessary, dash, Lily said quickly. Yes, it is, Sirius huffed. Now, Creature. Creature looked fearfully up at Lily, who was clearly uncomfortable with all of this. Sorry, ma'am, Creature said with a shaky bow. It's fine, Lily sighed. Creature then scurried from the room, limping slightly from the physical blow he'd received. That little shit has been spending too much time talking to my mother's portrait. I just know it, Sirius said bitterly. I usually make him stay at Grimmauld to keep him out of sight, but that might have been a mistake. That's no excuse to hurt him like that, Harry pointed out. You didn't hear what he called your mother? Sirius demanded, clearly still angry with his house elf. I did, Harry nodded. But he doesn't know any better. He spent his whole life having his mind poisoned by your family. Abusing him won't fix that much mental damage. Sirius grunted unhappily, clearly recognizing the truth in Harry's words. But before he could respond, the fireplace flared green again, and Remus and Alessia stepped into the parlor, all smiles, oblivious to the awkwardness in the room. At once the tension dissipated as everyone greeted the newest arrivals. Apparently, this was Alessia's first visit to the house, which gave Sirius an excuse to perform an elaborate tour, allowing Harry to have a look around the place. The three-story manor was set on a hill overlooking a large plot of land in the countryside, and every room was filled with expensive-looking decorations and furnishings. Harry had no idea what a ridiculous home might cost, but could only imagine how bottomless the black coffers must be to afford such an expense. So what do you think? Sirius asked the Italian, which as they returned to the parlor. Fit for a king, wouldn't you say? It is quite extravagant for just one man, Alessia remarked. Well, one must keep up appearances for the ladies, Sirius grinned impishly. Besides, I have to spend all the black family gold, somehow before I expire. Not leaving anything behind for your kids, Padfoot? James remarked. Kids? Sirius repeated with a harsh laugh. As if any woman could tie me down. Nope, it's the bachelor life for me, Prongs, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Nonsense, Alessia chuckled lightly. Perhaps the right woman simply has not appeared in your life yet. That's the spirit. Remus grinned, kissing his partner tenderly on the lips before turning back to Sirius. I would have thought the same for myself before I met Alessia here. Don't close yourself off to the possibility, my friend. They're all conspiring against me. The lot of them. Sirius muttered just loudly enough for Harry to hear, drawing a chuckle from the teen. Then, more loudly, he announced, time for dinner. He ushered everyone into the dining room, where Creature had prepared an elaborate Christmas spread of roast beef and all the fixings Harry could imagine. He sat and eagerly piled his plate high along with the rest of his extended family. Soon the room was filled with the sound of mirthful laughter and tales being swapped between the adults and children alike. Dahlia in particular was eager to speak with Alessia about her healing career. I just completed my training in Milan and earned my license to practice healing, the witch explained. I could have applied straight away to a hospital, but decided to wait while Remus and I travel. And she will be a brilliant healer, Remus added, squeezing Alessia's hand affectionately. Once we figure out where we're going to settle, unless we decide to pursue other goals, Alessia said excitedly, such as this enterprise with Lily Dash. We haven't solidified any plans yet, Lily chuckled awkwardly, glancing at her children as she did so. Harry got the sense that she didn't want to discuss whatever Alessia was referring to. Dahlia also picked up on this, and unlike her brother, she had the gall to confront it head-on. What does she mean, Mum? Dahlia demanded. What enterprise? Lily gave Alessia an exasperated look before sighing. We've talked about starting a company to produce potions to counteract lycanthropy, she explained. But it was merely speculation, and we have no viable path forward. It is not just speculation, Remus pointed out. It was the entire topic of your dissertation, was it not? Yes, but it's all still theoretical, Lily groaned. We don't know if what happened to you can be replicated with a potion. But once other potion masters read your paper, Alessia continued, they will look into the magic themselves. It could change the world, Lily. That sounds brilliant, Mum, Harry added before his mother could express her self-doubt any further. If you could invent a potion to rid a werewolf of their condition, that would be incredible. Severus has told me the same, Lily said with a bashful smile. Though I think he is just being nice. And I would agree with that sentiment, James interjected. Though in this rare instance, I also think he has a point. Don't give up on this one, Lil. It could make you a household name for generations. How's work been for you lately, Prongs? Asked Remus as he reached for another bowlful of pudding. Any closer to catching the culprit behind the Triwizard Tournament mess? Say, no, James Mater. Fudge is dead set on it being Croaker or someone else in the Department of Mysteries, but I'm not so sure. I still suspect Crouch Sr. myself, but we haven't had any leads towards finding him yet. And you're sure it's not Crouch's son? Harry piped in. He is most certainly back in Azkaban where he belongs, James assured his son. I went and checked myself. He's not getting out of there again anytime soon. You couldn't get anything out of old Barty's house elf? Asked Sirius. She refused to turn her master in. James sighed. We had to let her go after the 30-day holding period was up. And now she's probably back at his side, helping him evade the law, Remus muttered sadly. Harry remembered his promise to Damian at the Yule Ball and figured this was as good a time as any to broach the subject. Perhaps a law could be introduced to compel her to speak, he suggested. Maybe if she was allowed to leave the service of a known criminal, she would be free to provide the ministry with information. Impossible, James shook his head. Never going to happen. The Wisengamot is full of old, pure-blood families, many of whom own house elves. They would never agree to it. But if you spun it as a national security threat, Harry urged, surely they would see reason. I bet Lord Greengrass would help you gather the votes. I have leaned on Dale far too heavily in recent years, James muttered. I owe that poor man too many favors. He wouldn't stick out his neck for such a frivolous matter. It's not frivolous, Harry insisted. What about Dobby? Who's Dobby? James frowned. The Malfoy's house elf, Harry explained. He disobeyed his master's orders to help Neville in our second year because he knew about the diary. If he was free to leave his service, he would probably be able to expose all of that family's secrets to the ministry. James actually considered this. There's something to that, he muttered. Malfoy has been causing lots of problems for me lately. He's in Fudge's ear constantly, and I'm certain he's behind these recent Rita Skeeter hit pieces as well. But there's more to consider there, James, Sirius said warningly. Creature would be free to his own devices as well. He could waltz right over to the former Death Eaters and help them commit Merlin knows what crimes like at the World Cup all over again. All the more reason to treat him kindly, Harry pointed out. Sirius rolled his eyes, but did not retort, once again acknowledging his godson's point without saying as much. I'll put some feelers out, James sighed. The Winky case might be enough to sway some of the neutral families. But if it proves to be political suicide, it's a non-starter. Harry was frustrated by the idea that justice for the elves might only come about due to the whims of the current political climate. He could only imagine how upset Hermione and Damian might be if they were here themselves. But he held his tongue, not wishing to upset his father, forced to passively hope he would do the right thing, even if for the wrong reasons. Once everyone had eaten their fill, they returned to the parlor for drinks and relaxation by the fire. The night devolved rather swiftly from there, with the three Marauders quickly getting drunk and loudly boasting of their past misdeeds to anyone who cared. Harry eventually made his escape after Sirius took him under his arm and loudly began to explain how to show Katie a real good time, prompting Lily to chase him around the room with an enchanted pair of boots kicking at his rear. Harry wandered back into the kitchen to refill his goblet of butterbeer. When he did so, he encountered a very grumpy house. Elf slumped over the kitchen sink, washing a large pile of dishes and glasses entirely by hand. Not using magic to wash those, creature? Harry asked as he poured himself a new glass. Master Sirius is not allowing Creature to use magic for his task. Creature grumbled unhappily. For insulting the mud, the Potter woman. Harry watched as the elderly elf struggled to grasp each piece of silverware and fine china, limbs trembling as he dutifully scrubbed the grime from each of them. He could tell that the task would take Creature hours to complete, if he was able to complete it at all, which would only incur the wrath of his now inebriated master once more. With a sigh, Harry drew his wand and swiped it at the kitchen sink. At once, the many dirty dishes levitated out of the basin and began to scrub themselves, before stacking themselves neatly on the counter. Creature turned, bewildered, to stare at Harry. I do not approve of the language you used against my mother, Harry told the elf firmly. But it does not excuse Sirius' poor treatment of you. His cruelty is not justified simply because you are his property. Creature regarded Harry curiously for this statement. Young Mr. Potter is a kind boy, the elf said with a reverent bow. He is reminding Creature much of Master Regulus. Regulus? Harry scoffed. The Death Eater? I'd prefer not to be compared to that bigoted coward. Thank you very much. No, Creature snapped with surprising vigor. Master Regulus was a brave young man. He treated Creature with respect, like you yourself do. If you say so, Harry sighed, taking his leave of the kitchen. Regardless of how Regulus Black treated his house elf, Harry couldn't so easily forgive someone who willingly entered Lord Voldemort's service. According to Sirius, his younger brother had taken after his mother Walburga, and judging from Harry's interactions with her portrait at Grimmauld Place, that won him no sympathy in Harry's eyes. The night eventually drew to a close when Alessia had the good sense to drag Remus back home after he, James, and Sirius jumped atop the grand piano and sang a rambunctious folk tune badly out of key. The Potters took their leave soon after, with Harry forced to assist a sloshed James through the flue and upstairs to bed. All in all, it had been an enjoyable evening, though it certainly gave Harry plenty to think about. He would have a few more days to sleep in and relax before Hogwarts resumed term. But as usual, his visions of rest and relaxation were rudely interrupted at the first opportunity. He awoke the next morning to the sound of loud voices downstairs, his parents arguing over the way the night turned out. Harry wondered, rubbing his eyes tiredly and hopping out of bed to head downstairs to start his day. But he did not find his father in the kitchen as expected. Only his mother, reading the morning's Daily Prophet with a furrowed brow. "Something the matter?" Harry asked. "Where's Dad?" "He's been called into work," Lily muttered fretfully. "On a Saturday?" Harry asked, frowning. "Has something happened?" "Rita Skeeter," Lily sighed, folding the newspaper and sliding it across the table for her son to read. "Oh, bloody hell," Harry groaned. "What did that cow have to say about me this time?" He craned his neck to examine the front page for himself. Nothing could have prepared him for what he read, his heart leaping into his throat as he absorbed the headline. "Rita Skeeter found dead on Hogwarts grounds," by Alexander Somerby, the Daily Prophet. The Prophet is saddened and horrified to report that one of our own intrepid reporters, Rita Skeeter, age 44, has been discovered deceased on the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Miss Skeeter was on scene reporting on the Yule Ball, the school dance held as part of the Triwizard Tournament. Miss Skeeter did not report back as expected the following day, and her body was discovered last night by the school groundskeeper in a shallow grave in the Forbidden Forest. No cause of death has immediately been made clear, but sources within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement suggest foul play. Representatives for the school could not be reached for comment. Harry set down the paper, unable to read on, hands trembling. "Who?" he asked weakly. "How?" "No one has any idea, dear," Lily sighed. "Your father's been called in to lead the investigation." Harry could hardly believe it. Rita Skeeter, dead? It made no sense to him whatsoever. Sure, she'd made enemies over her many years of dragging prominent names through the mud, but this seemed far too sinister to be real. Murdered at Hogwarts of all places? Supposedly the safest place in the wizarding world? Who could have done this? Who would have wanted to do this? It boggled the mind. Could it have been somebody at the Yule Ball? He had seen her there. Perhaps he'd even been one of the last people to see her before she met her untimely end. Could it have been the same person who put his and Neville's names into the Goblet of Fire? What motive would they have for taking such a risk at such a heavily populated event, right under Dumbledore's nose? It didn't make 1 ounce of sense. "Something else came for you this morning," said Lily, handing him a small slip of paper. "Expecting mail?" "No." Harry frowned. He glanced down at the letter, a simple Muggle postcard bearing the phrase "Greetings from Eastbourne," overlaying a beautiful vista of the southern British coastline. He flipped it over to see no accompanying note, aside from a signature, Saul Croaker's. Harry waited until he returned to his bedroom to decode the mysterious missive. "Veil of Death," he whispered, tapping his wand to the postcard. At once the hidden words appeared in the previously blank space, but to Harry's surprise, the message was quite short. "Meet me inside St. Anthony's Church in Godric's Hollow, tonight at midnight. Come alone. S.C." Harry frowned at this. Why the need for such secrecy? Why couldn't he just meet Saul at the ministry like usual? But he figured it must be urgent to warrant such a clandestine meeting on short notice. He would have to find a way to sneak out of the house and head to the small church across town that evening without being noticed. But that proved a simpler job than expected. James was still at work at the ministry when quarter to midnight rolled around that night, and Lily had already retired to bed, leaving Harry a clear path to escape. He cast disillusionment and muffling charms on himself and slipped out the back door, crossing the yard and hopping the fence boundary to jog down the narrow lane into town. The sleepy village of Godric's Hollow was deserted at this hour, and he encountered no resistance en route to the church. Harry paused at the front door, testing the handle and discovering that it was unlocked. With a final glance around, he slipped into the church, closing the door softly behind him. It was eerily quiet inside the hallowed space, as Harry strained to hear anything in the silence. "Show yourself," he whispered, heart pounding in anticipation. After a few seconds, he heard a rustling from the opposite end of the room and pointed his wand at the newcomer, sensing the other party doing the same. "It is I, Saul Croaker," the other person announced. "Who goes there?" "Harry Potter," said Harry, not yet lowering his wand. "What did we discuss during our first meeting together?" "Your unfortunate travels through time and space," Saul sneered. "You hail from a universe in which there is a different boy who lived, and that is me," Harry sighed. He lowered his wand as Saul flicked his to restore light to the darkened space, a glowing orb rising to the ceiling so that they could see each other properly. "Why all this cloak and dagger nonsense?" "My department is still under investigation," said Saul. "Minister Fudge is especially interested in the relationship you and I share. I could not be seen meeting with you for fear of retribution." "I see," said Harry. "I take it you saw the headline in today's Prophet." "Of course," Saul muttered darkly. "Rita Skeeter's murder is a rather disturbing development. I take it you had no knowledge or involvement?" "Of course not," Harry scoffed. "I'm no murderer, even if I think she is or was a terrible person." "I didn't think you were," said Saul. "But this begs the question of why. The Ministry will never suspect the Dark Lord as a potential candidate for her killer, so we have to ask the question ourselves. You think Voldemort is behind this?" Harry asked, surprised. "We have to consider it likely," said Saul. "I take it this never happened in your previous timeline?" "No." Harry shook his head vehemently. "And she was just as nasty to me back then. But why would Voldemort want her killed if she's basically doing his bidding for him without realizing it?" "That's what puzzles me also," said Saul. "We can safely rule out Malfoy, I think, as he would never betray someone so clearly invested in your father's downfall. What other reasons might the Dark Lord want her out of the way? Maybe he doesn't want me being in the spotlight so much?" Harry speculated. "So if he does try to kill me, it won't draw as much suspicion?" "Perhaps," Saul mused. "Unless she knew something that the Dark Lord didn't want to become public knowledge?" "I have no idea what that would be," Harry muttered. "I saw her the night of the old ball, you know. She threatened to write something about me and my date. You don't reckon that could be involved, could it?" "Who was your date?" asked Saul. "Katie Bell," said Harry. "I don't think her family is prominent in politics or anything." "The name doesn't sound familiar," Saul frowned. "That's also unlikely to be the case. There is only one other possibility I can think of, a theory I've been working on for a while now. I don't think you're going to like it." "What's that?" Harry frowned. "The Dark Lord may have been doing you a favor," said Saul, "by removing one of your family's primary antagonists from the equation." "Why on earth would he do that?" Harry scoffed. "Think about it," Saul pressed. "You've encountered the Dark Lord twice now in this timeline, haven't you? And both times he tried to recruit you to his cause. Have you considered that he may attempt the same maneuver for a third time? You think this is a ploy to get me to join his side?" Harry laughed. "Are you joking?" "Afraid not," Saul said bitterly. "He may have had you entered into the tournament as a test of your abilities. If he's impressed enough with your performance, he may seek to draw you in once more. He clearly sees your potential as a wizard, and if he doesn't seek to eliminate you, he may wish to instead turn you against Dumbledore." "Well, I would never do that," Harry said adamantly. "Not a chance in hell." "I know that all too well," Saul shrugged. "But this wouldn't be the worst news, would it? If he wanted you dead or discredited, he might have left Rita Skeeter well enough alone. Now he may seek to curry favor by showing he can assist in your rise to power by eliminating all future threats to your reputation." "Seems a little far-fetched," Harry said skeptically, though he couldn't entirely rule out the theory. Clearly the Dark Lord wanted something from him. and had his eyes on Harry's performance in the tournament. If it wasn't simply a bald-faced attempt to have him killed, this was a very real possibility. As I said, it's only a theory, Saul shrugged. We will continue to assume the worst and hope for the best when it comes to the Dark Lord. But on to other matters. How did you like the postcard I sent this morning? From Eastbourne? Said Harry. What about it? You don't remember? Said Saul. Mrs. Cole mentioned the place in our meeting over the summer. Said there had been an incident there between Tom Riddle and some of the other children. Yeah, so what? Said Harry. So Mrs. Cole gets murdered, and you don't put any stock into the information she had to give, said Saul. Think, boy. These are the kinds of things the Dark Lord didn't want people to know about himself. Secrets that he wants lost to the grave. So you think the Dark Lord is hiding some sort of secret in Eastbourne? Asked Harry. I suspected as much, Saul confirmed. So I started poking around town, asking questions. Simple ones, where would you take your kids to have a good time, that kind of thing. A common answer I got was the cliffs overlooking the sea, where a lot of school field trips take place. Like the one Mrs. Cole took her orphans on, Harry realized. Exactly, said Saul. I started exploring the cliffs along the coast, and eventually stumbled upon a cave. Not one easily accessible by muggles, of course, but this was no ordinary muggle child we're talking about, And what I found disturbed me. What did you find? Harry frowned. I didn't make it in very far, Saul admitted. But there was strong magic present, old magic that even I did not understand. Some kind of blood sacrifice was required to gain access, and I wasn't about to offer mine up freely to a potential Dark Lord. But the fact remains that someone does not want people poking their noses around inside that cave. Same with the Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton, Harry muttered. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? That those would be two good hiding places for objects the Dark Lord wants to protect, said Saul grimly. I believe so. So what do we do next? Asked Harry. For the time being, nothing, said Saul. I'm still unable to travel freely while the department is under investigation, and I wouldn't dare attempt to breach such powerful enchantments without an expert assisting us. You think we'll need someone else to help us? Harry frowned. Unfortunately, that may become necessary before long, Saul sighed. The obvious candidate is Dumbledore, as he is one of the few men capable of facing the Dark Lord and living to tell the tale. If anyone could be trusted with this knowledge, it is him. How would we explain that we know so much about the horcruxes? Asked Harry. You would likely have to reveal your secret to him, Saul shrugged. I know you are hesitant to do so, but we are rapidly approaching the point at which your foresight is no longer an advantage, and his expertise vastly outmatches both of ours. I know, Harry sighed, but I still don't know if we can trust him with this knowledge. If he finds out Neville Longbottom has a horcrux in his scar, he might intentionally put him in harm's way to let the problem take care of itself. Like it did in my last timeline. Your concern for Longbottom's safety is admirable, Harry, said Saul. But we are fighting a war here. If Longbottom has to die in order for the Dark Lord to be vulnerable, But you said we could find another way to remove it, Harry protested, without him needing to die. I never said it was a guarantee, Saul cautioned. We can continue to explore options, but it may be out of our hands. It will definitely be out of our hands if Dumbledore finds out, Harry pointed out. I'd prefer not to hand over the reins and lose the ability to make that decision ourselves. Saul considered this, then sighed heavily. We will table this issue for now, he muttered. But if the situation escalates and our advantage begins to deteriorate, we may have no choice but to place our trust in the most powerful wizard of our time. Harry nodded his understanding. Dumbledore was the nuclear option. If Britain appeared to be on the brink of collapse under Voldemort's heel, he would have to get involved. Until then, Harry would continue his shadow campaign to thwart the Dark Lord's quest for immortality. As long as the possibility remained that Neville could survive this war, Harry would strive to protect the boy from all threats, even those within the ranks of the light. We must continue gathering intel and learning as much as we can, said Saul. I'm afraid I can't be of much help, but I'd encourage you to keep doing what you've been doing. I need to return to Little Hangleton before the third task begins anyway, said Harry. Voldemort's going to be in for a rude awakening when he tries to use his father's bones for his resurrection. Just be careful not to draw his attention, Saul warned. Do not make it obvious that you were there. If he finds his father's grave excavated and with the bones removed, He'll know that treachery is afoot, and we will once again find ourselves in the dark about his next moves." "Understood," said Harry. Subtlety had never been his strong suit, but he felt confident he could sabotage the graveyard ritual plan without alerting the Dark Lord to his presence. He and Saul concluded their meeting soon after, and Harry successfully managed to sneak back into his house and close himself in his bedroom without anyone noticing. He had trouble sleeping that night. The peaceful vacation he'd hoped for no longer quite so relaxing after all. The many tasks that lay ahead of him were daunting, and he felt once more like he was struggling to keep afloat. Too much to do, too little time. Perhaps Saul was right. It might be time for Harry to extend his circle of trust and share the burden with somebody else. But who that person or persons ought to be remained unclear, and he feared opening up a whole new can of worms by divulging his terrible secret with someone new.